Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new week of this space and a new day of PEPAGANDA. Hope you guys are ready for some fun because, oh man, if you guys are anything like everybody else in America right now, you're waking up to existential dread. Yeah, guys. So Donald Trump is, holy shit, he is going for it, guys. I hate to just kind of start the show with exactly what's happening, but we can't ignore it. And this is probably this could be one of the most historic days. We don't know. We never know. Like, the thing is, he makes these grand like announcements, which again, we know what he's doing. He's trying to pump the markets, and he's just his motives are never sound. And I know that I'm like, oh, I'm really letting you guys know something that we didn't already know, but he is officially losing his mind to the point where you have prominent MAGA figures coming out and saying that they want to invoke the 25th. This isn't just like, your average run of the mill lefties or any of this. It's a lot of prominent MAGA heads. So we'll be getting into that in a little bit here. Also, we have, today's pretty much just going to be like what's going to happen tonight. And then I'm going to be live at the time that apparently the deadline is. So at 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern, he plans on bombing the power plants and the desalination plants and ending civilization as they know it in Iran, which is it's a war crime. And the fact that that mainstream media is mincing words the way that they are, they're just going out and saying, oh, this, experts say this could constitute a war crime. Whatever. The fact that we're playing that game is insane. Like, I don't know, man. I really do kind of feel stupid for the last 2 weeks now. I somehow have played into this, and I have to admit my faults. I started getting into the Hassan drama a little bit, and I'm starting to realize that no, all of that was so just not important. And there's, you know what? It's the same thing with the war on liberalism, and even like the war, like the way that I've had some interactions with what we would call tankies, but whatever. Honestly, we need to stop this shit. If we can't get on board to stop what's happening right now, and it's this like opportunistic way of just being like, okay, well, from the chaos, we will rise, like with a new movement and just all, as much as I want to see that, and I don't say that we have to stop pushing for that at all. This all or nothing attitude needs to stop. Because we're here now. We somehow did it. Our complacence has kind of resulted in this too. I hope you realize how some of us as Americans, I know that I have this, especially as a content creator, because I kind of played into this a little bit. I don't know, because I'm not going to be a propaganda machine for the DNC. I'm also not going to sit here and pretend that, oh my God, we really effed up by, not having Kamala and whatever. What's going on? Oh, app update. Okay. That's some timing. But yeah, I kind of sat there this morning thinking about this, and I don't know, guys. I think that now is the time that we need to reevaluate and really kind of pull together, and also kind of pull, if you got liberal parents or you got libs in your life, don't condescend to them right now. I'm not saying change your moral or like don't change the way that you think about any of this. Realistically, you guys can hold all of these ideals, and I still do, but I know that I'm going to be capping myself a little bit. Specifically when talking about like the what we called shit lib, center lib, or like the centrists and all that. Yeah, man, I hate to lecture on this one, but I I just kind of feel like if we don't do this, then that truly is the end of like everything. Like at that point, like what is the point? Like we're never gonna get what we want on that end, and then we're just gonna go in like we're cycling the drain, just fucking screaming into the ether. So yeah, I think that it's also we need to come together and start collaborating on what actual policy we really want to see and what will really help people. Because I kind of started forming this way of thinking, specifically like watching some protests, and I'm just like, okay. Actually, the No Kings protest that I was at kind of woke me up to this, where I saw a lot of people that were, yeah, yeah, they were all over the place as far as their messaging. Obviously, there was like the No Kings contingent and mostly focused on Trump, but yeah, then I saw like again a little subsection of like Free Palestine, which okay, like, which is fine. But this is also where, like, if there's going to be infighting, and the reason that I'm even bringing this up is because I see it all the time, especially being online. I see it all the time, and especially with this Hassan stuff. Um, it's unreal how like easy these psyops get us. What the helly is this? Hey, Isaac, how's it going, man? This is PEPAGANDA, a little bit of a different show. Than my regular high on politics, and also like I'm dead serious about this, guys. Like I had to sit and really debate whether I even wanted to bring this up, but I think that this is important, and unfortunately, I have seen it where in my own community where enough people have kind of shown that I'm not sure if they even believe this, but they show that they don't even want to try to work with like people that come from the center or any of that stuff. And I'm just like, you know what? If we're gonna take that attitude, I don't know what we're doing. So, but guys, if you were not part of my show yesterday, also the reason that I'm a little bit in the just down in the dumps, I guess, is what I could say is, yeah, I got some bad news about my dog. If you guys, you usually see him here, he is upstairs right now, but got some bad news this weekend with a routine vet visit. Found out that he has thyroid cancer. So it is, yeah, it hasn't been great times, but then of course you add the news and all the existentialism to it. Yeah, it started to make me kind of rethink things. But man. And also, I think that my interactions with the DSA really kind of brought me here where I'm just like, okay, we're going to talk about microaggressions, and we're going to talk about stuff that just absolutely does not matter in the context of what we're doing right now and what we're facing. I mean, holy shit, dude. To even bring up microaggressions when ICE was in Chicago, like this, what are we doing? What is that type of thought process? Oh no, poor doggy. Yeah. Oh no, Stan. Yes. Yeah, DJX. Yeah, Stan has thyroid cancer. It sucks. It sucks. And as I said, that's maybe why I'm in a little bit of a like dour space right now, is because on top of everything collapsing in the just in the real world, I guess. I don't know anymore. I really don't know. Because the other part about this is talking to some people that don't follow the news, all they know is that Donald Trump just said some out of pocket shit this weekend, and that the libs are acting they're all outraged about it. They come at it with like, oh, my weird uncle that is way too into politics brought this up, and I don't know, guys. I think that was all part of it. Now I'm gonna put the tinfoil hat on, because I do think that like the way that they did it with these algorithms, it rotted our fucking brains, and the masses just don't care. They just don't care. Literally, we could bomb Iran like tonight, and they won't give a shit. Now, I'm not trying to like make you guys feel bad, but for real, like I hope you understand that that is the reality that we live in. Um, it's a very, very sad reality. So, my piece of advice here is if you haven't already and you have the opportunity to get involved in your local politics, and I mean local politics, even if it's a school board, get involved. Now's the time. Um, I unfortunately cannot in Illinois because the deadlines to sign up have since passed. But if you guys live in a state that doesn't have the same arbitrary BS that we have in Illinois, please consider getting involved. And I mean, like, get involved. Enough of like, this is where I'm finally, maybe it's because I'm getting older too, where I'm just like, no, you know what? Now is the time for me to get active in politics. And I don't want to be a politician, but you know what? Fuck it. We need it. We need people that don't want to be there. We need people that know that they need to be there. For too long, we have also gotten too complacent in the idea of just like, whatever. And that's what it is. Because why are we in this position if we weren't more aware of this? Like, this is like where we kind of have to hold the mirror up, take accountability, and pivot and start changing things because it's literally the time. We are in the middle of a midterm election season that somehow we have already turned into into a clusterfuck. I hate to say, especially like in my district, like the Cat Abu Ghazali thing. The more and more I really think about it, the more I'm starting to realize I'm like, oh boy. Yes, we had a crowded primary, but the more that actually it was the fact that I didn't hear from her for a good week and a half after the primary loss, and then the only thing that she has is we're so back. We're keeping our campaign office open as mutual aid, which great. That is great. But realistically, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck is she doing? Like, either get behind like she doesn't even have to get behind BIS, but like, what is she doing? I hope that I'm wrong about this one, and I really want to be proven wrong by her. But this is kind of one of those things where even after I voted for her, like the more and more that I see of her, and the more that I like come to terms with the fact that it's like, I might have been right. Just overall, like my instincts might have been right about just the pessimistic side of her, or like my pessimism towards her was actually earned. Because, like I said, like it seems like it was about her. So, but all right, guys, enough of my little lecture here. I understand that this is probably going to piss some people off, and I'm fine with that. I feel like everybody's kind of getting there. We watched Anna Kasparian do the same thing with her AOC thing, even though she was kind of coming at it from a disingenuous point of view, because the way that she kept like trying to reframe the fact that like AOC somehow voted yes on the Iron Dome was bullshit. It was blatant bullshit. She never did. And I'm glad that like, again, the outcome of this was AOC going to a DSA function and committing that she would vote no to supporting the Iron Dome now, which I'm not sure how much that has to do with Anna, but again, the outcome is that she said she has committed to voting no, which is great. But she has online media presence, but not a politician presence. Well, that's the thing. She wants to be a politician. She keeps saying that this isn't over, that she's planning her next moves, whatever. But no, right now, what I'm pissed off at is the fact that she could easily use her persuasion to get people to vote for BIS. But the more I talk to people that are like super pro cat, they're just refusing to even to show up for the general and to vote for BIS. So I gotta say, that's part of the fucking problem that I'm bringing up, and that's honestly why I think that I am this upset. Is we're already shooting ourselves in the dick. Purity politics, and it's insane. It fucking really is insane to me, where I'm just like, okay, well, apparently this like inability to do the like lesser of two, like to accept that it is a lesser of two evils vote, it really is going to put us in another position where it's like, oh great, so we might not even have this blue wave, because I'm already seeing some people that are too disaffected to even show up. That make no sense to me to not caucus with this at this point. Yeah, I know That's why I'm getting pissed off. But whatever. I guess we're still early in this, so I'm gonna reserve my rage. And also, like I did say, I'm uncharacteristically pessimistic right now. So I do kind of want you guys to know that. And if I do have to walk back some of what I'm saying, yeah, we'll see upon further reflection. But right now, I'm gonna give you guys the exact reason that I'm also kind of reacting like this is because of this right here, guys. This is where we're at today, and there's just no way of sugarcoating this at all. Our president is just blanket threatening genocide, and you have the mainstream media just being more than complicit. Here's some disturbing coverage of how they are breaking this down.
Well, thanks. We are approaching President Trump's deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Now, the president has promised massive strikes on infrastructure if Iranian officials do not comply. We're even hearing from the president.
So glad that we're normalizing all this. Whoa, what is going on there? Whoa, that was weird. Hold on, guys. I didn't even have that open. That's weird.
Here this morning. Janu Her is in the live center this morning monitoring all of this and joins us with the very latest from the president. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. President Donald Trump set what he is calling his final deadline for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. That deadline is tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time, but overnight and even this morning, strikes in Iran continued. This morning, we're seeing the first reports of strikes on bridges in Iran. Iranian authorities.
Completely normal. What is going on with this? What the fuck?
Authorities saw airstrikes have taken out a railway bridge, a train station, and a highway bridge in the country. Now, neither the United States nor Israel have immediately claimed those attacks. President Trump is now lobbying new threats at Iran. In just the last hour, he said, in part, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary."
I hate everybody in the media. I really do, because the way that they were also like, and I'm not trying to stand up for Biden, dude. We all know what Biden was, but for fucking real, the way that they would hyperfixate on every slip up and just, it's insane. It's insane the way they just let this guy just go. It's just whatever. Grandpa's having a fucking dementia moment and he might start World War III. Cool.
Well, revolutionarily wonderful can
His
happen.
own people are calling for the 25th Amendment. But next up on the news, we got a cute little story about some bunnies. So, like, what the fuck are we doing?
Overnight, a series of airstrikes also hit Iran's capital, Tehran, including a strike on a possible weapons depot in the mountains. Iranian state media reports at least 18 people were killed and 24 more wounded in an Israeli airstrike targeting Iran's Al-Borz province.
Yeah, but you know how they're not real people. They're the enemy.
Province northwest of the capital.
They don't actually exist. Well, not anymore.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
What do you got for us, Jake?
Is giving a stark warning to
I fucking hate everything about what we're living through right now.
President Trump if he carries out his threats to
This is insane.
power plants and bridges, saying it will, quote, deprive the U.S. and its allies of the region's oil and gas for years.
Oh, good.
Years.
Good. Yeah, okay.
So we'll continue following this this morning, guys, as we've...
At least they're, you know what, I'll say this. At least they're not doing what the Bush administration did, where they're like trying to be like, it's not about the oil. At least they're just fucking saying it.
Seen just within the last hour some development.
Most transparent administration of all time.
About the war in Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. And that deadline coming up tonight. Okay, thanks.
And honestly, the way that you if you're uncomfortable with the way that I'm covering this, then you're that's kind of why we're in this. The way that people are just like, I can't right now. My mental health, it can't take it. I just can't take it. This is exactly how people should be responding. Crash out politics. Like, that's exactly what we need to be doing. We need more people. I hate to say this. We need more people being kind of more as upset as I am here, because the lack of just urgency with this reporting is insane. Absolutely insane. Here, we got another one here. You guys want You guys want to just see how dystopian everything is? Well, here we go.
Iran under increasing pressure to strike a deal with the White House before President Trump's deadline. Iran has until 8 p.m. Eastern.
Again, already putting the onus on Iran, where it's just like, well, Iran didn't make the deal. They asked for it.
Open the Strait of Hormuz or risk an overwhelming show of American military firepower. President Trump said the War Department is prepared to destroy critical infrastructure, including...
I'll be honest, I didn't make it through Don't Look Up because it was too prescient.
...power plants and bridges inside Iran. At the same time, we're also hearing the heart-pounding new details into the operation to rescue the U.S. airman that was able to evade Iranian forces after his military jet was shot down.
The way that they read the most insane events with no emotion is indistinguishable from AI. Yep.
In enemy territory.
Isn't that awesome? Honestly, can we get AI newscasters at this fucking point? Why are we paying these people millions of dollars for this shit?
When he was finally...
God, you could make them you can make them more attractive. If the viewers decide that they don't like a certain thing about them, they could tweak it up a little bit. You know what? Since we're in the fucking dystopian nightmare that is the American 2026, we might as well just go balls to the wall with it.
Be able to activate his emergency...
Sorry, guys. I apologize if you guys came here looking for the comedy aspect of my show. I just can't. I can't today.
Emergency transponder.
Maybe a little later, but this is beyond fucked.
His first message was simple.
And I think that it is because I watched a lot of this stuff for show prep this morning, and it sent me over the fucking edge.
And it was powerful. He sent a
fuck this guy.
Message.
Seriously. Fuck this guy. The way that he is manipulating you with just preacher speak. He's using literal fucking ChatGPT to write his fucking speeches, and then he comes at you just like, and we are doing this with the grace of the Lord and the power and the structure of the Lord.
God.
Like, I fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate this administration. I fucking hate the people that support this shit. I can't fucking stand it anymore.
Good.
The thing is, you do understand that our enemies will not differentiate between a Trump voter and just your average American. I hope you know that.
We've got you covered from every angle this morning.
Oh, yeah, you got you covered from every angle. I want to knock that red right off your lips, you dumb bitch.
Gaskins has
fucking Pikachu-looking motherfucker.
More of those details and his standing.
Look at her. She literally looks like Pika Pika.
By at the White House, where President Trump did join War Secretary Pete Hegseth for that.
Well, it's just normalized this. Isn't that cute? He's kind of funny.
Press briefing yesterday. First, though, we start with Mark Boyle at the live desk with the latest on this deadline. Good morning to you, Mark. Any progress right now? Any closer to making a deal? What's going on?
Well, you're dealing with Iran, so no guarantees of what is going on, honestly. And
yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Beside all of this, but what is clear and 100% certain, we are getting closer to that 8 p.m.
Pathway to peace. Pathway to peace. Guys, by the way, I searched this shit out. I went looking for right-wing responses to this. I don't even know what the National News Desk is.
Deadline tonight. Right now,
never heard of them, but here we are.
Chances of getting
more fucking propaganda, guys.
Actual ceasefire before the president's deadline tonight seems slim, but of course anything's possible. In the past 24 hours, Iran rejected the U.S. ceasefire proposal and sent
because it was bullshit
back a 10-point counter proposal.
Whatever, guys. I think that honestly, at this point, I feel bad for saying it, but we kind of deserve it.
Of their own for
we fucked up. At some point, we really fucked up.
Ending the war.
At some point, we also bought into a psyop. Don't know which one, but we did.
According to sources close to the conversation,
try and figure out which one you guys bought into.
The president is highly unlikely to extend that ceasefire deadline again. President Trump has said if Iranian leaders don't strike a deal tonight with the U.S., our military will uncork a large attack on their energy and oil grid.
Yeah, it's a fucking war crime, but the experts say it might be. I mean, it might constitute a war crime. It's not technically a war crime because we can't arrest him. He's Trump.
Complete demolition by 12 o'clock, and it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing...
If you ever thought that God... Like, by the way, If any of you are surprised that Gaza is still in the shape that it's in, and it's not, dude, it's not just Israel.
The thing we want to do is start with.
This is for the fucking billionaire business class. They wanted that fucking land. And I'll tell you what, I still see people talking about like the future of Gaza and like how we can split up the land and like instead of just accepting the reality that it's like, dude, it ain't going back.
Power plants, which are among
they're building those fucking hotels on top of the dead bodies.
the most
We can sit here and cry about it all we want.
expensive thing, and bridges.
It seems like his patience is running out there as part of the U.S. effort here to get a ceasefire.
Oh, is his patience running out?
They're also demanding that Iran give up its enriched uranium and agree not to resume enrichment. Meantime, the Department of War says in the past 24 hours, there was the highest volume of strikes against Iran since the war began. Some numbers for you this morning. These stats coming from CENTCOM down in Florida, MacDill Air Force Base, and the
I swear to God, if we somehow fuck up the midterms, if we don't get the Senate in the House,
White House.
I don't know, guys. I genuinely don't know. I'm not sure if I can actually like continue to do politics after that.
Target struck so
because what's the point? Like we're never gonna like nothing's gonna happen, and like that's where I'm at, guys. Like I hope you like I'm trying my fucking best here.
Since the war began, 13,000. The White House says is
but every day I wake up, it's progressively getting worse, and people they're checking out. It's insane. And it's during, like, we're literally seeing the impacts of this. The economy is going to have a huge impact. What do we got? The 15th is when we will really start feeling this shit.
85% of Iran's defense industrial base.
That's why he's starting to panic, by the way, is because we keep inching closer to that date.
And Iranian vessels hit so far up to 155 and counting. We'll stay on top of the very
No, if they get the Senate, then they're like, no, that's the thing. It will kneecap this shit. Right now, they are in a position to just be the Duma. If the Dems do get the state, like, this is where I mean, fuck this. If we're going to be this fucking disenfranchised with the current Democratic Party, which I get it, the leadership sucks. Politicians in general suck. But if we can't fucking pressure them to actually do something, what are we doing?
Latest out of the Middle East, breaking news as it happens this morning right here at the live desk.
Fuck, man. I'm sorry to have this fucking bad of a crash out today, but this is insane. This is fucking insane. The way that we're doing this too, where we've already given up. Why vote? Why vote if it's not going to have an impact at that point? Seriously. What I miss, Mitch? Honestly, I kind of had it. With the way that we sit here and we're so fucking whiny. I don't know. Maybe the Democrats will get the House. I don't know. Maybe if they did get the Senate, they're not going to stop him. Listen, anything could be better than what we fucking have going on right now. Like, the fact that we can't see a starting point. Like, is that the PSYOP? Did it work? Is this mine? Is this where I fucking bought into it? That I do feel this hopeless? Was this the point? Fucking A, man. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to... I'm really not. But I want you guys to know, this is exactly where I'm at. This is... I get it. I get what... You know what? I envy some people. I envy some people fucking getting the break that they're getting from covering some of this, because honestly, sometimes, and it's not just the Trump shit. It is literally just like some of the shit that I see when we have to address the Democratic Party makes me fucking want to lose my shit. But again, let's focus on Hassan some fucking more. Can we afford to lose the Hassan contingent? I don't fucking know. The thing is, the Hassan contingent's likely already fucking not going to vote. I don't even fucking know anymore. I don't understand how people can be this into politics, but also be like this fucking separate from it. The fact that I'm dead serious. How many people that we know, like that, that cultivate these audiences, whether they be Vosh, Hassan, or any of them, what's the percentage of their actual, like, base that really is active in this shit? I like your woke cup. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? Sipping that woke coffee. And it's one of them real Ray Duns, which nobody wants anymore, apparently, because, you know, fashion's also fleeting. Everything's fleeting. There's no point in life. Sorry. Oh my God. I really, I think that I'm going to do a little bit of a reset here because I've had it. I really have had it. People are going to people. No, I know, man. I know. But the thing that I want to stop doing is just this mental masturbation of like complaining about it and never doing anything. Like I know me personally, that's why I'm finally like doing the thing. Like 2028, if I see any open position for any local, like anything local that's not, financially based, because again, the one that I could technically apply for is the treasurer, and I'm like, no. I'm not exactly great with numbers, but yeah, guys, I'm dead serious about this though. Start thinking about getting involved, and like if you haven't already. And like I get it, we got lives, but this is something that needs to happen. Otherwise, we're so fucking cooked and we will never be able to. We'll never be able to live it down, or like. Because I don't know, guys, if he does this tonight, how are we going to live with ourselves? How in the fuck are we going to live with ourselves? Is there going to be a mass exodus of taxpayers as far as like, will everybody start withholding their taxes? How's that going to work? Like, what are we doing? There's like nothing we can fucking do to really move the needle right now. And I again, we just had these No Kings protests. You know what I saw? TikTok saying how they fucking hate the No Kings protests, mostly from leftists. Say like because they have a little bit of my same like apathy with this, but at the same fucking time, it's like, oh, so that's what we're gonna do? That's what we're gonna focus on and complain about? Cool. Like, I can't get behind this fucking mentality anymore, man. Like, we really are so like I want to not be defeatist, And I know I'm right there, right? Like, that's what I'm exuding right now is defeatism, because I just feel like we've already fucking lost. I feel like we've given up. It's too late. We got like, what are we going to do about this? Are we going to send mean tweets? Are we going to like, I condemned this online. But real talk here, folks. I'm not here to mince words. Man, CM Punk just had him, actually, CM Punk, he just had himself a pipe bomb promo on Monday Night Raw yesterday. And you know what? I think he's in the same boat where it's just like, enough holding back. This is ridiculous. Because I have been holding this back a little bit where I'm just like, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I don't want to get my own base pissed off at me. But dude, we have to wake the fuck up and we have to start actually like, we got to make some sacrifices here. And I know that sucks, but we do. And part of those sacrifices is like, if there's a Democratic like candidate that is on your fucking ballot, just vote for him. I know I'm going to do the blue no matter who, but I'm fucking done with this. But make sure that you're also educated on who these people are. So if you do have the opportunity to vote for a more leftist progressive candidate, do so. But like I said, I've already seen pushback to Daniel Biss in my own district. So I'm just like, okay, great. And it's all coming from like the base that I support, which is fucked up. All right. We got some more coverage. Sorry, guys. I'm just being super uber preachy today.
The president has made a lot of threats, but hasn't followed through. He keeps extending deadlines. If this deadline comes and goes without the Strait of Hormuz being open, what do you think should happen? I mean, do you think the president should follow through? Otherwise, do you think he risks just sending messages that all of his threats are empty?
Well, I think he's worried about the taco charge. Trump always chickens out. I think this is a result of poor planning on his part. I think it's important.
Oh, are you insinuating that this is somehow his, like, the detractors' fault for coming up with taco?
That he,
because that's what I got out of that, but maybe I'm reading into this too much.
Consult with the Gulf Arab countries, and if they don't like this approach, going after energy infrastructure in particular associated with oil and gas produced by Iran.
Your reaction is 100% valid today. Thank you, Amanda. I actually really appreciate that. I kind of, you know what, fuck it. You're getting that.
We should hear what their alternatives are. I don't know whether that consultation has gone forward or not, but the end result, in my view, ought to be regime change. I don't know what Trump's objective is. I know what my objective would be. And all the talk.
Yeah, you're also an evil piece of shit. I hate these fucking talking heads. Again, look at her.
At ending the nuclear program, ending the terrorist threat, ending the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, all depends on getting a different regime. All we're doing right now, and we're doing it very effectively.
I'm not trying to be crass, but I'm going to be. Can you imagine how tight her asshole must be to have that face all the fucking time? This, It looks like she clenches her sphincter like just all fucking day, just so she doesn't show any actual emotion.
Is what the Israelis call.
Doesn't it look like she's always like either holding in or pushing out a crap?
Mowing the lawn. I don't want to mow the lawn anymore. I want this threat removed.
If you were advising the president now, would you encourage him to follow through with those specific threats to the civilian infrastructure if tomorrow's
looks
deadline
like Yosemite
comes and goes?
Sam. No, he looks like the fucking the janitor from Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Well, let's take a look at the phrase civilian infrastructure. There's less there than meets the eye. First off, the Revolutionary Guard is typically thought to hold control over about 40% of Iran's economy, from which they derive revenues. Their generals derive revenues. The Guard itself derives revenues. They're part of the war machine, 40% of the economy. Next, the prohibition is against attacking civilian targets. But, for example, a power plant that provides energy to a military base, to a military facility, to a military manufacturing operation is a legitimate target. There's collateral civilian damage.
Is it bad that now I'm at this point, I'm just like, okay.
That's true.
All right, you hear that?
But it's a legitimate target. And what we've seen is that Iran, like Hamas, has spent a lot of effort building a military machine underground, but it's left the power for that machine on top of the ground. And I think it's perfectly obvious that highways can be used to move men and equipment and for military purposes. So the words civilian infrastructure are not talismanic. You have to look at specifics. And presumably that's what the lawyers in the Pentagon are doing as they go down the target list. I think we have very high priority in not violating that prohibition against hitting civilian targets. And let's see what happens.
Right, but I mean, the
Why is John Bolton on CNN? Because Fox News wants nothing to do with him because Trump hates him.
Has mentioned, for example, desalination
CNN
plants.
wants to be more centrist.
Just the military that would rely on that, right? It's the civilian.
Again, dude, this is like CNN is for fucking like anybody over the age of 60.
Population for clean drinking.
Like if there's one like piece of solace I can take is the fact that these are all legacy media is dying out.
Oil and power infrastructure that would.
If anything, they're only getting these kinds of clicks because of assholes like me that watch this.
The civilian population power, even though the military also.
How's it going, Natch?
Relies on it. So how do you untangle the two here?
It's the first thing to say is there's a lot of untangling to do. You cannot say civilian infrastructure and say home free.
My youngest is a senior in high school. Every day when I pick him up from school, he's like, did you see? And we both know he's talking about whatever Mad King shit Trump was on that day.
That's not the way it works. Yeah. Second, if you want examples in practice of how the United States behaved, consider the bombing of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. Unless people are prepared to say we committed war crimes in the bombing of Japan and Germany, then they can expect something like that as justifiable over Iran.
President Trump today said, regime change wasn't our goal, but there has been regime change because we took out the first round of leadership and the second round, and this round is much more pragmatic and smart, he said. But the bottom line is this ideology against the U.S., against the West, is pervasive in Iran, as you know. And the world's two most
I love how he's still whitewashing this shit.
Capable militaries, the U.S. and Israel, have been working together to kill off Iranian leaders in the IRGC. And the IRGC is still in control in Iran 6 weeks in. Then what is the likelihood that there will be regime change, that they will be wiped out at this point?
Zero.
Well, first off, the regime has not changed. It's still the same regime for the reasons you state. It's the ideology that controls. Second, it took
Pucker that sphincter there, lady.
The Ayatollahs and the Revolutionary Guard 47 years to build this.
Not going to be able to unsee that, by the way.
We're 6 weeks in. People are in a hurry.
Yeah, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were absolutely inexcusable war crimes. Yeah, but you
It's
know,
like,
America.
Like a bunch of kids in the back seat of a car saying, "Are we there yet? Are we there yet?" No, we're not there yet.
And then you know what? We have the nerve to literally go vacation in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
The people in Iran need to be able to have.
Yeah, all my leftists in here, because you know, we are leftists. If you guys are considering possibly traveling to any of these, you know, countries that we have destabilized, maybe don't.
Flexibility to help
Mexico, bad idea right now.
Pull this regime apart at the top.
And also just in general, not just for your own safety. I don't know. Have like just be like, nah, you know what? Maybe they don't want to see Americans right now. I don't care. Like if I had nothing to do with this, the fact that I have the stupid accent I have in this, like the fact that I'm coming from the country with that red, white, and blue.
I think fractures at the top of the regime are already
and
underway.
then use that hatred and annoyance and all that energy to engage it like with this shit. Like, I don't know, guys. Like the anger needs to be fucking palpable at this point.
And I think there are people,
and I think that it is starting to hit. Like, I honestly, if he does this, if he sent, like, let's put it this way, if he sends a fucking nuke, every single one of us needs to get out of our fucking house and we need to take to the streets and fucking protest this shit in a way that cannot be ignored.
People, even in the regime, who are,
which means peacefully,
saying this ship is going down and I don't want to go down with it.
Because that's the other thing. These assholes that are just like, we need to, you know, burn our own fucking towns down. That's another thing where it's like, no, fuck you.
Doesn't mean the people.
God damn it. I was just arguing with somebody about that, about the No Kings protests. Again, seeing some of those things, those TikToks talking specifically about why the No Kings is just essentially, you know, protest cosplay. And it kind of made me go like, okay, I get what you're saying and I get your outrage, but also you're a fucking moron. Do you understand that that's how we get the martial law thing?
People go out into the streets to be indiscriminately machine gunned, but there's a lot.
Oh, what? You mean that like they're threatening to do to us if we do anything like that? Shut the fuck up.
Going on. I thought the most important thing the president has said in the past day.
Nick Fuentes is voting Democrat because he has nothing else to troll, so now he's literally trolling his own audience. Don't ever take anything that guy has to say with anything but a grain of or a massive mountain of fucking salt.
Is that we gave weapons.
Literally, I am in no mood
to the Kurds.
Sorry, Isaac, and I'm not trying to take it out on you.
In northwestern Iran to transmit to other opposition forces. Apparently, they didn't get past the Kurds. I'd like to know more about that. But I say if the opposition wants weapons, we should get in as many.
That's day 2. Isaac, I feel.
As we can.
But if the United States and Israel can't take out the IRGC, then what would guns in the hands of Iranian protesters? What would...
Let's define take it out. Let's define take it out. The regime announced, and many people said with great glee who were opposed to the war, the IRGC decentralized its control structures into each of the 31 provinces.
Uno reverse trolling from Fuentes, whatever gets him attention, I guess.
There's no real indication the regime has its act together. I think there are still elements of repression that exist, but we are systematically taking them apart. At least I hope.
My cat's in the bed, by the way.
Hope we're still doing that. 6 weeks is not a lot of time. It's not a lot of time. And that may be politically difficult for Trump. That's a political consideration he should have.
Again, the fact that we're doing this because he started this and the timetable is literally April 15th to when the entire planet feels this.
Before.
It's going. Do you understand what the markets are going to look like on fucking 4/16?
Somebody said, what World War II took over 3 years. Oh, does that mean we shouldn't have fought it? I think if you want to remove the threat, you have to face the logic that after 47 years, the regime has not changed its behavior, and it's not going to change it in year 48. If you want to be free of the nuclear threat, free of the terrorist threat, free of the threat of closing.
Honestly, I don't even believe that was a thing, and I don't believe it was there. The more that they fucking say this, the more I'm just like, no. I don't think that they did. I'm starting to believe that the Ayatollah didn't. He literally was conservative. He was never going to do it. He was trying to get back on the world stage. Like, I cannot believe a single thing these motherfuckers say. Any of them.
The logic is change the regime. I don't think there is anybody in this regime at the level of Ghalibaf.
God, CNN is just like, hey, John Bolton, we know that you're the Iran war hawk. Why don't you come on?
And
fucking gross.
Dozens of others, frankly, that is any different in their fanatical Islamicist ideology. that would treat with the United States. And I think this frantic idea to find Iran's equivalent of Delcy Rodriguez was a fool's errand to begin with. None of these people are going to make any change in policy, if for no other reason at this moment than they're in fear of their own life from their compatriots still in Tehran. So the deadline runs out on April the 6th for the negotiations, if they've even taken place, other than sending notes through intermediaries, which you can parse the word negotiation. That's not negotiation to me.
If Iran gets to this missing American crew member before the U.S. does that change this war in your view?
Not at all. I mean, we're all concerned to get that crew member back. There's no question about it. I wouldn't want to see any American become a POW of this regime. But let's see what the situation is right now. Iran has now shot down 2 of our aircraft.
Why is 2026 like
way
this?
to shut down 3.
Because we let a bunch of billionaires fucking run roughshod and never actually did anything to keep them in check. We let literally a handful of human beings take all of the wealth, hoard it, and then also convince a large contingent of our population that somehow, some way, asking them to pay their fair share would result in civilization collapse. The collapse of civilization. I can't even fucking talk. I'm so mad.
It's unfortunate.
Like, fuck everything about this. Fuck these people.
And it's a propaganda victory.
That's all I guess I can say right now, and that's all I got.
For Iran, only if we let it become one. This is something that tests our resolve, and we should have had a reserve of resolve before we started the war. And if the president or the White House are shaky because of this, then it indicates.
I can't. See, this is why I don't believe in God, because this motherfucker's still alive. Same with Trump. Same with all of them.
Yet again.
There is no God, people. I'm sorry. I don't mean to piss on your religion, but how in the fuck does a God allow this?
That they had not thoroughly thought through what it meant to launch these attacks.
Especially one that's, great and loves his children.
Does it undermine what the White House has been saying about how degraded Iran's capability is? I mean, the president said this week that Iran had no anti-aircraft equipment, that their radar was 100.
I guess I should be more respectful, but does this, honestly, and I know, Isaac, you're kind of one of the people I'm asking, but other religious folk in my chat, if you guys do believe in religion, how now? Like right now, you're looking at what's happening. How in the fuck do you how do you parse this?
100% annihilated.
Sure, it absolutely degrades White House credibility. And that's a self-inflicted wound by the White House, not by the Iranians. If you overstate what you've accomplished and evidence comes that shows that you've overstated, you look foolish.
Why do you think the president hasn't spoken about this on camera today? Does that stand out to you at all?
No, it sounds to me like he's probably back in a panic mode, wishing he could find a way to declare victory and get out of this war, regardless of whether or not he...
Dude, he legitimately thought that he was going to go in there and this was going to be another Venezuela.
He opens the Strait of Hormuz before he...
Everybody would love him.
Does it?
He'd get the Nobel Peace Prize.
I think that's
because somebody told him that there's Iranians that really want this.
Mistake too. I think that if there had been an effective decision-making process before the war started and these concerns were raised and they bothered the president, he had the option then not to initiate the attack. But apparently he was satisfied. Now, if things are upsetting him...
Yeah, keep showing more war porn. Why not? Just B-roll that shit.
That he either didn't think about or didn't...
Aren't the jets cool? Aren't they cool?
...pay any attention to...
Cue Top Gun. Go watch Top Gun.
In the run-up to the war. That's a problem for him.
Why don't you watch some soldier movies so you guys could get all into this?
And
we're going to make sure that, the next 40 movies that come out on Netflix are totally war related.
Therefore, it's a problem for the country, but it was easily avoided and should have been avoided.
On the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, the president has gone from saying it's not America's problem, that U.S. allies should just take it, that it would be easy, this would open up naturally once the war is over. Now he said today, with a little more time, we can easily open it, take the oil, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. I mean, do you have any sense of what he
I'll be honest, there's a reason I hate Call of Duty games.
plans to do with the United
And Battlefield games.
with the Strait of Hormuz based on that?
No, I don't, but I'm not bothered because I don't think he does either. I think
Weird part is I'm actually like a practicer of the Second Amendment, but I refuse to like touch those games.
I think this is just more rhetoric, and I don't think it's helpful. This is we have an interest in the Strait of Hormuz being open because that region.
But I hold off going like it's the same game every time. It's like, yeah, but I play Pokemon.
This is 20% of the world.
Those games are pure military propaganda. Exactly.
World's oil, and it doesn't matter that we import.
Last one I ever touched was Black Ops.
Very little of it
Black Ops
ourselves
2.
because oil is priced in a global market, and anybody
we
with
called it COD blops.
their hand on the spigot on the Strait of Hormuz, determined to turn it off, is going to have a devastating effect on the world economy. That's why we became concerned about this region in the late 1970s, and that concern has not changed. Should
I'm glad that you were there to see it again.
others be doing more?
Grim Reaper, do your fucking thing, dude. Seriously.
Or yes, I think
You break your fucking finger off? What in the actual fuck?
the Europeans have made a big mistake in the way they reacted to Trump. But that doesn't lessen our interest in opening the strait for our partners, the Gulf Arabs, who are not getting any oil out. I think we should blockade Iranian vessels from getting out and apply pressure until they allow the Gulf Arabs to ship as well.
He loves this shit.
Is that something you believe the United States is capable of
He just hates the fact that an idiot's doing it, but he loves this shit.
with the forces in the area?
Xenophobic fucking asshole. And again, yeah, CNN just lapping his balls because I was the original war hawk. But then I got investigated by the same president that I'm going to sit there and just go, yeah, you know what? He's still the president. I got to support what he does. Whatever. Well, let's see what the world has to say about this.
The Iranian.
At least she looks like, she does not have her sphincter constantly tight just to make sure that, she can put on the face. Because, yeah, she looks like she's living the same thing we are, where it's like, what the fuck is actually happening?
The Revolutionary Guard Corps has warned they would retaliate beyond the Middle East and deprive Washington and its
Reaper can't do his job. He's eternally bound to Keanu Reeves and Alex.
allies of oil and gas if the United States crossed what
They Melvined me.
it called red lines. There is so much to dissect with our
that
chief
movie.
international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and
Yeah,
Catherine.
again, this is how our newscasters should fucking look. This is how everybody that is processing what this dumb motherfucker has done, this is how everybody should feel. People should probably be reacting the way that I am. I'm sorry. Crash outs today definitely are applicable to the situation.
From BBC Persian. Kazra, really good to have you with us. Thank you for coming down and joining us. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Intense pressure from President Trump now. How does Iran tend to react to threats like this?
We will have to wait and see. This whole civilization is going to die. It's pretty sort of dramatic, this. And obviously, a lot of Iranians are very concerned that what might happen tonight after this deadline is over, praying that there will be some kind of a deal beforehand. There are signs that things might be moving in that direction. There are Iranian ambassador in Islamabad who's been tweeting positively, saying that these talks are at a critical and sensitive stage, as he puts it. So there are diplomatic efforts by the Pakistanis to mediate, and others, I must say. But for the moment, there seems to be something moving. Maybe, hopefully, something will come out. And in fact, what President Trump is saying is basically he's hoping that something will in fact happen on the diplomatic front in the next few hours before the 8 o'clock deadline that he has set.
See that, everybody? Hit that like button.
Please,
I didn't even, honestly, you can tell that I'm in a mood when I didn't even do that.
Your thoughts on this comment?
Yes, hit the like button and subscribe to this space if you have not already and you're enjoying the show. Also, check out Pep Talks TV on YouTube.
Whole civilization.
Come and join me for High on Politics.
Will die.
'Cause I'll be live for when Trump either tacos or, I don't know, commits. I mean, can we just admit that we're in World War III already? But for fuck's sake, if this is the shot heard around the world, well, guess what?
Tonight, and also the fact that he keeps talking, President Trump, about what he calls a complete and total regime change, which is not the case in Iran.
President Trump keeps ramping up the rhetoric. It's seeming to confirm that he has this idea that if he scares Iran enough,
Headline juxtaposition is literally insane genocide. Meanwhile, on the moon.
in its leadership, if the threats get louder and louder, that Iran will eventually buckle. He doesn't seem to have anyone around him, which makes it clear that Iran will not buckle under.
No, because they keep telling him what he wants to hear. This is what happens when you have a bunch of yes men that also believe this bullshit.
These threats. It's watching this as the world is shocked by
You're
some
back
of
from
his
sharing the
statements,
stream. Appreciate that, Johnny.
which, if at the very least, they're violations of international humanitarian law, and if carried out, are possible war crimes.
We're going to be starting the second hour here in a minute.
Those more experienced negotiators would say that if he really did want to make progress in negotiations, if he was really serious about it, he would quietly move away military assets away from the region to send a signal to Iran that he wants serious negotiations and that he's not really bent on escalating.
No, but instead he does this fucking thing because he thinks he's so fucking smart, where this is how I know he's just so dumb. Like, just in fact, he is one of the dumbest people on the planet, because he's just like, look, I can't tell you exactly what we're doing, but he then can't help himself, where he's just like, I sent a whole bunch of people, I sent a whole bunch of personnel over there. You know what? We have all the cards. We have all the cards. All they need to do is they just need to fold.
And using this all as a subject.
Like, I literally said this on my stream, a few days ago, where when he's playing, he's the worst poker player ever, because again, he'll tell you exactly what his fucking hand is.
As he did.
Also, meanwhile, he's cheating.
Did in June 2020.
And 4 aces, you guys might as well fold.
25, and as he did in February. There are other ways that President
Meanwhile,
Trump.
everybody at the fucking table, there's 4 other players. Each one has an ace, so he's lying.
Could act as the U.S. president and commander-in-chief.
Somehow, some way, we play this game just like, oh, yeah, you know what, Mr. Trump?
To get Iran to change its behavior, to get Iran to try to show flexibility on its side, but by using the language of surrender and by giving documents, the 15-point plan, which is akin to a surrender document, that's not the way to negotiate. Well, President Trump was asked about his deal yesterday. What did he say? I want a deal that's acceptable to me. That is never going to work as a negotiating stance. And it just underlines not just his fundamental misunderstanding of Iran, but never mind that he wrote a book, The Art of the Deal, that a fundamental misunderstanding of how to conduct negotiations.
No, somebody else wrote it.
I've just been sent a tweet from.
I hate the fact that the rest of, even BBC is sitting here just normalizing him, making him seem like he is somehow normal.
Mr.
When this is just so beyond fucked up. It's beyond anything Joe Biden ever did. But again, even them, the BBC, God damn it, dude. This was all manufactured. This was all manufactured. And honestly, if they were this scared of Joe Biden actually doing fucking progressive policies and, things for the unions and all this shit, it kind of shows that, yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they do actually have I don't know.
The Pezeshkian, the president.
Why else would they be so afraid of this?
More than 40.
But then again, there's the other side of me that is just yeah, you know what? They're all in it together. There is really there's nothing we can
proud
do.
Iranians have so far registered to sacrifice
thanks, Johnny. Appreciate
their
that.
lives to defend Iran. I too have been, am, and will remain devoted to giving my life for Iran. So, Kasra, that's the first bit of official response we've had, I think, to what President Trump has had to say.
Yes, and obviously the Iranians think that they have the upper hand.
How goes it, Bryant? What up, dude?
Because of the Strait of Hormuz.
Because of the Strait of Hormuz and the fact that they can inflict a serious damage to the economies of the Persian Gulf countries in the south, the Arab countries.
Blah, 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 blah. Boring, boring. That guy would put me to sleep if I continued to watch that. So, all right. Welcome to the second hour of PEPAGANDA. Appreciate y'all being here. Now I'm going to do the thing. If you haven't already hit that like button, please do. I really, really do appreciate that. And also sub to the channel, PEPAGANDA, or Pep Talks TV. Come check out High on Politics a little bit later. I appreciate you guys doing that as well. Okay, so we're going to continue to talk about this because this is a very, very serious day. Whether or not he does it, we all woke up to the fact that he poop tweeted that this could be the end of Iranian civilization, which I'm sorry, we're the bad guys. Like, we are, like, the only person that we can even compare him to is Adolf Hitler. This is what sucks about, like, the hyperbole that has gone on for the past fucking how many years, where see what I was right about this. Like, it totally lost its power to even say it because, yeah, we are living through, like, the rise of the Fourth Reich, and we can't really even say, like, we can't even be taken seriously because everybody's just like, oh, you guys were crying wolf the entire time. Well, it's almost like these stories, like the Boy Cry Wolf, Chicken Little, all that shit, kind of matters, you know? I mean, I know that you guys are talking about whatever, Don't Look Up, but Don't Look Up is literally just it's like a political allegory that is just, instead of having chickens, just having Cubans. It was literally just Chicken Little. Oh God. But you know what? We're all in this together, so I'm gonna just say that at least we have the community, at least we have each other through this, at least we do have things like this space, but we got to try and grow this space, guys. So if you guys can share this wherever you can, I really appreciate. Don't Look Up was just prophecy, I guess. I mean, not really, because Don't Look Up, wasn't that about like an actual like comet or something? Not a comet, like a meteor or some shit. Like, it, no, this is way worse. This was of our own doing. At least the giant meteor, like, yeah, that's easier to, that is like a, what can you do? You know, because realistically, what can you do? But this is something where we could do something. Everybody could do something, but we decided not to because, you know what? We got to go pick up the kids from soccer practice and make it to Target before they close. Fuck. We live in such dumb fucking times. We can't even enjoy shit. Like, I can't enjoy fucking any of this. I can't enjoy any of my hobbies right now because everything really does feel that fucking existential. What I don't understand are the people that are out here with kids that are just sitting here just like, yep, again, gotta take Timmy to soccer practice. You know, dude, realistically, you do understand that this is the closest that we've been to like having the possibility of like not having a future for your children just based on the outcome of one fucking guy. But sure, sure. You know what? We're just a bunch of lefties, you know, just using hyperbole out here. Anyway, I served for 40 years in the Army. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, actually, here, you know what? I do have one video that I want to bring up here. Okay, cool. Let's do this, and then, yeah, you know, I'm going to shift around a little bit. That was the plan. Exactly. No, it was. Like I said, the social media, like the way that they used social media and it amped up with the algorithm once Trump became president. That's why I am convinced that the Epstein, like, dude, the Epstein class, or like whoever was in the Epstein shit, like, they are totally behind this shit. Nobody's talking about that anymore because we live in this fucking stupid news cycle that is, what's a good word for this? I'm going to make it up. Algorithmized, because that's all it is. It's a fucking algorithm, but then as quickly as it pops into your head, it pops right fucking out. Like, literally day by fucking day, we have to focus. Like, I'm catching myself going into this problem where every day is something new that I'm focusing on instead of actually like putting my energy, like, again, what happened like with putting our energy into ICE, like putting our energy into the Epstein files. I don't have enough energy to divide this. And this is exactly what Steve Bannon was saying he was going to do to the American people. It's almost like they told us exactly what they were going to fucking do. And we still, Whatever. What the fuck ever. All the bots that used to show up at Vertical, you can just see the social media propaganda campaign. Yeah. No, you literally can. And it's crazy. And then you know what? This kind of plays into what I was going through yesterday. Like, I hope that by the time that High on Politics, you know what? Screw it. Let's take a little break. Let's just breathe in, breathe out. There we go. Ooh. Actually, that got worked. Well. That kind of changed my mindset just a little bit. I think, honestly, guys, that's the only thing like keeping me going personally, where it's just like, and then I have assholes in my life or just like in general, like, oh, have you considered like smoking a little bit less? No, I fucking haven't. Now you can just kindly get fucked. Alrighty. Well, we got Ryan Grimm and Sagar covering this, which the news broke while they were on air. I at least caught that part, but then I decided to can this for you guys so I could watch it fresh, well, as fresh as possible with y'all.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We have an amazing...
Is it a happy Tuesday? I don't think it is.
Everybody today, Bro Show. People live for the pound. It's great to see you, Ryan. Man, it's been a while since our last.
Yeah, it is. Long time since the Bro Show.
Been too long.
A lot has happened.
A lot has happened, and of course, we find ourselves.
There's a handful of people who stuck around who clearly aren't bots, which is really cool. But I'm glad the bots are less prevalent.
On the precipice of potentially one of the most important days in modern history, with Donald Trump doubling down on his timeline. He gave a press conference at the White House yesterday. We watched all of it, so you don't have to. We pulled some of the lowlights, whatever you.
Oh God, Sagar doesn't know how to fist bump. Oh,
want to call them, including the deadline for.
Why would he? I mean, the guy is literally like the antithesis of cool.
For striking. We also have breaking news as of this morning. The United States military conducting strikes.
It's fucking socks and Crocs, motherfucker.
All across Karg Island. And Ryan, you have been on top of the case of.
Sorry if that felt like a personal attack on anybody.
Major energy infrastructure hits that happened in Saudi Arabia overnight, which the Western press is completely ignoring, but highly significant. So you're going to dig down into all of that.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah,
if you like the economy and having income,
right?
Not good.
All right, so that's that, and then
I'm glad that, like, again, I'm glad that Ryan, like, he's a real journalist. He can't hide this shit.
We have Professor John.
Whereas you got this fucking asshole.
John Mearsheimer.
Man, I cannot stop swearing.
He's going to stop by. He's going to tell us and obviously give us a reaction on not only to the Donald Trump press conference, but the deadline about what it would mean to wipe out energy power plants, where America stands in the globe. Then Ryan and I have a very fun story for everybody. So yesterday, Donald Trump took to the podium and he announced that he was going to be prosecuting whoever it is that leaked the story of a downed U.S. airman. Ryan, you have now uncovered that it was actually an Israeli journalist. And it seems that the source was probably, at least initially according to the Israeli media, the Israeli Minister of Defense himself. And you know, Ryan, no one is above the law. I am a journalist. I protect First Amendment American rights, but I check. Israel's law is very clear. Sources, they must be revealed. There is no protection for national security. So will our president demand extradition of the Israeli Minister of Defense and this journalist, or a prosecution in their homeland? I am simply
just get a long line of people not being extradited.
I am just a simple
everyone good today?
Israeli law respecter. That's all I am. I just want to see.
Again, guys, breathe. We're in this together.
You don't make law.
Just remember, there is solidarity there, but
apply. Yeah, I don't make the. They made the law. Let's apply it equally, shall we?
Oh God, I want to fuck.
Interceptors. We're going to talk. We didn't have time to get into this yesterday. A huge drain in the U.S. interceptor stockpile here in the United States. Some very troubling reports.
You You got invited to the inspection of the voting machines. Cool.
Already stuff being pulled out of the
How'd that go?
Indo-Pacific. And then our producer Griffin did a good deep dive and prepared all of us. There has been some fascinating developments with AI. Sam Altman declaring super intelligence. He wants a new social contract. There's a new New Yorker profile about him. Some very troubling stuff inside of it that we'll break down. And then finally, Tucker Carlson having a show last night with his most vociferous.
Sorry if my dog is too loud in the mic.
Attacks yet on Donald Trump, effectively calling him the Antichrist and saying that he didn't put his hand on the Bible whenever he swore the oath of office. Something, you and I are secular. We don't notice these things.
Oh, it's not until April 13th and May 1st. Oh, okay.
But apparently Tucker did. And expounding not only that, but on the president's deranged praise to Allah Easter
best dog.
message.
Yes, he
Before we get
is.
to that, thank you to everybody subscribing. BreakingPoints.com. Please support the show. Ryan and I are doing the AMA today, a very coveted Sagar and Ryan AMA. That I think we've maybe only done one or two. So there you go. That's what is special. And then, of course, if you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, we would deeply appreciate it. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, please share an episode with a friend. But with that, let's get to the show. Some major breaking news, literally right as we're recording. Let's go ahead and put it up here on the screen from Donald Trump. A whole civilization will.
I can't believe he fucking put this out there.
Die tonight, never to be.
Do you understand also, like, a real leader would never do this? They would never, like, this is all bluster. This is why, like, everybody looks at him just like, oh.
He brought.
But honestly, man, the likes of Piers Morgan and anybody that could still stand up for him is insane.
Back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. And so that is, of course, an extremely disturbing message there from the president. And coming after Ryan, the praise be to Allah, open the fucking straight.
Stan,
you crazy bastards. I also am struck how I've almost never seen an American president declare a civilizational war effectively. Maybe I think since the Second World War, and even at that time, we tried to make it clear we're not at war with the German people or the Japanese people. We're at war with the Japanese Empire or with the Nazi regime. I mean, if you were thinking about the great people of Iran who are going to rise up, we're saying we're effectively in a war with you. Them. We already were. I mean, this is Genghis Khan. Who is it? Who's the Khan?
Genghis Khan?
Who took
who in the fuck?
Baghdad.
Genghis Khan.
In the air. Is it Hulagu Khan?
I think I can't stand people that do that too.
The top of my
technically I'm pronouncing it right.
I can't remember.
Everybody in all of collective fucking media has always called him Genghis Khan.
Who it is? But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
But this Genghis. You're a Genghis.
I'm pretty sure Hulagu Khan was the last person to have this type of rhetoric before trying to storm into the Persian Empire and into Baghdad and all of those regions. So
or maybe Hitler.
I mean, it is shocking. And obviously,
in the East,
you and I are, responding.
Oh, yeah. So many of these people, including Sagar, downplay the danger and normalize this crap. Yeah, that's why I honestly got mad at Crystal for allowing him to do that as much as he did. That's also why I'm saying, you know what's really funny? Crystal, you're going to see it. Once her kids can't go to the gymnastics meet, once she can't make her fucking house payment, that's when they're going to start caring about this.
This live, but the implications of this are extremely dire because we're talking here about a president with the ability to end the
same with this dipshit
world.
Like honestly, man, that's what pisses me off about all these these media, like these higher media folks. It's just like, dude,
literally, this is a gateway, I think, to nuclear weapons use. It's not just about power plants and
they just can't, they can't have passion like this.
This is the worst case scenario. I don't think that there's another way to describe it.
No, I think that's right. And it seems like Trump is banking on the Iranians backing down. And I have never wanted to be wrong about something more than I want to be wrong about this. But my understanding is that the Iranian government does not feel like Trump is in a pole position, does not feel like Trump has the cards, as Trump likes to say.
No, and that's why he's that's why he's going to the nuclear option, quite literally.
My understanding is that they are not going to submit to
No, they're not.
Greater and greater threats on social media.
Would you?
Well, why? Why would you? I don't fucking understand how most people can just be like, okay, yeah. So I'm supposed to just give up because you said so?
I mean, if I really thought the nukes were going to go off, then I don't know.
Right.
But it doesn't matter what I would do, really, because yeah, my sense is that they are not going to back down to this. So if Trump's calculation is that he's going to be able to ratchet up his tea in the taco to such a degree that the other side is going to fold, he is miscalculating. And that is going to mean either something cataclysmic in a biblical scale, or a taco of the highest order.
Well, let's make sure that we lay the ground for that. Let's put A6 up there on the screen before we even get to Trump's press conference. This was from you guys over at DropSite. Iran has rejected the temporary ceasefire and says it's already laid out its terms for agreement. I do think this is very important to put together with that Truth Social post, because obviously Trump is both trying to sound extraordinarily incendiary, but also leave himself, I guess, like you said, some sort of major taco. It is Taco Tuesday, after all, where he says we have a complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? I mean, it is difficult to see whether he is talking about
nothing is off the table at this point. Ryan is acting naive.
Organic revolution after collapsing the country into a state of civil war.
I guess, like, because he's a legacy journalist in the vein of, like, he doesn't want to cause panic.
Or some,
which, I don't know, now's the time to panic.
Sort of temporary ceasefire that would be put into place. But what did Jeremy and you guys
literally feel like I'm in Aladdin?
Find out from the
Abu, this is no time to panic.
Iranians about what they
start panicking
want and for some sort of temporary ceasefire. And remember, all of us are on watch. 8 p.m. Tuesday is when the president says that his deadline expires.
Yeah. What
I could boil all this down to an Aladdin reference. You know, we're back.
Jeremy found is that they are not interested in a temporary ceasefire. That they seem to believe.
By the way, my point still stands, and if you guys can seriously try and mobilize as far as like getting involved in your local communities, running for local positions, or if you know people that are suitable to fill these local positions, we have to do this.
That the U.S., which keeps asking for this temporary pause of anywhere from...
In that vein, I have actually helped a little bit because I helped convince. I'm not going to take full credit for, him deciding to go and do something.
2 days.
But I have a friend of mine that he ran for an uncontested position, so he's gonna win the election in November, no matter what. If he didn't already, I'm not sure if he won during the primary. No, because technically it was through the primary. No, so he goes to the general. But yeah, he ran for an uncontested local position, and he's going to be sworn in come next January.
So 3 days to 45 days.
Or is local positions a little sooner than that? Does anybody know?
They need it, or that the United States needs it. Like the sense is that the U.S. is exhausted, that Israel is exhausted, that it is firing off its ammunition and its defense measures at a scale that really wasn't contemplated by our kind of productive capacity. And so they want a break. And the Iranians are saying, we're not giving you a break. What we want is a permanent end.
Hi, chat. Hope you save some bottle caps for after Fallout.
And if you look at they
got rid of, that's the one thing Fallout fucked up on, bottle caps. That's insinuating that we still actually have, what? So we're supposed to survive on Mexican Coke and Warritos? As far as, what?
You keep seeing circulated this 10-point plan. This is what the Iranians have been putting forward for many weeks now.
Nah, soda tops, man.
And if you look at it, it actually, in significant ways, preserves the American dollar. It preserves American hegemony in a way
also, what up, Boof Dad?
That it's not obvious the U.S. can even get it militarily. In other words,
everyone's well today, as well as we can.
Let's say they
clearly. I think this might be the first time, guys. Can you guys y'all have watched me for a while? I know that, especially some of y'all in chat. Can you guys remember a time that a news story really impacted me like this? Like where I just fucking had a full-blown crash
up with
I'll just
some
own
type
it.
of
I did.
toll where they split the $2 million a ship or whatever, and they split it with Oman, but the strait is open. You still then have the capacity for oil to be sold in dollars, and for the U.S. to control kind of energy supplies and maritime shipping, which is the essence of the American empire. Like, that's it. And everything that we enjoy here in the United States rests upon that. The $40 trillion in debt is financed by the fact that the entire world uses the dollar. If the world stops using the dollar, then they stop buying treasuries. If they stop buying treasuries, the cost of our borrowing makes it impossible for us.
Is that what it's going to take? Is that what it's going to fucking take for the average American to wake the fuck up that things are not great?
Economy and society.
Because honestly, if that's what it takes, then fuck it. I want everybody to catch up to where the fuck I am.
That we have. It all crumbles down.
This is the curse about being too informed sometimes.
I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, wait, this is cool. Like, oil's going down, plastic is going down, like AI is going down, all the like worst things in the world are going down. Well,
it's not just one orange turd, dude. No, this was all set up for to benefit the Epstein class. I'm not gonna fucking mince words anymore and pretend that it's not this grand conspiracy that it always was.
Money also,
like I've been saying, I kind of do owe like the QAnon folk a little bit of an apology.
Finances, kind of clean energy and all, but also, yes,
a little bit, literally on that one alone. But even they got fucking lost. You know what? No, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm walking that back. No, fuck you. Fuck you. They're the ones who also fucked it up. Because again, they can't actually be effective. They didn't fucking do anything about this. It's not like what? The only thing they got is we knew this before everyone else. You didn't do shit about it. And now you're literally standing up saying, nah, it's not a conspiracy we thought it was because the guy that I supported happens to be at the head of it.
There's too much plastic in takeout, but there's also plastic everywhere.
Who cares?
Hospitals, fertilizer. Without fertilizer, you don't have food. So the entire, you get a massive just social collapse.
Actually, you know what? Right there. Okay. So plastic industry. All right. Well, no more plastic bottles. Good. To that point about bringing the bottle caps back. Maybe you guys are. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe we're going to be forced to bring back glass bottles because we can't fucking produce plastic.
And yes, okay.
I'm assuming that's part of Fallout. I don't watch Fallout. I don't play Fallout, so I barely know the lore.
Be less plastic in the ocean, but you'll also have
society,
famine,
civilization.
And it's not literal. I hate it or anything. It's just I never got into it.
Literal pan famine, like across the world. There is a way to transition away from some of the poisons and toxins that are in our world now. This is not it. I mean, this is a way to transition to something different.
That's the thing. And I don't think people again, for most people who are normally living about their daily lives, I really don't think they know.
You should watch the show. It'll feel more real than you want it to.
Know much about this war. I think
I would definitely play Fallout New Vegas. Brilliant game.
It's very
I'll check it out.
COVID-esque. I've compared it to February.
I'm literally back to playing Pokemon Yellow.
2020. Right now, let's speed it up. What was the day before the lockdown? It was like March 15th.
Mid-March.
2020.
Early March.
Honestly, and right now with the times we're living in, I'm happy with that level of escapism. You guys can sit there and play Fallout New Vegas and be like, oh, this is very parallel to what we're going through. Meanwhile, I'm fucking going to Pallet Town.
Online freaks like me had my mask, had my goggles, I'd already been wearing masks.
Stocked up on coffee and toilet
I
paper.
had emergency rations. I had it all ready to go. The vast majority of people, I remember I lived across from a bar. People were out at the bar and then lockdown.
Yeah, and I bet you fucking complained about them all the time saying, oh, yeah, the social degradation of America. These people having fun. They get drunk and they're so loud.
Literally the next day.
We need to ban all alcohol and ban anything that's fun because I don't like other people doing things that put them in a mindset of actually having fun.
And I was like, oh my God, they have no idea what is coming.
I had this crazy experience. I was like, Alzan,
yeah, that's what I've been saying too, though. This is why I think I am kind of having this moment where I'm just like, no, dude, this is so fucking bad. And like, again, most people are on their phones, which is insane. The fact that we are all on our phones all fucking day, and somehow America's still just like, don't know anything about it.
Costco, we like need all our crap.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's gonna be a madhouse. Right. And she calls me from there. She's like, there's nobody here. What do you like? I think you might be mentally ill. I was like, oh well.
That's how I feel. Like I
Yeah.
feel like everyone is going to wake up tomorrow, and that is how history happens. Like it genuinely does turn on.
It's almost like we lived through something like that, like COVID. It's almost like they shut everything down, and the next, like within a week, everything changed.
And then all of a sudden you are genuinely living in a new world. And just to show you all how close we are, I mean, this genuinely might be one of the most historic shows we ever do, considering, we're in an old world and tomorrow it might be a new world. So
touch my nicotine.
Here is Donald Trump. He laid out
Was he a smoker?
his full deadline yesterday from the White House podium. A1, let's take a listen.
Said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting, including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges.
8 p.m. to midnight Eastern time is definitely the time, I think, to be aware. That's when all of these strikes will be happening. I do think it is very important to note here that the maximalist positions, as you said, have not been backed down. Iran remains steadfast, as you laid out, and Jeremy, in their story. Look, we'll let you preserve the dollar, but we are charging tolls through the strait. We are making sure that you're not going to attack us in the future. There will be no temporary ceasefire. When the guns stop, they stop forever, and you will be paying us some sort of reparation. Now, we can fudge the way that reparation math.
They're willing to ditch the reparations if they can charge the toll.
I was going to say, so that we can fudge the math in terms of how that reparation gets paid. They either get to earn it or not. But this is on the brink of a literal, as the Trump said, a civilizational collapse in Iran, a country of some 94 million people. Trump was asked specifically about
a forced civilizational collapse, you numbnut.
Those tolls being charged. And ironically, while the rest of the world.
And honestly, do they not understand that if he does this, gloves are off? That means that Iran is going to start hitting the neighboring country. Again, dude, this is orchestrated by Saudi Arabia and fucking Israel and all the fucking superpowers that, whatever, man.
World is like, we need to establish freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz. He's like, well, instead of the Iranians charging a toll, maybe I will charge a toll. Let's take a look.
Oh, the hell?
Listen.
Are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them run. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where
he's so full of shit.
We'll charge.
Like, I'm sick of saying this, but this is just
charge tolls, okay?
What?
I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us.
So you can see what he's laying out there. And I do think, if we combine the civilization truth with what he said yesterday on the White House lawn, when he was asked specifically about whether he would be committing a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants, he called them animals. It links very directly with what you were
He's so clearly angry that people are starting to see through his bullshit.
Talking about with the civilization war, Ryan.
Well, again, he's clearly angry too, because every time that he tries to kneecap the fucking media, all they do is just ask basic questions, and then he's just like, you're a rude, ugly person. Next.
Let's take a listen, and I'll get Ryan's reaction.
Mr. President, how would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. I think it could be as much as 60. They kill protesters, they're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
Trump was asked about
Genuinely,
the war crimes.
I have such a fucking disdain for anybody that was there.
Questioned multiple times yesterday, brushed him off both, basically said, we can do whatever we want. That is true. You certainly can. But then, you know, the rest of the world, don't be surprised. How many strikes have we covered of the Iranians hitting, you know, Israeli location or something like that? Civilians are buried under the rubble. And then when the Israelis complain, people are like, really? You people are the ones to complain? I mean, you and I are horrified no matter what at the people, bodies getting dug out of the rubble, whether it's a Gazan, whether it's an Israeli, whether it's an Iranian, hopefully not in the future, a U.S. citizen. But this is the world that we're going to live in now. And it's not that there was a law constraining it. It's that the U.S. didn't operate this way specifically because, A, we didn't want it to happen to us. We wanted to make sure also that, you know, any allies or the way that wars and all of that would be fought to minimize explicitly some sort of cash, and also of the international picture. I don't think it's a surprise. Just yesterday, the UK announced they will not allow the use of any of their bases to be used for any strike on Iranian energy infrastructure. They're like, we will have no part in this whatsoever. This is not like Spain. We're talking about the United Kingdom. Literal
our special friend or whatever.
Of the United States.
Yeah, justifying killing civilians by saying they're animals is genocidal language. Notice now he's saying there were 45,000 people killed in the protest. He says maybe there were 60,000 people killed in the protest. This is just after he acknowledged that the U.S. sent in a lot of weapons to the protesters, trying to create the very thing that he is saying happened. The Iranians have put out the names of roughly 3,000 people, many of them, you know, police and security officials who died during those clashes. They say it's 3,000, and they say if you have names of people who died during those days, submit them to us, and we will add them to the list. Where are the names of these 45,000 to 60,000 people that he just keeps manufacturing?
Because he just... Do you understand how fucking stupid it is to sit here and analyze why he makes up the numbers he makes up?
In any event,
like every once in a while, guys like him, where it's just like, you guys overthink this. It's because he's dumb. He's a toddler-brained moron who constantly fucking makes shit up. You ever have like one of those like people in your life that fucking just constantly, you know, they lie about everything, like really stupid shit, like compulsive liars? That's what he is. He's never been checked on it. And he's not even good at it. That's part of the problem too.
To kill 90 or 100 million.
That's why they call it the most transparent fucking regime. Like administration, fuck this. It's a regime.
People are to destroy an entire civilization. The protests were centered around universities. Trump is blowing up all of the universities.
Yeah, great.
How does he even remotely begin to square that? I mean, he doesn't even try. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about.
No, but again, guys, I swear to fucking God. Like, we need to look back at what we did with Biden, and there are times where I'm just like, no, we should have just ignored his ass.
So Trump also, you want to roll A4?
I mean, I already did. I'm gonna just say it. I miss the days of old man Biden. I miss the days where literally the things that I was like, okay, what am I gonna wake up to? Did he stammer on something? Did he say corn pop? Did he smell someone? Like, did he smell a kid's hair?
Great. So this is Trump.
You have to admit that the hair smelling thing was a little weird.
Was something I laid out earlier. It's
so many people like came out and like defended it. I'm like, nah, that was fucked up.
Destroy your entire country. We're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages, and Iran is actually going to like.
Then we just ignore the fact that Trump has all these implications, and then he's also on video with his own daughter being weird as shit. He's on tape with Howard Stern talking about his own daughter being weird as shit. I mean, I said this yesterday. Go back. The grab him by the pussy thing. How was that not the end?
Like it. And he actually even at one point, I believe he said that the Iranians are actually asking the U.S. to keep bombing them. Let's take a listen.
You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure?
He's uncomfortable and he's impatient.
To cut off their power. Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to,
I think he's sick. Like, I really do.
And it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that.
I don't know. I'm going to go with the Midas touch thing. I think he is on his way out.
In order
Maybe that's why he doesn't care about any of this.
their freedom.
God, I can only hope.
The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and when...
Yeah, because you're full of shit. There isn't a single fucking person that actually said this, you monumental cocksucker. I can't stand them.
Hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people.
This hoax.
Oh, we got a geriatric fucking narcissist that is like hell-bent on taking everybody with them.
Is one which exists deeply in U.S. media. In fact, do you want to talk about the BBC thing? There's an unfolding scandal.
Oh, yes,
right now of the maybe we'll edit this in post, but it does matter just to show you the manufacturing consent, the way that this type of BS probably makes its way up to the president. But effectively, there was a quote in the BBC, and also we can verify here at Breaking Points. This is the second time such a thing has happened. Our friend Trita Parsi was actually on BBC and had multiple clips played to him of Iranians who were saying that they liked the bombing, and he called them out live on the air. He was like, guys, maybe that is a view, but to say that that's the only view in Iran is preposterous. And it does now appear that the BBC put a quote in one of their stories where they quoted some guy living in Tehran saying, quote, about them hitting energy infrastructure using an atomic bomb or leveling Iran. My honest reaction is that I am okay with all of these. The quote, after it was called out, was silently disappeared and then was replaced by something completely anodyne. And it is now appears they either fabricated it or they silently removed it. They have issued no correction. What's the new quote?
The new quote is, if attacking targets in the country brings down the Islamic Republic, I'm fine with that. Because
now you got BBC just fucking making up shit. Okay. That's literally the post-journal. Like, you guys want to fucking, like, you want to sue the fake news? Well, there's your first case.
If the Islamic Republic survives this war, it will stay forever.
Open and fucking shut case. Like, they didn't issue a retraction. It was obviously bullshit.
Yeah.
That's the new quote.
Okay. So that is not even remotely the same thing. And so that was either a paraphrase, a mistake. Is there an edit, by the way? Any sort of
paraphrase? What in the actual fuck, Sagar?
No, nothing.
So far, all they've done is silently edit it. Now, we're not, look, it's a minor, not minor. It's a big story, obviously. It's a scandal, I think, for the BBC. But the point is that this is how it works. Is you find these fringe actors. Remember that Afro woman who was on television who was like, please, Mr. President, keep bombing my country. And then was so upset whenever he did. And she was like, no, not like that. That's not what I meant. I just saw this morning
fuck them.
Advisor to,
those are the type of people that I don't feel bad for. I'm sorry.
Some analyst for Iran Internet.
Supposed to save them from their stupid brains.
National, some, monarchist is out there being like, Trump should nuke Iran. I mean, this is a sickness. Were there a Japanese, like, can you imagine in 1945 that there were like some Japanese American, he's like, please,
guys, just remember, I'm going to be live pretty much through all this.
President Truman, nuke my country. Like, you have to do it for the good of the Japanese people. This is a perverse, like, 21st century creation.
An even better example, a Pakistani friend of mine was just saying the other day, he's like, I think Asim Munir is a brutal dictator who kills innocent people in the streets, is dragging Pakistan, back into the past. There aren't enough adjectives for me to describe how I feel about that man and the military establishment that runs Pakistan. Never in his wildest dreams, he said, would he imagine urging other countries to bomb Pakistan. That's that I think sickness is right.
Literally, it's like a perverse.
Like how your mind even gets to that place is.
It's a mental illness. But the point about this mental illness is that this artificial.
Yeah, because this was all planned to create Literally, it's fucking WW3, baby.
Narrative
Like, we're in it.
has been elevated by
Like, now he's making other countries feel like, you know what, fuck it, we might as well. It's the same with China and Taiwan.
extremely
Like, guys,
fringe elements of the Iranian diaspora, which bubbles up to Fox News.
But watch, come June, somehow I'm wrong. Somehow economy fucking bounces back. World's at peace because you know what? He's the peace president. He actually did it.
BC, and
who knows?
And then this BS gets put in front of the president. And he's like, you know what? That's it. They want me to bomb them, right? This is how somebody psychologically can either say that the regime are animals, but I care about the
Snowman. What's up, man?
great people of Iran. Well, if you only talk to these 2% or whatever of, Iranians who live in like Los Angeles, and they're the ones who are telling you and encouraging you to keep bombing, this is the condition. And of course, in our media, the scandal of the BBC quote is effectively nothing. It's not like any of the media journalists or misinformation. Where are they? Where are you? Right? This stuff matters. It is literally being used to perpetuate potentially one of the worst bombing campaigns since the Second World War on an entire civilian population for nothing. At least Japan attacked us in World War II. Okay.
Yeah, and this brings us actually to the next element of our of this conversation.
Because I want to use a very mean word for Sagar.
Because if it was true that the Iranians were begging to be bombed, and because the bombs represent liberation, the way that the saga around the downed airmen played out would have been completely different. Instead, you have U.S. officials who have said everyone with a gun in Iran who was in range of us, and many people who weren't even in range were shooting at us.
Yes, that was a direct quote from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, is that everybody in Iran with a gun was shooting at us. Does that sound like a population that wants to be liberated? Oh, absolutely not. I've done a lot of reading. I recommend the most accessible book on the Second World War bombing campaign.
Have you read the book, How to Pull My Head Out of My Ass? You would definitely benefit.
From the U.S. perspective, the 8th Air Force Masters of the Air, they made it into a TV series. And they talk explicitly about how when these airmen would get shot down, they would often be, terrorized and, like, in some cases killed, U.S. airmen, by the German populace, because I forget the German word. They would call them it's like Terrorflieger or something like that. Terror flyers, because of the bombing campaign. And that was in a much more targeted bombing campaign by the United States, but they've been whipped up by the Nazi regime, and also, of course, by the bombing itself, to be like, you're the people who are bombing our cities into oblivion, and they would attack them. They would kill them.
Dresden.
Right. Well, that was a little bit later on. But my point is that even in the midst of all of that, of the vigorous attempts of the U.S. to try to bomb, railways or something.
People don't like being bombed.
Right. Yeah. People do not like to be bombed. And so it's the same scenario. Right? Vietnam, read the testimony.
Then you have all these assholes that are just like, collateral damage.
Any of these flyers shot down.
Saying this shit right before they go to their fucking next luncheon.
Who became POW in North Vietnam.
Think about it.
Very often the villagers would take them captive and turn them over and go on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. It'd be horrible for all of these people.
Because you can't sleep at night because of the fear and the sound of the bombing. They probably killed some people that you know.
Right.
So, and they're so distant from you, way up there in the sky. When you finally get them, like, oh my God, this is the person that is.
No, what we're saying is that this is absurd idea that they're wishing to be bombed. There's no.
You missed a good pep crash out.
Evidence of that whatsoever. Trump also
Sagar's too late to have these insights now. Yeah.
Just last thing here.
I absolutely hate this asshole.
Before we move on.
I hate him. I genuinely, if there's somebody that I hate in media, it's Sagar and Jetty.
These recent strikes by Karg Island, I do think it is just very important to lay out. We talked yesterday about what that rescue operation looked like. We don't know the full details. Remember, it's not like the U.S. military hasn't lied to us about Jessica Lynch or about Pat Tillman. So, for anybody saying that they always tell the truth, be around the block a little bit.
Or the Osama bin Laden raid, just filled with.
He literally said that he fucking did the Osama bin Laden raid.
Right. Even to this day, people are still litigating what happened on the bin Laden raid. So what,
by the way,
is important to say at the very least is you can look at it two ways. It's an extraordinary operation. We got our guy. Nobody was killed. Great. Also, several $100 million of aircraft. It took hundreds by the testimony of the president to be able to get these people out. It didn't go exactly to plan. There were significant amounts of enemy fire, helicopters, A-10s, and all of that shot down. And this is on the brink of potential ground operation that could be happening in Iran either tonight or sometime in the future. So let's take a listen, A9, please, of what the president said.
We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas. So we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's amazing.
155 aircraft, he said several.
Dumbest asshole on the planet.
Several hundred Americans were involved in this operation. So look, I mean, I tend to think it was a little bit of both, that they were both, battle testing.
Right.
So this potential
Seeing what they can
uranium
pull off. Yeah.
operation, seeing how many guys can we get down there? Can we get a forward refueling point? How many people, how long can we
Oh, we were multitasking. Great.
be on the ground, right? We have to go do it anyways. Let's try and do a little testing. And so you can see, while as well as it went from the tactical point of view, it also showed the many perils of what prolonged deployment deep inside of Iran could bring for all of us. And again, right before we move on to Karg, and let's just say, like, the civilization tweet, I don't know about you, Ryan. I've always been afraid Israel would use a nuclear weapon. When you read a whole civilization will die tonight, I'm not really sure you can rule it out. I'm being honest. Like, this is, even as far as upset as I am about this, I really did not fear a use of a tactical nuke until right now.
Yeah, and we'll talk about Tucker later. He's suggesting that Mark Levin is urging it.
Yeah.
And Mark Levin has been getting his way, every step of the way.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's just important to say, like, there's no such thing as a tactical nuclear weapon.
No.
It doesn't exist. A nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon, whether it's on an artillery shell or not. Once you cross that threshold, you've crossed it, and then it's over. I mean,
what a devious term. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've got North Korea with ICBMs. We've got all these other countries with ICBMs. They're going to be like, well, you did it. All right. So now that's just the reality of war. China, okay, tactical nuke. We're going to nuke Taiwan if you don't, peacefully reunify. I'm not saying they would do that. They'd probably be foolish to do so, but maybe they would be within their rights now. There's no rights. Everything is
thing
constrained.
called wind.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Of course. Radioactive fallout.
Like the Strait of Hormuz, as people love to say, it's not very wide. Yeah. You're going to put a nuke right there?
It's terrifying.
What if the wind is blowing west?
It really is. And just to see it, it's not just about crass. It's like, this is real. This 93 million people's lives who are at stake, and who even knows about what this will mean.
And who are offering a fine deal. Like, the deal's fine.
States. I know. That's the craziest part is, guys, take the deal. The deal before would have been better. It would have been better than the Iran deal. The deal now is better than whatever the hell this is. Can you imagine? If you collapse a civilization of 93 million, the refuge in Syria, how many people live in Syria pre-Assad? But
20 or 30?
Yeah, nothing, right? A third, something like that. And it caused the worst refugee crisis in modern history. Just destabilized all of Europe, changed the country of Turkey forever, demographically. Syria alone, I mean, God, think about what's happened to them. Yeah, ISIS, I mean, all of the fall, even Iraq was nothing compared to this. This really.
And if you have a famine in Africa.
Oh, man. Yeah. Libya, the gateway. All right, well, it looks like we'll, at the very least, we'll be here covering it with all of you. Okay, let's move on to Karg Island. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Okay. Can't really say what happened. Okay, yeah, today sucks. Okay. Yeah, that was my dad. He called me with some pretty fucking bad news. No, I'm not all good. Actually, that was wow. Hell of a time to get some news. I'm not going to be able to talk about this. So I'll just say this. I got some really bad news from my dad. Okay. Yeah, so just so you guys know, anytime that you see me like rush up with the phone like that, is usually because I have a pickup policy with my dad specifically. Whenever he calls, I pick up because yeah, for moments like that. Okay, here, let's do something. I gotta do something to get my fucking mind off this. I was actually going to go live like right after this, but I'm not sure if I can. Fuck. All right. All I can say is that something happened to somebody in my family, and it's even harder because usually I would let you guys know about something like this. Anyway, here. No, I know, guys. Here, Anna. Yeah, there's a few of you guys that I can tell, and no, it's okay. I'll be able to finish up the show. So, all right. Here we go. So, remove Trump is trending right now. All right, so we got Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for the 25th Amendment. 25th Amendment, not a single bomb is dropped on America. We cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness. Fox News sitting here just reporting it like it's whatever. Candace Owens, 25th Amendment needs to be invoked. He is a genocidal lunatic. Our Congress and military need to intervene. We are beyond madness. J.D. Vance doubles down on Trump's new post threatening a whole civilization will die tonight. Here's Piers Morgan. This is a brazen pre-admission to genocide against the Iranian people, which would obviously be a war crime. Madness. And here we go.
Prepared existential threat. How do we 25th Amendment is asked?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole world.
Yeah, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out.
Oh, yeah, it's the fucking Democrats. Shut the fuck up, Alex.
This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
Well, what's there going to be to take over in 2026?
Dude, go have another drunken crash out for real, you fucking embarrassment.
Or 2028, if this hits the fan. If we get it, he's threatening an extinction level event for the people of Iran tomorrow. Dude, does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that? If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break, there's other ways to do this. People need to just not just tell him.
By the way, guys, if I can't get on YouTube, what I'm going to do, I know that Alex is going to be hosting the slot for Movie Night Extravaganza. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go live on YouTube because YouTube is, full disclosure, YouTube's having issues as far as like going live, which not sus at all. Not sus at all. Trump literally threatens to commit a fucking genocide. No, we got to make sure that, nobody can go live with this. We don't want anybody to be informed about anything like that. That'd be too much. God, I really am turning into a conspiracy brain fucking lunatic at this point.
And the truth, like Susie Walsh said, it's time to just not. I mean, say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice president is an independent elected official. The same as legally and constitutionally, the only oath any member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community.
All right. Brian Krasenstein, if you don't already follow him, you should. Good follow. Trump says whole civilization will die tonight. This is literally genocide. What the fuck is wrong with him? I warned you all about this man. Midas touch, Midas touching. This is extremely sick. This is from Chuck Schumer. Another feckless asshole that's literally responsible for this. Okay, Rokana doing his little video. Great. Ilhan Omar, great. It's honestly more interesting when the conservatives go after it, because honestly, like, this is also part of it, where it's just like when you spend all your fucking time going after this asshole, it does kind of just not really resonate. Because again, not like they've done anything, not like they've run interference on anything. Bunch of useless assholes. Oh my God. All right. 25th Amendment, or 25th now is also trending. People are saying that we need the 25th now, but then you got buy the dip. Buy the dip. Fucking asteroid just hit us. Can we just... I hate this fucking world that we live in. I absolutely do. Buy the dip on Bitcoin. Okay. Crypto whales buy the dip, quietly accumulate for months, and let retail... I want it all to crash. I want it all to crash. I genuinely want it all to crash. I want everybody to, I'm at this point where it's just like, you know what? No, if the rest of us have to suffer, I want the entire, I just want at least everybody on the fucking same page, especially these cocksuckers. Sorry. Man, I was already in a bad place. And then, yeah, that news really did it. Sorry, guys. I do have to be coy about this. Not usually, and that's how you know that this is bad. Fuck. Giant Meteor 2026. Oh, if only. If only. I'm not even kidding. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. I don't. We live in the dumbest time. We really do. With the most serious shit happening. Like, do you understand how many people have just died on their phones just because they live on in another country? But again, they're just like us. You know, they're algorithmically cooked, and they're just sitting there like, this is just us. Like, oh, he said what again? Oh, hey, that's a cool. Hey, have you seen this video? Anyway, so here's the deal, guys. I'm going to be going live in probably in about an hour. I don't know. I'm kind of toying with going live like right after this. Like, that was the idea, was I was going to go live at 2, but yeah, I might have to. I don't know. Listen, just take care. Yeah, Natch, thanks, guys. No, thanks. Well, it's also that whole thing that I told you about yesterday. Remember, like, if I don't go live at a certain thing, you know. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do, yeah, screw it. I'm going to go live. I'm going to start up my stream. I'm going to put the waiting area up for a minute. It's okay. No, I understand. Thanks, guys. But I honestly think that I need to chill, and part of that is I need to get my mind off this, because again, I'm not really in a place to deal with it. Oh my fucking God. No, thanks, Anna. I appreciate it. Actually, Anna, I'll let you know, and I'll let my mods kind of know what's going on. But yeah, no, the show's gonna go on today. So come and join us over on my channel, Pep Talks TV, if you guys want to hang. We're gonna be going into this, like I said. You know what? Maybe I should just take like a half hour. Because anyway, I really appreciate you guys hanging out today. Thank you for being here through my crash out and all that. Because that's what it was. I know that I've overused it, but it's exactly what it was. I've kind of had it. And I think that it was a good time to have it. So, but I do appreciate you guys hanging out for this edition of PEPAGANDA. I will catch you guys tomorrow for prime time PEPAGANDA. And yeah, as I said, guys, come and join us for the live stream over on my channel, Pep Talks TV. We'll be getting high on politics. But until I see you guys there, I will catch you guys next time.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
The fact that you kept doing that in the 90s and 2000s and didn't offer a real alternative is the principal reason Trump became the president of the United States. Do you want to keep making that mistake over and over again? I hope not.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
I believe we've got Jared Abbott on the line now. Jared is the director for the Center for Working Class Politics. Jared, welcome back to the program. Thanks for talking to us.
Hi, it's great to be here. Thanks very much.
The Center for Working Class Politics, collaborating with Jacobin and Arizona State University's Center for Work and Democracy, released a new report last week titled Unions and Electoral Politics. Can union candidates make a difference? So the question in the title of the report kind of goes to, some of the answer to this problem. But the problem that you pose in the beginning of the report is that the proportionate value of union PAC dollars is decreasing. Less and less of a percentage, particularly of Democrats, of their campaign funding is coming from union PACs. Early, I think you in your graph started, I think, in the 70s or 80s or 90s, as much as 15% of all, Democratic PAC spending came from unions, and now it's much, much less. Talk to us about that trajectory and what it means and what it has meant for the labor movement's impact on electoral politics.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty stark. The percentage of PAC donations that went, the Republican side, it was always super low, and it remains super low. Not that there aren't union Republicans, there are some, obviously, and a few in Congress. But the percentage of all PAC donations coming from unions dropped from around 15%, as recently as the late 90s, to, like 3 or 4% today. And the vast majority of the reason behind that, though, is not because, union spending patterns are tricky, and that's something that we could talk about and what they choose to invest in and why. which candidates. But that said, the main reason why unions' impact as a share of overall spending has gone down is because of, you know, things like Citizens United and other policies that just open the floodgates to individual level, you know, donors and to all of these super PACs, so that we see not that unions have decreased their spending on candidates, but that they've been overwhelmed by spending from individuals and from all of these other, you know, super PACs, that they don't really have nearly the proportionate influence that they used to.
That kind of goes along with some New York Times reporting that in 2024, 20% of all political spending was done by billionaires, if I'm remembering that stat. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact stat, but it's a hell of a lot, you know, and they basically have unlimited resources, whereas labor, you know, even if they wanted to, you know, that they wouldn't be able to, even if they doubled or tripled how much they spend on elections, that still wouldn't, you know, put them in a position to, you know, well, that would help a lot actually, but it wouldn't dramatically change the field because these other folks have, you know, unlimited resources that they could just continue to spend more and more. You know, I mean, it's kind of crazy that the percentage of the amount of money that's actually spent on campaigns, like if you're from the perspective of a billionaire, it's like it's like a really efficient investment, right? I think I read somewhere, like I don't remember which cycle, maybe 2022, that more money is spent every year on Halloween candy than on elections. So if you're these big, you know, corporations and you're these billionaires and soon to be trillionaires, you know, increasing your investment in campaigns to make up for, you know, any kind of shift that anybody on the, you know, on the union side could muster, supposing they could do so, you know, would be trivial. So this is a big challenge, and it's why we're sort of talking about the need for alternative means of, you know, union influence in electoral politics.
Well, and you mentioned that, you know, if unions doubled or tripled their political spending, maybe that would help. You know, I don't think that you mean that as a prescription. But, you know, even if you doubled or tripled it as a percentage, that would go from 3 to 4% to, you know, at the top end, that would be 12%, which almost takes us to, you know, what I do not believe you would describe as a high watermark for union influence in 1990, right? And so,
well, you know, I mean, they were so powerful then that they were able to ensure that NAFTA didn't get passed, right? Oh wait, no, they weren't. Oh shoot,
exactly.
Yeah, so point taken.
Yeah, and so, you know, and you know, I have been kind of banging the drum a little bit. You know, I'm not aggressive about it, but I've been banging the drum about how, you know, the billionaires have basically unlimited resources, but every dollar that unions spend on politics is a dollar that does not get spent organizing or doing literally anything else. And, you know, I mean, I think that there are a lot of people that see how much money that the labor movement still invests in politics and really wonder, are we getting a return? Because we kind of have to get a return on our investment. And so are we getting that return on investment? And you know, that's maybe an open question. But you use this to talk about alternatives to, you know, trying to build union influence electorally beyond you know, beyond just money. And I actually think that, you know, if you go back to when unions had more electoral influence, you know, you look at the 40s and 50s and 60s, you know, I think that there was probably some of what you are proposing in this report. So can you take us through what are some of the alternatives that unions could look at as far as trying to increase their influence beyond just donating more?
Yeah. So, well, one point there to note, based on what you were saying around union spending in elections, is that, and the benefit or lack thereof that we get, and we talk about this in the report, is that when unions do spend on elections, they overwhelmingly spend on incumbents, right? They almost never spend money on challengers, on people that are trying to challenge the status quo. And if you're a union leader, I mean, that's, you know, I'm not trying to fault them in a sense. It's rational, right? You want to make sure that you have connections with legislators, and you want to, you know, keep those relationships strong. And incumbents are overwhelmingly likely to win every election, right? 96% or whatever, you know, of incumbents win their election. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's ludicrous to do that, but on the other hand, it makes it so that unions aren't playing the kind of role in this, what I think, especially in this cycle, we're seeing so many more working class candidates, you know, that are getting attention. We're seeing so much more talk about economic populism, and unions should be the center of that, but they're not. And you know, and that's a problem in terms of how they're spending money. But apart from that, what are some of the alternatives? We're not saying, well, the main alternative we talk about in this report is let's get more union members to run for office. That's essentially it. We're not trying to say that there aren't other mechanisms. And in fact, another really important one, which we don't talk about, but there's a great report you can find online by some folks at the Center for Work and Democracy at Arizona State, which is ballot initiatives, right? You can get ballot, unions can pour way more money than they do into getting minimum wage hikes passed in red states, right? Where you could never do it through the state legislature because it's too Republican, but where taken out of the partisan context, most people would vote for, you know, a higher minimum wage or stronger labor protections, or, you know, you name the more progressive issue. So that's really important. And we're not trying to say that that's, you know, not a really, really key factor. And there are others as well. But we're talking about union candidates. And what we found is when we talked with a bunch of, you know, folks who have come out of the labor movement who have run for office and become candidates, we found that, you know, they kind of have a unique value added in all kinds of ways in terms of being effective representatives for working people and for unions and labor in particular when they get into office. And we found that, you know, reflected time after time in the interviews that we did. And then we also did a quantitative analysis where we went back over the past, you know, 20-ish years, and we found all of the candidates and all of the people that were elected to Congress who had a union background of any kind. And we mean that kind of loosely, right? Like if you had ever kind of been a member of a union, or, you know, even if you're like an honorary member, like, so, you know, so it's not like these are like strict, like, you know, been in a union, been a leader for their whole life. We're trying to think about it pretty broadly. And we found very clear evidence that people that come from unions are just more likely to advocate for working people, to advocate for progressive economics than people who don't. And the reasons are pretty obvious, right? They've been socialized to think in terms of solidarity and in terms of workers' rights. And on the other hand, they often have very strong ongoing relationships with people in the labor movement so that they catch a lot of hell if they screw up. You know, I always give this is kind of an extreme example, but I always give the example of Evo Morales, who was once the president of Bolivia. And, you know, they're sort of famous, at least for a time period, of being a place where, you know, there was this kind of really balance between, you know, the unions on the one hand and the political party on the other hand. And the unions really had a lot of influence and power. But Evo was both the president and also the leader of about 6 unions at the same time. So every month he had to go back home to, you know, where he was from, out in a different part of the country, and he had to get yelled at by all of his union brothers and sisters about stuff that he was screwing up. Like, that's the kind of idea, right? There's a connection there, which means that these candidates have both the socialization and the incentives because of their social networks and who they rely on to get reelected, because unions do support union candidates pretty strongly, and they provide not just monetary resources, but they provide lots of, you know, ground support for sure, and they provide a lot of, you know, member to member organizing around elections, which is really critical, especially in union dense places where union candidates run for office. And we found overall that if we had more union candidates that were running, you know, we could have better tribunes for working class and union politics in office without necessarily spending much more money overall.
You know, I mean, there's so much there to there's so much there to talk about. I mean, it seems really intuitive to people that that are kind of in the movement, I think, and there is, I think there's a lot to say about the social circles that people are in influencing the way that they act in office, which is their job. You know, if you are a guy that comes out of, you know, entrepreneur spaces, even if you're, you know, a quote unquote good Democrat and you want, you know, kind of generally pro working class or, you know, redistributive measures, you know, you come out of an entrepreneur social circle, you're fraternizing with business types, your level of connection and genuine interest in it is just kind of necessarily different than somebody who comes off of the shop floor or, you know, whose social circles are union members and labor leaders. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I couldn't agree more. And we posed that question to a lot of the people we interviewed about like, okay, like we interviewed a city councilor, this great socialist city councilor in LA. His name's Hugo Soto Martinez. And he basically, we're like, the whole city council in LA is like, well, not the whole, but so many of them are like progressive Democrats, right? And I was like, so why does it matter if you're a union guy? And he said, well, it matters a lot because everybody in a place like LA is very progressive. Everybody's going to tick the boxes saying that they support X, Y, and Z things, but he's the one as the union guy who gets asked to talk about these issues. He's the one that has the ability to talk about them in organic ways that are really compelling. And also he's the one who at the end of the day is going to prioritize, among a list of many, many issues that are all important. He's the one that's going to prioritize the union working class issues over other issues because that's where he comes from. That's his background. And so people said that again and again, that being a good Democrat and having, you can have the exact same score on AFL-CIO, right? But the union Democrat is still going to be a stronger one for working people than their comrades. Not always, of course. And on the other hand, Ronald Reagan was a union leader, right? Does that make him a great president? Right. Obviously not. So we're not trying to say that this is a universal, factor, but in general, we find that, when folks come from a union background and they have that experience, it's more likely to make them stronger advocates for working class and union communities.
It is a big old bummer that the only two union members to have been presidents were both Republicans, Reagan and Trump. Just real big bummer. But, I think that the analysis still stands. I mean, those just happen to be two very big outliers. Did your report go into at all any of the any sort of electability analysis? A union member compared to a non-union member, all else equal, are people generally, you do say in your report, union members are significantly more likely to vote for a fellow union member over a non-union member, all else equal. But what about the population generally? Are union members themselves, all else equal, more electable?
So the problem with answering that question and why we didn't focus on it in the report is that there just aren't enough of them that have run to allow us to do, like a rigorous quantitative analysis, because actually figuring out what is the effect of having a union background is pretty difficult because there's so many other things that also matter. And so the best way that I could respond to that is in other research that we've done and that I've done with my colleague Fred DeVoe, we've done that kind of analysis for working class candidates, those with a working class background, of which a vast majority of union candidates are also working class background, although not all of them. And what we found there is that in general elections, union candidates are actually, working class candidates are no more or less likely to win elections than anybody else in general, even though they also have serious disadvantages compared to other types of candidates. Like they tend to have, lower fundraising capacity. They tend to have, their social networks are more limited in terms of, getting endorsements from important, people in the community and in the country, et cetera, but they still do just as well. And really crucially, we find that among working class voters, working class candidates perform substantially better. And that's the message that I think Democrats in swing states and Democrats in heavily working class districts and states need to hear, is that when you are in a place, like think about a Dan Osborne in Nebraska, right? Working class union guy, he's in a state that's overwhelmingly non-college educated working class. And in a state like that, he's going to do better than somebody who's just like him, except they don't have, in terms of policies, but they don't have the working class background. So in short, we can't really answer that exactly for union members, but we can answer it for working class candidates who are very highly correlated with union candidates. And we find that if you want to get more working class support, you should have more working class candidates. And I think the same applies with union candidates.
The Center for Working Class Politics, your definition of working class kind of ties in income and occupation. It's not a strictly kind of Marxist definition of working class, i.e., do you work for your money or do you own for your money? Like, I don't think that you would count in your analysis an NBA player as working class. It's a little bit, kind of measuring the cultural affectation as well. If you could give us exactly how is it that y'all define working class, and then further, it's the position of the Center for Working Class Politics that Democrats do need to focus on winning majorities and ideally big majorities of the working class as so defined, rather than kind of adventuring into getting, losing blue collar workers and picking up suburban moms, right?
For sure. I mean, if you just want to get a basic sense of it, it's that now very infamous Chuck Schumer quote, right? That for every working class person that we lose in Beaver County or in post-industrial Western PA, we're going to pick up 3 in Bucks County or in the Philly suburbs. Like that is the opposite of what we believe. And when it comes to how do we define working class? I don't have any kind of like religious faith in one definition or anything like that. I think we just kind of have different, we use income and education as reasonable proxies. We use, occupational categories. Every survey we do, we ask people what their job title is, what industry they're in, and we match that with, like thousands of census codes. And then we can basically, aggregate that in different ways. And, there's not a clean version of this, right? What you think of the working class is inherently going to be a political question, right? And you're going to have a certain perspective on that based on, your idea of working class strategy. But basically, yeah, that's what we tend to go with is we have income and education, because many surveys, that's all that they ask about. But where possible, we try to use occupation so that we can see gradations, across different sectors, in the labor force. And yeah, we don't use the strict Marxist definition because we don't think that that's particularly discriminating in terms of understanding the work life of different people and how that may affect the way that they vote. Not to say that there aren't positives of doing that, but we think analytically that doesn't really get at some of the key sort of tensions and cleavages in American politics. So in short, working class working class voters are so important because they're the ones that have the material interest in the things that we as, progressives and socialists and union people that we all want to see. And we cannot rely, even if it were possible, which it's not because the population is too small in many swing states, we cannot rely on an increasing share of, professional, managerial, and, upper middle income people to make up for the progressive losses that we're getting from, workers going to the Republicans. The math just isn't there. But even if it were closer, we would still have the problem that materially working class people are the ones that are going to benefit from these sorts of policies, and they're the ones that are going to fight for them, and we need them at the core of our constituency. So we don't need just a majority of working class voters. If we want to actually have the society that we want, the one where working people really come first, we need an overwhelming majority so that we can do the things in Congress that haven't been feasible since the New Deal, and that we're a long way from that. And we think that the union candidate focus is one small but important piece of that larger puzzle.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tvlr.fm/donate.
Why do you think it is that the Democrats were so willing to move away from fighting for supermajorities of working class people, even though the Democrats as an institution were by far the largest beneficiaries of supermajorities of working class support in this country's history? There's never been a more kind of definitionally working class supermajority than the New Deal coalition. And it has always, as somebody who's kind of been paying attention to politics for the last 10 years, it's kind of flummoxed me the willingness with which so many Democrats, threw that away.
Yeah, that's a long and complex history, and you could have 20 different people on to talk about that. Who have really interesting, variants of the story. But my sort of basic take on it is that it was just kind of, there's a lot of different aspects of this, but I think a crucial part of it is that Democrats just convinced themselves that they needed to moderate on many issues because they had sort of bought into this increasingly consensus idea that the tax and spend period of the New Deal and all the inflation from the 70s, that we just had to have an alternative, and the Democrats needed a new brand, and they increasingly focused on what was the third way, which eventually became Bill Clinton, and that's what we were basically stuck with, more or less up until I would say the Biden administration, who in important ways moved away from that. Not enough by far, but still in important ways in terms of talking about industrial policy and putting workers first, at least in certain ways. And so I think it was a matter of just short-term tactical thinking that we know if we just do some kind of political triangulation in the short term, we might be able to, like in, let's say 1992, or after they had the historic defeat, disastrous defeat in 1988, with a more liberal nominee, then Clinton comes in and he says, look, we're not trying to get 65%, 60%. We just need to win. And, they started to think in terms of short-term tactical coalitions. And that's where they've been, with the exception of, Obama's first term, that's essentially where they've been ever since. And the risk of putting their faith in a longer-term realignment strategy to build a future for working class people that has an expansive progressive economic populist element, they're so afraid that that's going to make them lose elections in the short term that they just keep over and over again just going back to the center. And we see this already with all of these like third way reports that you might have been reading about, or these different postmortems of the 2024 election saying all we need to do is talk a little bit more about in a folksy style, and we need to moderate on some hot button cultural issues, and then we're going to pick off a few of these independents, and then we're going to be good. It's like, well, you might win an election doing that in this year, but the fact that you kept doing that in the 90s and 2000s and didn't offer a real alternative, that to me is the principal reason why Trump became the president of the United States. And do you want to keep making that mistake over and over again? I hope not.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that there has been, there's been so much kind of ping ponging back and forth between Republicans and Democrats, and ultimately neither party has, in a way that, the Reagan coalition or the New Deal coalition really fundamentally changed the structure of American society. Neither coalition has done that, and there's not been very much interest in doing that, particularly on behalf of working people. We could argue that potentially Trump's second term is embarking on a project that would do that. But you mentioned Third Way. They've got a memo out based on their polling where they try to make the case that fighting against the rich is not all it's cracked up to be, and that rather, you should focus on fighting for affordable health care or this or that or the other thing, rather than naming and blaming class enemies. But you don't share that perspective. You think that having an enemy is actually a pretty important piece of the puzzle to a supermajority politics.
I do. And I think that it's not, there is one wrinkle here, which I think is valid, which is that I don't think a lot of working class people, and people in my own family that I know, I could hear them saying this. I have heard them say this, like, they don't necessarily hate people for being billionaires per se. They want to, if they got rich, they'd be happy. And, they want to have more stuff, and they're not against capitalism per se, or, even against billionaires. So there is a way in which you need to be careful how you talk about billionaires. But what they don't want and what they really hate is that these billionaires are rigging the system against them, and that they are benefiting at the expense of everybody else. And so that is fundamental, that distinction between, why are we all suffering and who is to blame for this and how are they benefiting while we're not? Our research has shown that is a much more powerful framing than either, like sort of what Harris tried to do in 2024, which was like, there's a few bad guys out there, but basically corporations are fine, whatever, or even more away from our perspective being like the third wave that you mentioned of let's just fight for and not against. Do we need to fight for as well? Absolutely. That's these are two sides of the same political strategy, but without making people see that we feel their pain and that we understand how pissed off and dejected they are about how American politics has just left them behind. And it's not just the billionaires, it's also the politicians, right? And I think people on the left are too focused on the economic villains who are critical, obviously fundamental, but the politicians are, they're the ones that are making all this happen too. And working class people are just as pissed off, if not more, about corruption in Washington as they are about the billionaires. So you need to have both of those villains. But to say that you shouldn't attack villains, I mean, I'm sure that they have some polling that shows that there's certain frames, that work in that way and this way. And I'm not saying they're lying about anything in any way, but our research doesn't point in that direction, with a slight wrinkle that I said you don't want to necessarily vilify people just for being rich, because I don't think that a lot of working class people relate to that in particular. But do you want to vilify them for screwing you over and rigging a system so that they can't have the quality of life that their parents and grandparents had, and that they don't know what their kids' future is going to be like because we're handing this country over to these tech trillionaires and AI? Yes, that pisses them off. And if we don't talk about that, we're in big trouble.
One thing that one of your colleagues at the Center for Working Class Politics mentioned in a response to this memo was that that question in particular pitted the two against each other, as if you can't fight against billionaires and for affordable health care at the same time, which I thought was a pretty funny kind of false dichotomy, and actually I'm not aware of any candidate or politician or media figure who everything that they do is I hate billionaires. I'm going to tax billionaires into oblivion. No more billionaires. Nothing else. And that's all. Nobody does. Like, that's not a thing that anybody does. They say, I'm going to tax billionaires. Maybe they'll say billionaires shouldn't exist. Billionaires are a policy failure. But it's all because I want to make better things for working class people, and the fact that we have billionaires is an impediment to that, and so we got to get rid of them specifically for the good things, and so it was a pretty funny attempt to create this false dichotomy, I think.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree.
All right, well, we've been talking about the value of having an enemy, the value of working class candidates and union candidates in particular. You talk about how union experience makes candidates and elected officials more effective legislative strategists, better coalition builders. You talk about how union members shift the agenda toward labor. We've been talking. You talked a little bit about how in LA, maybe the voting record is going to be the same, but who is going to be the person that puts the pro-worker thing on the agenda? It's going to be more likely, a union member is more likely to have the initiative to go and do that. It makes them more focused on labor issues, all of this. And so lots of really good stuff from being a union member, and then more generally having a working class background. But, you said that one of the reasons that it's difficult to answer the question of electability of union members is because there are just so few union members out there that are running for office. Why is that the case, and how can we fix that?
It's the case because of, recruitment issues, that there's, when people go to find candidates, they are often just looking for people in their networks, right? And political strategists that, are trying to recruit candidates, they're probably not in general super likely to go have a beer with their union brothers and sisters down at the bar, right? Those are not the people that they're hanging out with. Those are not the people that are in their circles. And so they just don't think about recruiting those sorts of folks. And so who would think about recruiting them? Well, unions. Do unions recruit union people? Well, yes, some of them do. And we talked with some folks from numerous states that are really focused on union recruitment of union candidates, and they run a pretty effective union and working class candidate training programs. and they've had some real results. The most impressive one is New Jersey, where they've run a union candidate training school for, I don't know the exact number of years, but like 20 some years. And they've literally gotten hundreds of union people elected to office, and they start them at the city council level or the borough level or whatever. And then a lot of those guys work their way up to the state house. And then, in limited cases, they've also had folks that made it to the House of Representatives. And we see something similar to that in Maine, where they have a pretty strong union candidate training program, and we now see the gubernatorial candidate is himself a union guy, Troy Jackson, right? He's a really impressive candidate, union member, and union activist. And so there are examples like that of unions doing a pretty good job of trying to find conscientiously recruit more union people. But when you talk with the AFL-CIO folks that sort of try to coordinate some of these efforts at the national level, they say perfectly reasonably, we have kind of bigger fish to fry. Basically, we want that too, but we need to focus on winning elections, and the stakes are very, very high, and oftentimes union candidates don't have the kinds of they just can't fundraise in the same way that other candidates can, and we just can't take a risk on candidates that can't self-finance. And so on the one hand, I think that's understandable, because they're just trying to keep their heads above water and stop things from happening that are even worse than that are currently happening. But on the other hand, it's not showing a lot of vision, right? And we had one former representative, Andy Levin from Michigan, House member, who said something along the lines of like, if they just spent like 3% or 5% of the money that unions spend on elections right now, investing in more union candidates, the returns on that could be fantastic. Mm-hmm. And maybe, I don't know what, but they're not doing that. And so I think that's what we hope that we can get out of this is more attention paid to the need to divert some resources to more conscientious candidate recruitment, so that across all 50 states, we have union candidate training programs, and especially in those places where Democrats really face uphill battles in elections, those are the places where union candidates are going to be the most important, because they have such strong ties to communities and they're seen as such organic and authentic candidates in general. And so we're going to be hosting an event soon with some of the people that were involved in the report, with union members and people from state feds coming on talking about their experiences, and just to sort of spread the word about this and hope that we can move the needle a little bit in the years ahead.
Jared Abbott works for the Center for Working Class Politics. He is the director. Thank you so much for taking the time. I've really enjoyed the conversation. Is there anything else that you wanted to leave us with before we let you go?
But I think you've heard my weird hoarse voice enough, and I really appreciate you the invitation. And I also really enjoyed listening to your previous conversation. That was really, really well said. Thanks again.
Really appreciate your time and look forward to having you back on.
All right, take it easy. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye. All right.
Yeah, definitely encourage folks to check out that report. And I would love to see union candidate training programs in all 50 states. Wow.
You know what? There is a union member that's running for office that we know. You remember Bo Hawk?
Yeah.
He's running for mayor of Knox County.
That's great.
And he's already got the endorsement of the Central Labor Council and the building trades, as well as a couple of other unions he only endorsed 2 weeks ago. And I went and looked up the last election. That's where Kane is the mayor currently.
The wrestler?
The wrestler, yeah.
Okay.
So he's term limited out. So it's now open. So he's running against a non-incumbent Republican. He's running as a Democrat. And Kane only won his election by 10 points, 55-45. And so, I think that the election is in August. So it's a special election in a midterm year, so going to be low turnout. It's generally a very, very bad year for Republicans. I think the average swing in all these special elections has so far been like 10 points. Taylor Remmett, the union member who won a state Senate district in Texas, swung it by 30 points. Won the district by 14 points that Trump had won only 12 months ago by 17 points. And, so I think that Beau is really well positioned to become the mayor of Knox County in August. So, it's super, super excited. We're obviously going to have him on the show at some point. Somebody did ask him, there was a TikTok person who who was like at one of his rallies or something and asked him if he's going to take AIPAC money, which I don't know why AIPAC would get involved in the Knox County mayor race, but nevertheless, he said no, he would not take AIPAC money. So yeah, I'm really excited for this campaign, and I think he's going to win. I think he's going to win.
Yeah, and that also speaks to running for local offices, because I think that is a great way for folks to get started. I have run into a lot of folks over the last 15 years or so I've been in politics who decide on a whim, sometimes after a lot of deep thought and prayer, but sometimes on a whim, people are like, oh, I want to get involved. Things need to change. I'm going to run for office now. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, what are you going to run for? Congress, governor, president, that's how you're starting. You're going to start. I'm not opposed to it if you can do it, but there is something to be said for kind of working your way up and building your resume, building your credentials and experience and relationships. Mm-hmm. And just on a practical matter, it's probably going to be easier to win a city council or a county commission or school board race on a off year or in a off month where you're going to have 10-20% turnout. Right? A 10-20% turnout election, a very motivated group of volunteers can make a hell of an impact. We have seen in Huntsville city politics, Huntsville is now the biggest city in the state of Alabama. And over the last, 10-15 years, I've been tracking politics in Huntsville. There have been quite a few instances of, grassroots candidates, more populist candidates upsetting the establishment. And, despite being outspent, despite, all the, official organizations and PACs and all that being lined up against them, it's been possible. And it's because, again, it's low turnout. And if you can get a clear message out there, and that folks who are motivated for change are going to show up, oftentimes they're going to show up more than folks who are motivated to keep the status quo. Right. And that's something I actually told a potential candidate in the last week. The reality is in a low turnout local election, the turnout of your base is so critical. And theoretically, you would imagine most times people who want change are more motivated to go vote than people who are just motivated to keep it the same. Mm-hmm. And so now that doesn't necessarily track with incumbent success rates, right? Incumbents are very successful, as Jared pointed out, but there's potential there. So I would encourage more unions to be involved in local politics and state level politics, to be involved in directly training candidates, recruiting candidates. We need folks from our movement out there on these in these races, local especially, but anywhere we can contest. I think that's important, and it's good experience. And I think that, so some of the points y'all made in the conversation earlier, labor movement folks are going to come at it with a different network, a different perspective than the typical businessman or lawyer for businessman. Because that's pretty much, at least, down south, a lot of times that's our choice. Do you want the lawyer or the business guy? And they work with each other, but do you want one of those two, basically? Every now and then you might get a cop.
Yep.
That's about the diversity of it. So authentic working class candidates, I think, go a long way. I am glad to see more working class candidates on the ballot in Alabama in 2026. It looks like there are more choices. There's more choices, period. There's more candidates on the ballot than there has been in some time. But, I've encountered more than one candidate who is just a legit working class person, and is not, trying to get rich, not trying to, be corrupt or anything like that. They're just a regular person who wants to make things better and represent their community. So, I think it's true that, conventional wisdom is like, if you can't raise money, you shouldn't run for office. But if you have a base, if you have a community, I think that is a potential. And so, I think there's always potential. Oh, Steve mentions in the chat, military folks running. Yeah, there's lots of that. Especially like I've noticed the trend of like CIA folks.
Yeah.
It's a little scary.
Yeah, lots of CIA people, lots of CIA Democrats.
Right. There's a difference between just a veteran.
Right. Yeah.
And
a rank and file
retired CIA. Rank and file veterans, good for them. And in fact, I met with a candidate in Alabama not too long ago who is a veteran. And we had a great conversation about the VA and, trying to defend the VA against privatization. So that, great opening, great conversation, very pro working class person. But yeah, the trend of these national security types getting into office is very concerning. Like you were saying, Jacob, if Democrats want to just look at when were we most successful as a party, well, it's obvious it was the New Deal era.
Right.
And there's obviously vested interest against keeping that from returning.
Yeah.
A lot of politicians are more interested in their donors than they are their constituents, regardless of what party they're in. So that's always something we've got to deal with. But it helps when it's people from the unions that we have relationships with that we can help hold accountable. Because if they do cross us, right, it's a little bit easier to deal with it.
Yeah.
I'm appreciating the report, and I really do hope that folks from the AFL-CIO and the big wigs in the union movement are reading this stuff and listening to this, because that is an opportunity, right? You could have taken just a thimbleful of what was given in the 2024 elections to set up these programs, these candidate training programs, and it would have a multiplier effect.
Right.
And you have to have some kind of like long-term strategy beyond just cycle to cycle. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do the regular thing. If you feel it's important to back the incumbent and keep the relationship, I understand on a practical level how that may make sense sometimes, but yeah, we've got to be putting in the work to build long-term power and to get more folks like us in office, because I'm sorry, I'm not interested in more elites, no matter what color the party, no matter like what team they're claiming, even if they say a lot of the right things, honestly. You ain't like us.
Right.
I'm sorry. If you're some millionaire, billionaire, or lawyer or crony of a millionaire, billionaire, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Now, if you're a labor lawyer, that's different.
Yeah.
If you fight for the people, that's different.
Yeah.
If your career is fighting for the people, and that is something I think that is an advantage for union candidates, because they have literally volunteered their time to help their comrades, to help their brothers and sisters on the job.
Right.
Whereas, frankly, you look at a lot of these candidates, and when they talk about their background, it's usually, some kind of entrepreneurial stuff like, oh, let me tell you about this product I created or this company I started, or, this big title I held. And I want to know that you're about the people, you're listening to people, because, I try not to be a Puritan on electoral politics. You're never going to get exactly what you want out of that. But if the candidate is willing to listen and can be persuaded, can be pressured to do the right thing, that's what I look for. And it's going to be easier with union candidates, to find someone who can listen and who can be pressured to do the right thing. And even with those folks, you're going to have to pressure them to do the right thing sometimes. There's a lot of... I run into a lot of like progressives and liberals who are theoretically pro-labor, pro-union. They will say some of the right things, but they're not willing to really hold people in their party accountable. Like everything's always the Republicans' fault. And sometimes that's not always the case. Sometimes it's both parties' fault, right? Or sometimes it's the other party's fault, right? You have to be willing to be honest about stuff like that. And I've seen that in Alabama politics with the legislature. Like, let's not be naive and pretend that Alabama power only has influence with the Republican Party. Come on now.
Yeah, right.
You know, and that's just one example. But yeah, loving this stuff coming out of the Center for Working Class Politics. They've put out some really great reports over the last year or two.
Yeah.
You know, I really enjoyed the one about independent candidates. And I know the conversation we had with Jared this morning was mostly on Democrats, but there's a lot of potential for independent candidates, in my opinion, especially areas here in the South where the Democrats have pretty much given up anyway. Or even if they haven't given up, they're not really doing much effectively. I think there's real potential with that, and I hope to see more people run as independent candidates. I know ballot access is really tough, but if you can build your base enough to get on the ballot, you have the potential to really do something.
Is cozying up to Republicans. It's pretty clear this isn't just about going with pro-labor politicians. This is a move from the Democrats to the Republicans.
317 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, y'all. It's the Heartland Teamster. I just wanted to call in. I work Saturdays, but I'm off this Saturday, so I wanted to call in, and I saw your guys' sort of special about Sean O'Brien, and I wanted to call in, sort of just voice my disappointment with the union overall, from the presidency on down to the shop floor. You know, Sean O'Brien is cozying up to Republicans. It's pretty clear that this isn't just about going with pro-labor politicians. This is a move from the Democrats to the Republicans. Otherwise, you know, he would be talking to actual pro-labor types like AOC. You know, he was on his podcast Better Bad Ideas, which is just an embarrassing, you know, I mean, every time an episode comes out, it just gets worse and worse. But he has a podcast where he and a couple of other Teamsters are going after Mom Donnie before the mayoral election, you know, and it's like,
well, he did a podcast literally with Andrew Cuomo.
Right. So this is, and it's like, if you know anything about these centrist Democrats, you know, they are not pro-labor. The pro-labor Democrats are the Mom Donnies and the AOCs, you know. But you know, this guy, he's talking about, Republicans, you know, the Trump administration. I've gotten things from the Trump administration, and it's like what? Like some low-level flunky, like, you know, saying like, hey, we should support the Railway Labor Act, you know, and it's all the Republicans he's hanging out with aren't even supporting the Railway Labor Act. It's the Ohio Republicans that are supporting the Railway Labor Act. I mean, obviously, right, because it's a big deal for their constituency. You know, but you've also got the joint council, the two joint councils down in Texas supporting Greg Abbott, who has done nothing for Teamsters. Actually, he has made it easier for automated platooning is what they call it, and it's where there's a driver in one truck and there's an automated truck behind the driver, right, pulling another trailer. They made it easier to test that out on Texas highways. And when he was Attorney General, I think it was, anybody can correct me in the chat if they know, but I think it was when he was the Attorney General, they made it harder to collect dues out of the paycheck for public workers. So you're down here supporting, and it's this Teamsters versus everybody mentality where we're circling the wagons around our own union. And it's like on the shop floor, when you're organizing a shop, And I used to before I was in the Teamsters, I was a SALT for SEIU, and I worked with Unite here. And when you are organizing a shop and you have one person support the boss out of fear or personal benefit, that makes the whole campaign weaker. It's the same thing in the labor movement, where a union, where they're supporting the boss's representative in government, which is Donald Trump, which is Greg Abbott. That's the boss's representative in government. There's no denying it. And if you try to argue otherwise, I mean, you look like a fool.
Yeah.
But when one union,
I mean, look who
breaks
was at
with
the
rest of
inauguration,
labor
right?
Movement, right. But when one union breaks with the rest of the labor movement, it makes the labor movement weaker. And if we're not together as a labor movement, I mean, we talk about taking on Amazon. We need SEIU to take on Amazon Health. We need UFCW, as broken as they are, to take on the grocery side of Amazon.
Right.
You know, we're not going to take on this behemoth alone, and we're out here siding with Greg Abbott against, you know, TSEU, which is CWA's Public Employees Union in Texas. We're siding against the academic workers that Greg Abbott is actively attacking, and we're making the labor movement weaker.
Hey, 5 seconds. Just wanted to say that this is only possible because of our donors. If you want to see more of this, then consider donating yourself at tblr.fm/donate.
I want to ask you a question on this because I mean I'm very, very sympathetic to that, but you being in the heartland, me being in Alabama, us broadcasting all across the South, you know, I mean there just as a matter of fact, there are lots of conservative working people and union members. And I was in a meeting the other day with a worker at Toyota in Huntsville who said that you know, he supports the UAW and he wants to organize, but he said that he feels that the UAW being so political hurts the campaign, or being quote unquote so political, which I don't even perceive the UAW as quote unquote so political. You know, I mean, you look at their social media feeds, you look at their press releases, you know, I mean, very, very little actually as a percentage of it is political, quote unquote, or partisan. It's all about workers. It's all about the campaigns, you know, stuff like that, or individual pieces of legislation. So, you know, my thought was, I think that's kind of cope. I think that there are people who are just kind of, who are scared, rightly, of potentially organizing and, you know, and the boss and the boss's power over them. But they're reaching for maybe more culturally acceptable reasons to back out of a campaign. And a culturally acceptable reason to not support a union in Alabama is because you don't like Kamala Harris. That's kind of how I feel about it. But I don't know. I've been trying to ask people who have like shop floor experience and are constantly talking to workers about this. I mean, is there like a colorable argument that by, you know, some, especially if it's token, you know, talking to Republicans, maybe you pacify some sector of the Republican or conservative membership in a way that might be able to make it easier for them to unite with the rest of the membership on actual union campaigns? Or, you know, I don't, what do you make of that?
Well, I think the big issue is that we don't talk about broader politics outside of labor politics. You know, nothing happens in a vacuum. Labor politics happens alongside the national politics, the state politics. And I think we do a poor job on the shop floor and as far as leadership is concerned when it comes to educating members about politics, right? So you see a lot of unions just in lockstep with the Democrats. Oh, we're going to support Kamala Harris. Oh, we're going to support Joe Biden because he said some nice things and went to a UAW picket line once, right? You know, I think that you know, I'm a big lefty, and what I do on the shop floor is I'm out and loud about my left-wing politics, right? And this made, you know, some of the more conservative guys uncomfortable, right? And there's one guy I think about, he was writing, Trump in the dust on the trucks, like on the shop. And I was like, listen, man, you can't do that. And, Trump sucks. And this is why Trump sucks. And he's anti-worker and he's stiffed people as a businessman and stiffed unions as a businessman. He's, this, that, the other. And he was like, actively was like, hey, I don't like that guy. He's a lefty. And then there came a time where it was between me as a shop steward and a shop steward that had burned him in the past. And he chose me. And I went in there and I chewed management, a new hole. And he was like, wow, this lefty went in the office with me and absolutely excoriated management. And he and I have been close ever since. And I think that's what I think we don't shy away from left politics. We don't shy away from labor politics. We don't shy away from building the identity. You need to identify with the working class. I don't care if you're a truck driver and you make $150,000 a year and, you've got the house and the boat and the, and all of that. You are still closer to homeless than you are Jeff Bezos. Okay. And you need to carry it like that. But what I do is I'm proud about being left, about being pro-worker, about my working class identity and what that means for my politics. But when the conservative members, are in the office or on the shop floor, I'm a bulldog for them. Because they're my brothers and sisters, regardless of their politics, and I think that's how we carry it. But I think leadership also needs to not just support every Democrat because they're a Democrat, right? This is how we got into this Sean O'Brien situation, right? There needs to be. I was excited that we didn't endorse a candidate for president.
Yeah,
and that turned out being a move towards the Republicans, which I disagree with. But initially,
rather than a move towards genuinely independent pro-labor politics, it was a.
What was that guy? What was that guy that ran in Iowa or something like that? He was a union member and he almost won just running as an independent.
Osborne.
I can't remember.
You mean Nebraska?
Yeah,
Dan Osborne.
They're Nebraska. Sorry, Iowans. I did not mean to compare you to Nebraska. Yeah, but why isn't Sean O'Brien having that guy on the Bad Ideas podcast?
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah,
surely he
know
will.
What I'm saying? Why is he having Vivek Ramaswamy?
Yeah. It's crazy. I had thought that the Teamsters endorsed him in his last run, but I don't know. I'm not seeing it right now. I just Googled it. But surely, maybe you can write in, say, I'm a Teamster. I want you to have Dan Osborne on, and maybe he will. Surely he would, especially because he's got this whole, I don't know. It would be embarrassing if he doesn't.
Well, I know a lot of his people are on social media, right? And so instead of just some random guy, if you are like a big pro Sean O'Brien guy and you're listening to this and you're saying, hey, Sean, you're catching flack, it would be a good idea. Please, anybody who's pro Sean O'Brien who has his ear, get this in his ear that he needs to be actually pushing independent labor candidates and not going with these, dude, leave Josh Hawley. If you want to go and bro out with Josh Hawley, that's fine. But that guy is not even a co-sponsor on the 2026 Railway Safety Act. Okay,
he's not.
So if no, I don't think so. And again, if anybody knows better, please correct me. But no, he's not. It's Ohio Republicans. It's Fetterman. It's Tammy Duckworth. But I don't think Josh Hawley is on there. But I'm so disappointed in Sean O'Brien. He needs to stop showing up at DHS hearings with Mark Wayne Mullen. He needs to stop supporting these guys that actively want to see unions dismantled in this country. And he needs to show solidarity with the rest of the labor movement. It's not Teamsters versus everybody.
Right.
It's working class
It's
versus
working
ruling
people.
class.
Yep.
Exactly. That is what it is. Working class versus ruling class, and that's how we need to carry it.
Teamster.
I will ask you guys. I guess I will ask you guys one question, and you can respond to this, and I'll hop off the line. But we are better off with Sean O'Brien than we were with Hoffa Jr. But we are not where we need to be, and constantly we are in this. When I critique Sean O'Brien, TDU types will say, "Well, he's better than Hoffa. He's better than Hoffa Jr." And it's like, yeah, I agree with that, right? But we can't. We need to not focus on where we could be. We need to focus on where we need to be. And we need to stop using that as an excuse as to where we are. And we need to push our leadership to be better. So I don't know if you guys have maybe a response to that argument, or I'm sure we heard that during the UPS contract campaign. Well, we're so much better off than where we would be. Yeah, but we're not where we need to be. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate the call.
Sir.
Yep, enjoyed it. Yeah, and we'll be wrapping up and going into overtime here in just a moment. But I'll say, I agree with you. The only reason that I do feel somewhat compelled to just mention that is that I do think that there are people out there who are either not willing to recognize that, or they think that is so inconsequential as to not be worth mentioning. And I do think it's worth mentioning that, as a preface to criticism of Sean O'Brien, that he is better than the Teamsters leadership that we've had before as it relates to organizing workers. It seems to me, right? I'm not a Teamster, but it seems like you agree with that. And so, I think that, but I think that if everybody in the room, in whatever room you're talking to, agrees with that, Sean O'Brien's better than Hoffa Jr., then once we get agreement on that, if people continually hammer that point in response to criticisms or critiques or recommendations for making the union better, then I do think that can start to get disingenuous.
Absolutely.
and sort of
it's the same people who,
irrelevant.
if you criticize a Democrat, say, "Oh, well, you could have had a Republican,"
right.
or vice versa, right?
Yeah. It's important to recognize, I think, but if you can't move beyond that once you get recognition, then it becomes disingenuous and not valuable. You just saw a clip from the Valley Labor Report. We are live every Saturday morning from 9:30 a.m. till 12:30 p.m. And we pride ourselves on keeping all of our content free to everybody so that we can talk to as many working folks as possible. If you support the work that we're doing, you think that it's important, you think that it's good, then consider making a monthly contribution to the project, and you can do that on our website, tvlr.fm.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Or good morning, comrade. You're listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your good morning, comrade, for this week. Jeff and Robert.
Jeff.
You're two big April Fools here
God.
for you today. What's up, man?
You've been doing a lot of labor stuff.
Oh, just work, you know.
I know, but you were sending me like candid. I haven't been able to reply to you. It's just.
Oh, no. We can't talk about that.
Oh, never mind. I was like, what is this like? It was like you sent me footage and it looked like a 90s rap video. It's like, oh, the feds are watching me. I was like, what is this? What is this Master P like video you're shooting?
Just know I'm out there and I'm coming for them. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for the workers.
Look out. But yeah, let me stop talking about it because I don't know what I can talk about. But yeah, it was weird.
Beware, cower before me. That's all there is to it, you know.
Keep them.
It's like when you turn the lights on and the roaches all go running, you know.
Yeah. If them feds only knew. You got to be from New Orleans to know about
that. But yeah,
which
man,
I'm not.
What you been up
to? Just watching the world fall apart.
What's happening?
Yeah, the same old. Watching us lose yet another military war of choice. Got really into chess, and I'm really bad at it, like real bad, but I love it.
Oh,
It's
bro,
just like,
I play on chess.com. You got
yeah, I mean on chess.com with my terrible elo. Like
you gotta
it's
hit
bad.
me.
I had
I'm
an
not gonna
8-year-old
go
kid
easy on
just
you.
push me in today.
I'm not gonna go easy on you, but I'll play you.
No, absolutely. Like, yeah, it's just Top Damage Wizard on chess.com. But like, yeah, I be watching chess streamers. I'm watching the candidates tournament at work.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even though like
who you got? Who you like?
I mean, my heart says Hikaru Nakamura, but he's not gonna win. He doesn't have a win after 3 days.
Did you see Did you see what Hikaru posted on the day like we started Operation Epstein Fury?
No.
His wife is Iranian and she's like Iranian diaspora.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No! Oh!
He said something along the lines of like, "May the lion roar for the first time in nearly 50 years," or something dorky like that.
Oh, so we're pro Iran?
He wants the Shah back.
Oh no, I'm done. Thank you for telling me that. Now I don't have honest to God. Now I don't have to feel bad about him not winning a world, like getting to play for a world championship, because he's not going to. It's like the third day of the tournament. He's had 3 games and he hasn't won one. He's got 1 loss and 2 draws, so he's not made. There's another American. I don't know, but like
Fabiano.
Fabiano's looking real good. But I'm so glad you told me that. Now I don't have to like root for him.
Yeah,
I can just be like,
I was like watching this, and if you like, let me find the tweet. But like, it was like wild because you just like went all the way in on the like, oh yeah, this is awesome. We're like U.S. imperialism rocks, man.
Oh, screw you, dude. He's another Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer scumbag. All right, cool.
Yeah.
But like I watch a lot of like ladies play chess because I don't know what's going on, so I'd rather just watch 2 attractive women like look at each other like intensely for long periods of time. I'm really into
big Botez live fan over here.
Oh, I love both. Yeah, she's a cutie. I like her a lot, and I like Anna Kramling over in Sweden. They did a funny, her and her boyfriend did like a funny April Fool's to where like he was on, he opened the stream and he was like, "What's up, guys?" He's like throwing his, he's like, "You all ready to play some chess?" And she's like, "Get off the stream."
Yeah, here it is.
I was like, cool. Oh, please read that to me.
February 28th. May the lion roar once again after nearly 50 years. He wants to Shah back.
You know what, man? Like, I'm glad you told me that because, brother, like it proves that like intelligence is so subjective. Like you could be
he's just like a chess autist is what it is. He's
yeah. He'd be like brilliant at this thing and then be so stupid. It's kind of like I was watching
like a lot of chess guys are into like crypto and stuff too, you know.
Yeah, of course.
They think they're smart.
I'm okay with
what
that.
was that guy's name? That guy that like is the fake smart guy that has the podcasts that
Bilzerian? No.
No. Oh my God, he was big like a year ago. I can't remember.
Knowledge. Is it that guy?
No,
Ty
I gotta
Lopez?
find it.
Oh, but no, I'm like, it got me thinking about Bobby Fischer, like just saying that because how Bobby Fischer was just like, I talked about this on the podcast I just got off of, how Bobby Fischer was like super like smart at chess, and he was like the American, like, chess, hopeful, and he took out all the Soviets, but he was also like never told he was wrong and always told he was a special boy.
Oh yeah.
So, like,
They all think they're
Soviets were like,
geniuses.
the Soviets are like, y'all are smart, y'all have beautiful minds, but the system made you like this, the Soviet system. And it's true. And so it's like nobody ever told him no until he like fell off, and then he lost his mind over it. And it's like the idea, I was watching that like interview that's like really famous of his, talking about how like women shouldn't play chess because they're not smart enough or whatever. And I'm just I'm like, bro, how can you have such a brilliant mind, but you can't understand the reality of like, yeah, if you give a subsection of people a 1,000-year head start, maybe the people who weren't allowed to play the game competitive for a literal 1,000 years until women started playing competitive chess. People didn't start playing competitive chess till almost the beginning of his lifespan. And he'd understand like, well, maybe they're not as good because they just need to catch up.
Well, and it's not even just
Like,
that. Like there's still social dynamic, and actually people like Anna and people like Botez Live and others will talk about a lot of the. I don't want to speak necessarily for them, but I'm just saying that they're examples of people that I have seen it. But that, and I know Lula Robs has talked about this too. The sort of like social like broiness of chess that still exists to this very day. And it like part of the reason, and I don't necessarily think that like I'm fine with there being a women's division in chess, not because there's like this brain difference between men and women or whatever.
That's not why it exists.
But like there needs to be this sort of like cultural place where women can play the sport. In order, because of the sort of like just like wall of meat that they're just dealing with all the time. You know?
And the cool thing about it is like
the guy I was thinking of was Lex Friedman, by the way. That guy.
Oh yeah, he's stupid. I never
the fake smart guy.
But the cool thing about that is like, yeah, technology, AI sucks and all that stuff, but that stuff is such like a it's such like a leveler to where women are going to be able to catch up like exponentially with chess, because of just like they don't have to go to the chess club in wherever they're living and be turned away, because they can just play online all day and study chess engines all day. And so there's going to be a female, I mean, it's close with like Judith Polar or whatever.
Polgar.
Yeah. But like, there's going to be a female Magnus. Like there has to be, it's just a matter of time, because now like the playing field is leveled, which, and, think about it. Like, okay, I got my phone in my hand. Like it doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter where you live on any place in the earth. Like realistically, like the poorest person on earth has access to a smartphone and crappy internet, so they can be on live chess or chess.com. So it's like so you're gonna find people like that who are just like, who wouldn't have played the game before, who are just like, oh, well now I can. And the same thing with women. Like it's just going to happen, and whatever broiness is left needs to just, people need to stop. And I'm saying this from like, not like, yes, like feminism and gender equality is the right thing to do, because it's the right thing to do for people. But my God, like, I don't understand. Like, wouldn't you, let's say I was really good at chess and like I was good enough to like play worldwide and I was like in the candidates, don't I want to have like cute girls around me? Like, why do I want to be around all these dudes all the time? I don't understand that. When people are like, oh, women don't belong here, I'm like, I kind of like them. They smell good. And like, some of them are real cute. Like, why do I not want them around? Like, I can't, as for a selfish, we've had this conversation about things. Like, there's two tracks I think that run, at least in my brain. I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm like, my first track is, hey, you should do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And then the second track is like, hey, I want to do this thing because it's like the selfish thing to do. Like it benefits my life. And I can't understand being like, especially, okay, let's say you're a chess autist, right? And so like your whole, like I'm chess autist, man. I'm Bobby Fischer, I'm Magnus, I'm Hikaru, I'm whatever, right? All I can think about is all day is chess. I'm just calculating. I see it in my dreams, right? How do you think my dating life is going? Probably not great. So you know who'd be a really good fit for me? Some other like cute chess autist. Why would I want that not to happen? Why would I not want to meet some woman at a tournament and be like, oh my God, you are so hot and we can just discuss chess all day because you got the same kind of sickness that I do. And it's like, y'all are weird, man. Y'all are real weird for that.
Yeah, so I don't know about any of that. Like as far as like
what did I say that was wrong? No, seriously.
Well, no. I'm just boil it down to like women are awesome and chess is better for having women involved. Let's leave it at that, right?
Well, everything's
Straight
better
up.
with women involved. As a straight
like everything
heterosexual
else.
man, everything is better with women involved. I don't understand why. Like, what is this weirdness? Like, what is it?
You know what it is though, like that, and I'm sure that absolutely does continue to exist. And there's a lot of also just like the modern like Elon Musk brain, or even like I would even say it's like Jordan Peterson brain, like the idea that he would say like, oh, you know what, really, women in the workplace ruined everything because women are just sort of like sexualizing everything. That's why they put blush on their cheeks and they put lipstick on their lips, and they're injecting like feminization into this sort of like logical space. There is, in terms of like people who think of themselves as like intellectualized or whatever, like brilliant Western modern thinking men or whatever the hell, the stupid idea that exists, like just say that like any kind of feminism or femininity in that space is essentially like corrupting that by just the mere existence of women. And that is something that is pervasive even now. And it again, just to sort of like look at women's sports as well, like there's always got to be some kind of corruption that's taking place. If you look at women's sports, the corruption for them is, oh, men and women's, like they don't give a crap about women's sports. But like when one trans woman ties for fifth, with a cis woman in one race, next thing you know, that cis woman that tied with the trans woman gets to make a career out of it. Like it's just this ridiculous BS of like, we just need to have these purity in these spaces, be it an intellectual space, be it an athletic space, be it a work space, be it whatever it is. I mean, the right wing does bodies and spaces just like anybody, like all the libs do.
I guess I'm, and tell me if I'm wrong. I guess I kind of feel your like pushback, your like slight kind of like, oh God, pushback of just like, what I'm not saying is like women don't exist for me to sexualize them in any space.
Sure, of course.
It's not like if and I've had this happen. This is not like a new thing for me. Like attractive women are in my workplace. Since my first real job of like being in the Marine Corps, like I've worked with attractive women. And it's just like, that doesn't give me the right to like say things, like say something gross to them or like sexualize them or like even oogle at them. That doesn't give me any of that. What I'm saying is like, don't it just make your day a little better?
Yeah, the world is better because of all that
good
stuff. It's not worse. And the argument that these people are making is that it's worse, and it's not. It's actually better to have all kinds of people in the world, even if you're not into women or whatever. Like it's better. The world is better for having all people of all genders and whatever representations and backgrounds and whatever. That's why when I like to talk about the working class, like I think the working class is awesome because it is the most diverse class. If you look at the ruling class, for the most part, especially in the United States, it is 99.9% white dudes. You have like 3 white women and then like a couple of black dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm like, I just can't understand it. Like, you can sexualize somebody in your head, and like you can do that all day, and it's not like women aren't doing that. They're doing that. You just don't make it their problem. That's all. Don't make it. Do whatever you want to do. Just don't make it other people's problem. And so it's like, yeah, why would you just not want that? I can't. My brain just can't click with it. I don't know. It's so weird, but whatever. I think it's a little sussy. I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird. And yeah, that. But yeah, go ahead.
WHIV LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. But yeah, speaking of variety, and speaking of, I can't help it. I know it's like just like a garbage story, but I cannot like. I am obsessed with this Kristi Noem's husband story.
Brother, that's a thing. I just did a whole like 15 minutes on that.
Let's
Please
go.
Tell me your thoughts. Oh, I mean, I have.
Lay it out. What's going on with Kristi Noem's husband?
I mean, sure. Let's do it. So, I mean, I have a whole article from The Hill already up.
Pull it. Yeah, let's go.
Where did I go with it? I'll just read it again. Here we go. Not The Hill. It's the New York Post one that's been getting around.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yes, even better.
So, and the thing I love is about this controversy, this thing that's happening is like, first of all, with Kristi Noem gone from being out of the Homeland Security, I don't have to see her face at the airport anymore. And I was getting so tired of seeing her face. I was flying out. It was so gross, the Mar-a-Lago face. And it's like, that's another thing. Like, we're going to get into like the bimbification, like fetish thing, but like the Mar-a-Lago face, and people don't know who listen to the Honest on the radio. Like, that's what the kids are calling it. They're calling this like super, when you've got like fillers.
It's a very specific like plastic surgery look.
Yeah. It's a very, and you've got fillers and you've got all this other stuff. And you're like, you don't look aesthetically good. Not that I'm one, going back to our previous conversation about sexy women in chess. Like, I'm not the arbiter of like what is attractive or what's not. Do whatever you want with your body. But like, objectively, you look you look crazy. And they're doing this as a flex, being like, I can afford this and I want you to know I can afford it. And it's just so weird.
A bizarre status symbol.
And so The Hill, I keep saying The Hill, but the New York Post reported former Department of Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem is devastated by salacious allegations against
She's
her
so
husband.
devastated.
Yeah, I'm sure she didn't leak these either. She's not the one that wants to get out of her lavender marriage. Lives a double life where he cross-dresses and chats online with fetish models. Miss Noem is devastated. The family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy and prayers at this time. Noem's representative told the Post. According to reporting by
always the prayers. They always want the privacy and the prayers. When it comes to like any like actual trans person in the world, they want to know, like they want to be able to check your genitals to go into the bathroom.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to this, when it comes to her husband being a crossdresser or whatever the case, it's just like, we need privacy. We need privacy for this.
I mean, and the crazy thing is like, what is that even going to do? Like, what are you praying for? That like you're
praying the gay away.
Yeah, you're praying like what is that like? Please God, help my husband not want to look like Jessica Rabbit. Like what are you doing? Like, it's so weird. Like,
please,
that's
Lord,
not even fair to Jessica Rabbit. Like, Jessica Rabbit has a more natural like appearance than like this weird fetish that this guy has.
Like, he was putting balloons in his shirt.
Yeah. It says, according to the Daily Mail, Noem chatted up, Byron Noem chatted up women so-called bimbification fetish scene in which adult performers augment their breasts with massive amounts of saline to achieve a Barbie doll-like appearance. A sneeze. Citing hundreds of messages reportedly sent by 3 women from the scene, Noam's husband enthusiastically praised their heavy augmented appearances and proclaimed he coveted huge, ridiculous boobs. He had to do the huge twice. That's crazy. One photo the male claims Byron Noam shared with the women features him in wearing pink hot pants and a flesh-colored skin-tight suit. His face fully visible in several of the photos, one with a completely straight visage and the other making flirtatious kissy faces. Byron, who made his fortune in the insurance industry, of course he did, scamming people, allegedly sent women he met, this is the craziest part to me, sent women he met in the online fetish community some $25,000 via Cash App and PayPal as he admired their over-the-top bust sizes and amazing curves. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like,
a lot of money.
Sex work is work, but how you just tricking off? How you like in a chat forum just like giving people money to have conversations? That's crazy. That kind of money. That's insane. I don't understand. He trades selfies with one woman and pledged to worship like a goddess, telling her, "You turn me into a girl," before asking if he should be put on leggings.
Damn. That is absolute peak bimbofication right there.
Right. No, that's so crazy. And if you look at the pictures of this dude, it is crazy work. And my thing is this. So here's why, like, this is a good, funny, haha. Like, let's make fun of this guy. And I don't want to hear any of this liberal foolishness of not kink shaming. Because here's my thing. You can be, and I said this
married to the Nazi lady.
I said this on the podcast I just came off on. You can be a fascist or you can be freaky. You cannot be both.
Right.
And I really think that people of color, black and brown people, have more experience with this than white people or queer people. So I feel like people who are queer, LGBTQIA+, whatever, alternative lifestyles, whatever, whatever you want to call it. I don't even want to put this freak under the LGBTQ banner, right? But whatever, just for funsies.
Not for the purposes
freak,
of this.
I say freak. It's not because he wants he puts balloons under his shirt and pretends that they're boobs and takes pictures of them. That's not why he's a freak. It's because he's trying to be freaky, which is completely acceptable, and a fascist at the same time. So exactly. I don't have any mercy for this type of person. To where black and brown people have dealt with this. We either call them, if you're brown, they call them gusanos. If you're black, call them coon. We understand inherently through time-honored lessons that skin folk are not necessarily your kinfolk. And now that LGBTQ people are not under, their culture is more accepted by society and they're visible. Now they've got their very own gusanos. And they want to be like, oh, that's how you can get Caitlyn Jenner being like, I'm going to talk about trans people, but don't talk bad about trans people, but don't talk about me being trans. No, dearie. No, ma'am. No, I'm not going to misgender you while I'm making fun of you, saying you look like a brick. I'm not, but I will make fun of you. Be like, how you going to tell other people what to be doing and you walking around looking like a busted brick? It is what it is. Because you are a trash bag. And I brought this up with, I think a better example of this, more concrete example is Lindsey Graham. At TMZ put up a really a funny picture with it was a comment that was funny. And it said, here's a picture of Lindsey Graham at Disney World holding a bubble wand. But it said, perfectly innocent picture of Lindsey Graham at Disney World carrying around a bubble wand. This man is single and has no children, by the way. Now, if you are a old, allegedly gay, freaky man and want to go to Disney World and hold a bubble wand and wave it all around with your bubbles, brother, I'll get a bubble wand and stand right there next to it. You can have fun. But what you cannot do is be allegedly gay and be Lindsey Graham and then say, I'm going to tell you which Iranian people should die, and I'm going to tell you which people in the United States don't deserve a better standard, a high standard of living, and be freaky. You don't get to be both. You can be fascist or you can be freaky. And if you try to combine the two, I'm coming for you. And we're going to make fun of you. And that's it. I don't want to hear, oh, we shouldn't. No. So that is what it is. That's the one. That's the Robert Johnson guarantee. I will be making fun of your fascist, freaky behind. I will not let up on you.
Or your weird, fascist, lopsided boobies.
Yeah, I will not let up on you because you want to be freaky. And believe me, like I'm down with the freaky, be freaky all day long. But what you will not do is ruin other people's lives, be involved in ruining other people's lives, and think you're gonna get away with being freaky, and everybody's gonna think that's okay. It's not okay.
Well, he's also hitting on you as a fellow Disney adult as well, right?
That's true, but I don't think I am anymore.
Oh, you're recovering.
I think so. I don't think there's anything left for me with Disney. I think it's all over.
It's too expensive for like working.
Yeah, exactly. It's way too expensive. I just got some mail from them the other day, and I was just like, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good with all this."
Damn, you're not even threatened by that part anymore. Wow.
Let them have it. Yeah, let them have it. It's just not. Yeah, it's not.
It's not for us anymore.
It's
like
kicking,
WWE with their $200 nose.
Same thing. We got. I mean, I'm liking. I don't want to turn this into a pro wrestling podcast, but I'm liking watching their product right now. When I say their product, I mean AAA. But I really want. I'd like to go to. We have a pay-per-view coming up here. We have Money in the Bank in New Orleans. The amount of the ticket prices they want for that are insane. It's insane, and I'm like, I'm not paying that. I'm not even. I'm not even paying. I would have paid. I would have saved up my money and paid and put it on, or even put it on a credit card. I would have paid close to four figures for 2 tickets. I would have done that, but I'm not paying $1,200 to sit on the rail or whatever they want. That's crazy, and that's why nobody's going to WrestleMania this year either. It's too much. The gas is too dang high. For all that, we're done with that.
Well, next year it's supposed to be in Riyadh, which would be very interesting if current trends continue.
I don't think that's gonna. I think they're gonna cancel that. I think it's gonna be too hot after all this. I don't think that's gonna happen. But what do you? I'm interested because I say stuff, and I'm interested to see what people who aren't as hyperbolic think about what I'm saying. Like, what do you think about? Like I'm saying, like I don't about you can't be freaky and fascist. Like,
I mean, I disagree with you. I think the whole reason that this is interesting or notable or anything like that is what you said, like the freaky plus fascist crossover, but also like I don't think it's a coincidence that as soon as she steps down, as soon as she gets like yeeted from her position as national DHS secretary, like I don't think it's a coincidence that this is coming out like right after, and she's the one leaking it when it's been a very open secret for some time, allegedly, that she's been in a relationship with Corey Lewandowski. And so it's and there's also scandal around use of funds in DHS surrounding his accommodations. So there's definitely a possibility that they get married quickly, and so they can't testify against each other.
No, 100%. Yeah, somebody's been watching Majority Report because I thought the same thing. Sam Cedar said that, and I said,
he did?
Yeah, Sam Cedar said that exact thing. And I was like, ooh, there's an angle I hadn't thought of.
I've been watching that show too long. I'm thinking like Unk now.
No, I mean, he's like, put it on Polymarket right now. Like, that's what's happening. I'm like, bro, you could be on to something. No, that's what it feels like. And it's like, I'm tired of this. Like, every time, man, like, can you name, like, I mean, I don't have any love for the Democratic Party, obviously, but the last guy like this was what, Anthony Weiner? Like Al Franken was a fake controversy.
He was a Democrat,
but it's like
though.
every time it's something freaky, and that's like a trope. Like, oh, all you guys are like closeted, all you guys are closeted gays. But it's like, yeah, it's like yeah, kind of. It always is, and it's like they're not gay in the way that God intended. They're gay in the way that they hate themselves, and they want to ruin your life over it.
Well, I will say Anthony Weiner was not gay or is not gay. He was
But I mean,
sending
any kind of weird,
unsolicited-
freaky sex thing.
Yeah, he was sending unsolicited meat pics to people.
But that's freaky.
Yeah,
So
that is freaky.
that's what
Also,
I'm
but
getting
he's
at.
also not a conservative either.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's a
He-
Democrat. Like,
he was
what's
a
the
lib.
last? What's the last like Democrat? What's the last Democrat you can remember being involved in something stupid like this? Like Anthony
Al
Weiner. is like
Franken.
the last- That was fake. That was so fake.
Mhm.
He should have. I mean, I don't think that would even play.
Democrats
down.
all threw him under the bus.
Yeah, I think if the Al Franken pictures came out now and he was still senator, I think it would have no play, because I think even the most lib of the lib, because Donald Trump has broken so many things, and like 99.99% of it's been in a bad way, but the one good thing of it is just like, you don't have to just be like, oh, this is a fake controversy that people are trying, and like give it any credence. Like, you don't have
Let's
to
talk about this on the other side, because I think this is relevant, but we need to pause for station
Yeah,
ID.
please.
You listen to WHIV-LP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. So here's the thing with that. The reason they needed to whack Al Franken was because he was essentially one of the more sort of like progressive people in the Senate at the time. I'm not going to say he's like necessarily like even at like a AOC or any of their level in terms of like what they were pushing for, or how, or their profile or anything like that. But the Democrats have always not, or I should say they have never had a problem with following these sort of like rules of, it's almost like the same things that they do for governance, right? They have these rules of morality that they are forced to follow, that the other side is not forced to follow. And they will always, when it comes to, Henry Cuellar under a federal indictment or whatever, they will defend him to the hilt. They will defend him to the death.
Yep.
When it comes to, Ilhan Omar saying it's all about the Benjamins, they will throw her under the bus and call her an anti-Semite, and they will indict her, they will attempt to censure her while they're also trying to get a voting rights bill through Congress. Like that, there's a reason that right now you have like all of Third Way deciding that they want to write articles about Hassan Piker and how bad he is for the Democrats right now. There's a reason, and we can talk about Hassan a bit more in a second. There's a reason that the Labour Party in England, when Jeremy Corbyn is in charge, they decide all of a sudden, you know what we got to do? You know what we suddenly care about all of a sudden is how anti-Semitic Jeremy Corbyn is to destroy any kind of chance that he has to become prime minister. Like that is, I mean, it's cancel culture straight up. They're doing cancel culture at Hassan. They did cancel culture at Franken, and they did cancel culture at Corbyn, among many others, and Ilhan Omar, and all of these people. They want to that is how the liberals maintain discipline on their side. They just find ways to take out people that they don't agree with through BS means. That's what they're doing, Hassan, right now.
Yeah. But yeah. And my point is the point I'm trying to make is like that doesn't work anymore. And I think
not as much.
One, Hassan's right. Hassan's talking about Gaza and Cuba. He's 100% correct. But also, it's Trump ran, and I don't mean this in a literal way. I mean Trump ran so guys like Hassan could Trump walked so guys like Hassan could run and be like, yeah, I said it. The U.S. deserved 9/11. The United States deserved 9/11. I said it. So what? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, I
They
do my own thing.
mischaracterized it entirely, even what he meant. But
Yeah, but he's like, I'm on Twitch. Like, come get me. And it's just Donald Trump saying no. And it's like, once he gave any kind of politician the means to do that, once he kind of broke that seal, now it's like, you were involved in XYZ, and people just go, yeah, what about it? Okay, cool. And it's like, what are you gonna do? And a lot of that stuff is terrible, because we should have norms and standards in this country of like, hey, maybe you shouldn't have all this disgusting stuff about you and then be able to run for elected office. But the other side of that is when people make stuff up about you and try to stir up stuff, it doesn't land anymore. And that's just like,
I want to drill down specifically
breaking that norm.
I do want to drill down specifically on the Hassan thing right now, because it's less about Hassan, at least in the specific case. Like, the reason this flared up is because Hassan Piker, like biggest political Twitch streamer on the left, like 30,000 people in his chat a day, for people who don't know, he has essentially agreed or was promoted to be doing a public event with Dr. Abdul Sayed, who is running for Senate in Michigan, right? He ran for governor a couple of years ago. He's running for Senate now. His name is Abdul Sayed. That's like number one part of why the Democrats can't stand him. Number two is because he is a literal doctor. He ran his last campaign for governor, and he's running this campaign for Senate, heavy for Medicare for all. He is a pro Medicare for all candidate, which we don't hear so much about anymore. He's also great on issues like Gaza, on the war in Iran. He's basically anti-American imperialism, at least in those specific circumstances. He might be better on more going forward as well. But this is the way that the Democratic establishment. So that's the kind of, first off, that's the kind of candidate that somebody like Hassan Piker would be supportive of. It's of course that's the case. And what you're getting from these third way groups, these Democratic establishment groups like Third Way, which literally the entire point of Third Way is to make the Democratic Party as corporate billionaire friendly as possible. That is the purpose of those organizations. That is the reason that the Third Ways exist, to make it so that the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is fascism and fascism light. And so they have targeted Dr. Abdul Sayed because he's in a primary with a Democratic opponent who is essentially basically like a milquetoast Democratic liberal, and has essentially gotten not just herself to talk crap about Abdul Sayed, even including Hassan, who has spoken at AOC rallies, who has spoken at Bernie rallies. He's been around for a long time, but like they're coming out now, not just his opponent McMorrow, but also like the other Democratic senator, Alyssa Slotkin, our favorite CIA operative. I can fix her. I
cannot.
But they essentially had like all of the liberal Democratic like leaders in the state basically say the same thing. Basically just take the AIPAC line and attack somebody like Hassan Piker, who speaks in favor of liberation of Palestinian people and against the genocide, against the war in Iran, for Medicare for all, and essentially saying that he's like Nick Fuentes, which is insane. Like, if you're gonna say
because he's online, because he's online.
Well, not just that, but like it's pernicious from the perspective of like Nick Fuentes is a fascist. He is a Nazi. And if they're doing the thing that Jonathan Greenblatt and ADL, the Always Defamation League, and AIPAC always do, which is smear not just smear like anybody who holds a position that is like even slightly critical of Israel, but like essentially opening up pathways for people to like figure out, oh wow, if Hassan is like, I'm sorry, if Nick Fuentes is like Hassan, maybe Nick Fuentes has some good ideas. You know, some dummy who average person who doesn't know it. You're essentially providing a gateway to be like, okay, Nick Fuentes has some good ideas too. He must have some good ideas too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I know exactly.
That's a really dangerous road to go down.
But that's what like the ADL want. Like they want that because it justifies like see how these dangerous. That's why they go after Hassan. They don't go after Nick Fuentes. Because at the end of the day, Nick Fuentes being anti-Semitic is doing the bidding of Israel.
He's helping.
And that's why in my conspiracy brain, Nick Fuentes is about a Fed. I think Nick Fuentes is the Fed. Because the amount of vitriol that he spits, and nobody goes after him for anything. Nobody tries to cancel him. Nobody tries to go after Rumble. Nobody does anything with that guy because he bought a Fed. Sorry.
No, but I mean,
that's my conspiracy theory. I'm sticking to it.
But, well, so functionally speaking, it doesn't matter if he is
or if he
isn't
because
right. He acts like one. He functions as one, whether or not he actually is a card-carrying Fed. You know, it doesn't like maybe you're right. I'm not gonna even try and build up a case to the fact that you're not. But even if he isn't, like what he's doing, what he does all the time is basically just be a Fed. You know, whether or not he's paid for it or whether or not it's on his CV or whatever the hell, it doesn't matter.
Yep. It's the going back to Sam Cedar. It's the Alex Jones quote. If that Sam Cedar said, if Alex Jones is not a federal a CIA asset, the CIA would create one.
Yeah, right. If he didn't exist, the CIA would create him.
Yeah,
because he's too useful for them.
Yep,
of course. Yeah, that's what it is.
100%.
So again, like maybe he is a Fed, maybe he isn't. It doesn't matter. Same thing, no matter what. It all comes out in the wash.
It's all the same. No, 100%. But yeah, I mean that's something I've talked about. I mean, it's obvious when if you're anti-Israel, you can and you've got any kind of platform, any kind of motion, any kind of stroke, the ADL and the United States government comes right at you. But if you're anti-Jewish, if you're just like, hey, we need to do more of that thing that the Nazis were doing, you're A-okay, and you will be left alone. Because
do you think that Ben Shapiro just happened to not notice the comments that Candace Owens made when she said that Hitler's problem wasn't that he was his problem was that he was like reaching out of Germany. It wasn't the fact that he did the Holocaust or did essentially just Nazi stuff at home. The problem was that he was looking abroad, and that was the problem. She didn't lose her job for that. When did Candace Owens lose her job? When she started criticizing Israel?
No, that's so 100% true. That it's crazy. And that's such a concrete example of what I'm trying to talk about. It was fine for Candace Owens to be anti-Semitic, got a job hired by Ben Shapiro with his kippah on at the Daily Wire, but was not cool. What was not cool was when she started talking about Israel.
Right.
That's exactly what happened, bro. No, you nailed it. And that's what I'm talking about when I say they like it like this. They want that because it'd be like because it takes the American. I don't even want to say like the American Jew, but like American Jewish people when they like look how dangerous it is here, because that's why you got to go to Israel where it's much safer, because we're starting actual death camps, and you have to be in a bunker all day because Iranian missiles are dropping on your head. Because they want a free and liberated Palestine that we stole, but it's so much safer here in occupied Palestine. It's like, get out of my, like, are you smoking crack? Like, what are you talking about? Like, how is it? Like, if I was Jewish, how would Israel be anywhere that I'd want to be? That's insane.
Well,
And
definitely not right now.
that's why the project is dying, because American Jews, under 40 are realizing that. Be like, yeah, this is crazy. Like, why would I go there to do what? To be involved in a genocide? To get an Iranian missile dropped on my head? To live in a bunker all day? And to live next to literal death camps so I can watch the Holocaust 2 happen outside my window? No thanks.
Oh no.
Maybe not.
WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. I mean, like, the people like in Israel have essentially decided that, you know what, we got to get with it at this point. Otherwise, I mean, what else you're gonna do? We've gone full Nazification now.
Yep. It is a full-on death cult over there. And like I said, if you're just listening, to this, you don't know what I'm talking about. Let me see, did I even bring it up? I thought I had an article. But no, they just signed a law in the Knesset, which is the Israeli, government, that they're going to do just summary executions.
Summary executions of all
on Palestinian hostages.
We've actually discussed with a fella a while ago about his mother who was detained by Israel, and he talked all about the way that Israel just kidnaps hostages without any kind of legal proceedings or anything. They're not even charging them, and just holding them without any kind of charges for extended periods of time. And at this point, what passed in the Knesset as of a couple of days ago, as you're listening to this, basically Israel has just passed a death penalty law saying not only may they execute these people, but if I'm not mistaken, they must execute these people within like 90 days.
90 days. I knew about the 90 days thing. Let me see. Go ahead, keep going. Let's see what
the people in the Knesset, these horrible people pushing for the summary execution of these the hostages, the execution of these hostages, are running around wearing like noose pins, like on their lapels. Like, it is shocking what is happening right now.
Yeah. Let's see. Al Jazeera, as of yesterday, this is an apartheid regime. Critics decry Israel's new death penalty law. Celebrations in the Israeli parliament parked the passing of legislation intended to apply to Palestinians only. When Israel passed the death penalty law, that solely targets Palestinians, it was to be expected that the country's far right would celebrate. Even as much as of the international community roundly condemns Israel for the law, with United Nations human rights calling it a possible war crime. United Nations needs to go away too. Oh, hopefully NATO's not long for this world, and the UN as well.
So here, this is from Reuters. Please. Israel's parliament passed a law on Monday making death by hanging a default sentence for Palestinians convicted in military court of deadly attacks, fulfilling a pledge by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right allies. Skipping a little bit down, the measure includes provisions requiring an execution by hanging within 90 days of sentencing, with some allowance for a delay, but no right to clemency. It provides the option of imposing a life imprisonment sentence instead of capital punishment, but only in unspecified special circumstances. And this is Israel bringing back the death penalty. They actually haven't had, I mean, the judicial type of death penalty. I mean, bombing a school or bombing a hospital, that's the death penalty too. That's just summary execution. But like, they're essentially like, if you're sentenced under this new law, you're essentially just, you're required to be killed within 90 days. It is death camp stuff, bro.
No, it's just it's a Holocaust round two, and it's like, it's crazy. It's like, you couldn't write this, like you couldn't, like, how this is too fantastical to even in a science fiction novel. Like, these people who were subject to brutality so brutal that the human race had to invent a new word for it, are hell bent for leather to do it again. to another group of people. It's so fantastical. I feel like
I've never again.
I mean, that was never a thing for the rest of the world, I guess. But I mean, the one thing we could take hard on is that, you know, this is a cultural problem, it's not even a cultural problem within America or within, you know, American Jews or Jews the world over. It's a cultural problem with American government and the Israeli state.
It's not about Jews. It's not about individuals. It's about America, American imperialism, and the federal colonial project that is Israel. I mean, there was an article that just was making the rounds on Substack about like how Jews have to kill Zionism from within, which like to some point, and I'm sure there's some really good advice within that, or some really good points within that article. But the premise, like at least from the idea of it, is like it sort of like leaves in this sort of conception that all of like if you could eradicate Zionism within Judaism, that Zionism would end, and I don't think that's the case. I think Zionism would continue because it's not a Jewish problem. It is a American imperialism problem, and the whole point of it is to create. I mean, again, I've said it 100 times: an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East, where we can impose our will on the entire region, which we're doing currently.
No, 100%. I mean, it doesn't like they are. You know, Christian Zionists, there are atheist Zionists. This has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with, you know, it's just the same way. There is a resistance movement inside of occupied Palestine, inside of Israel, just like that that the Israeli Knesset does not take into account. And just like there are millions of people here in the United States who are not down with Donald Trump, and they're not down with this. They're not down with this war in Iran, this illegal war of choice, and they're just like, we are led by genocidal pedophiles, and we don't necessarily know what to do or have the means to stop them right now. And it's not even a policy issue. Not to say a policy. It's not even a party issue. It's like, you know, we just got done with Joe Biden, and then also, you know, Kamala Harris, who said that, you know, everything Joe Biden did was great, and there was no gap between the two. Okay, well, you're just as genocidal then. Cool, it's on you too. Like, that's why you lost, stupid. So, yeah, it says that's actually a bright spot to where it's not the majority of people in either of these nation states, Israel or United States, that believe this, but just a small group of pedophiles and genocidal maniacs that want to watch the world burn on the way out and don't care. They care as much about you and I here in America as they care about, you know, Palestinians in Palestine, which is nothing. They see us as subhuman.
Nationalism and patriotism are just ways to get people to do something that, or to sign on to something that is evil, just because you love America or whatever. Like, that's what constantly happens is, we can't we can't criticize these kinds of wars because you're undermining the troops. So you know what you need to do when America decides to just randomly, quote unquote, preemptively strike. Which, by the way, like, if you're doing a preemptive strike on a country, at what point do you actually have to provide evidence that what you did was right? Because there isn't any. You know,
not anymore, big
like,
dog. You just do what you want to do. Like, at least they lied to us. They had whole charts and graphs, and they were talking to us about. We're old enough to remember they were talking to us about yellow cake and all this other foolishness. You don't got to do that no more.
They didn't even show their work this time.
No, you just do what you want to do, and let us deal with it, because they're like, what are you peons going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, so is what it is. Like, they don't need approval. They don't need to even craft a bedtime story about any of this.
Just bomb the thing, break it, and you know, you can get mad. Who cares? I got the guns over here.
Yep. That's all it is, buddy. So I don't necessarily know what to do about that because I can't vote that out. I mean, I know what we can do, but that can't be, talked about on WHIV 102.3 FM in all wars, but it is what it is. Like, I don't like, even my favorite like commentators and analysts sitting here talking about the midterms. I'm like, midterm for what? What are you talking about?
Well,
like,
I mean, again, if there is an avenue there, like even if it doesn't seem real, I guess you got to at least try and take it.
Yeah. I mean, these things we've had this discussion over and over again. That elections happen in reality, so we have to just vote for the lesser of
go
two
through the
evils.
motions.
But like, also, don't think we're not voting our way out of this. Like, it's just not happening. How does the joke go? It's like whoever I vote for, I always get John McCain and Bibi Netanyahu. Like, it doesn't matter who I vote for. And that's the reality. It is what it is at this current point. That's why I'm hoping for a mild societal collapse. I think it's the only thing that'll fix us. And it seems like we're getting there.
Yeah, well,
I don't know if I'll survive it, but it seems like we're getting there.
I mean, all the signs are there. Robert.
Yes.
Where can people listen to Lumencast?
Lumencast on Twitch, Lumencast on YouTube. I think that's it right now. This space. Yeah, go check out this space on YouTube. It's a collaborative of other leftist content creators, and we all talk about stuff, and we try to console each other through the apocalypse.
Yeah,
it's really cozy over there.
It is cozy. Well, thanks everybody for listening to Good Morning Comrade. You listen to us every Saturday on WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3, 10 a.m. You can also check us out online, goodmorningcomrade.com. We are on this space. We come on usually on Tuesdays in the afternoon. I think around 4 o'clock, which is very funny. Good Morning Comrade in the afternoon. I mean, we're live streaming this at night, so time is it's
a flat circle. Yeah,
it's always morning somewhere.
Right.
But yeah, tell the people bye, Robert.
Take care, people. Do mutual aid, support each other the best you can. Bye.
Yep. All right. Thank you, everybody. We love you. Bye-bye.
Okay, everybody. So, let's talk about digital hygiene. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of a spiel here. It would be nice if some of you took notes. I need you guys to actually practice these things in your life. This is not just for me, this is not just for the Matrix server, but this is for your life. But let me make this clear. Having something like Matrix to use means nothing if you don't have digital hygiene practices. If you are wanting, like, for example, Signal, right? Let's imagine that it wasn't compromised. Let's just imagine that it wasn't compromised. The feds love when you use apps like Signal, like SimpleX. You know why? Because generally, you as a person designate that as your naughty, like, things that shouldn't be seen chat room. And so when they want to look through what you're doing and what you're talking about to figure out, if you've done something wrong, if you're doing thought crimes, you make it significantly easier for them because they just go and look at your signal logs after they take your phone rather than have to go through all of your logs and find one by one the things that like they actually are looking for. So these steps are all broad scope. Now, the activities I have planned here, a lot of them you can't physically do. I just want you to pretend to do them, and some of them we're going to do together. But before we get to that, like, I need you to understand that you are always being tracked. Businesses are collecting your data online and in person, constantly. In 2026, just in Australia, even, they launched a massive sweep to stop everyday businesses from misusing this information. However, the state is still harvesting it. So there's all of that involved here. Your face is data. You are often being watched without your permission. This is why, like, my phone has this on it. Slide it open, slide it closed. That way, at least my front camera isn't directly looking in my face. To be fair, I hate having this phone. I would much rather switch off that phone, but that's a whole other thing. But like, let's say you go into a store, 7-Eleven, you're not wearing like a mask. They're scanning you and they know that you're there. By the way, it doesn't like you carrying your phone with you, any electronic, like they're tracing your geolocation anyway. But like you need to start wearing a mask. I don't give a fuck if there's like people that get mad about you, like, oh, there's no pandemic, or who gives a shit? Just wear a mask. Wear a mask, protect yourself. Or put like weird face paint on. Fun fact, you can request all of your logs from Twitch and it will most likely show up empty. You will think, oh cool, they didn't store it. Then looking at yourself through any mod view, you'll be like, oh, never mind. Yeah, you can still delete your social media account and request that they delete the information. However, like depending on, like a lot of them still do actually do it. Like I know Meta does, but they might not. Just say you're immunocompromised, that's fine. I don't have a phone, only a landline, even better. Now, you have to understand that it's not just about your safety, it's about the financial cost. Ignoring your digital privacy, ignoring your digital hygiene is gonna cost you a lot of fucking money. In just 2025, like half of 2025, people lost nearly $6.5 billion to digital scams. $6.5 billion. Just half of 2025. So there's some foundational things that I'm going to need you guys to start doing. And again, on Matrix, we're going to be siloing information. As in, I don't want anyone to have access to every room. This includes both my server and this space's server, which we will be running together. So this space, folks, if you don't follow this space, by the way, go and follow them, support independent media. But this space, folks, will also be in here with us. And the rooms that you have access to are going to be based on whether or not you tried, your trust level. Now, first and foremost, the first thing that you can do, the easiest thing you can do, is you can download something like this, PEPAGANDA. Now, this is an offline password manager, as in, you can keep all of your passwords, instead of having Google auto do them, on a flash drive. Literally, like on a flash drive, it's locked with a password, and you can just import everything that you have on your Google passwords or whatever onto that thing. Now, on PEPAGANDA, there are a lot of cool features. I'd show you them, but I can't because it doesn't allow me to, if I tried to open it and screen share it, it would show up as blank. You can't see it. But so this is a way that you can keep your passwords offline and safe. Also, like, you could just buy like a password book, but that's the other thing. So I can actually have different difficult passwords? Yes. The other thing is, it will generate passwords for you. You can generate passwords that are like long, short, words, symbols. In fact, I want to try something with you guys later that's going to involve this. But just to give you an example of like a password that this can create. So let's say I choose words instead of just random bunches, and I want a separator in the middle, so every word that it writes is going to be separated by the number 7. That's a randomly generated one that it just came up with. Spoken 7, tidbit 7,000, 7 tributary 7 veal, just instantly. Otherwise, if I want to do password, let's say I want to add ASCII to it, I want to add all of these different symbols to it, and I want it to be 20 characters long. That's what that looks like. You can specify, you can choose it, but even better, most people use a Windows computer. And if you're on Windows, every key that you type is locked and it gets sent back to Windows servers. Now, KeePassXC has a feature where, let's say you're doing stuff and you have your drive plugged in so you can have your passwords open. You can get, whether you're using whichever browser you're using. I personally like Firefox, but I might have to switch off that eventually as they're making it worse. But it doesn't matter, whichever one you're using. They do have a plugin that has a button. So like anytime you want to enter a password, you can just have it enter. It'll work just like Google does, where it's like, hey, put this password in. Or, even better, you can have it remotely type out the password, so there's no actual keystrokes to record. There's no copy and paste record, none of that. It will write it out step by step. This will be my good replacement for my Bitwarden. Perfect. Bitwarden's also good, but this is fantastic. You can keep it encrypted, you can keep it off of your computer. As of Windows 11, true, but like default, like every Microsoft app has a default setting for sending them hella data unless you manually change that anyway. Yeah, Windows 11, 100%. 10 does it too. However, on 10, it's easier to remove using like tools like Shutup 10 or Shutup 11, which actually, that reminds me, I should probably link this, guys, too. It's good to do this regardless. This one's easy. So you click on this, you download this, and when you open it, it will ask you, hold on, actually, maybe I can run this one. Do I have it, or is it on a drive? No, it's on a. It'll ask you whether you want to, first it'll make you make a backup, and then second it'll ask you if you want to just use the recommended settings to turn off. Just click recommended, restart your computer, you'll be fine. It'll just turn off most of the big spyware. It won't clean it entirely, but it is what it is. Is it the AI integration stuff with Firefox Visora? Yeah, kinda. It depends on how much they fuck with the ability to go and turn things off. Like, Firefox allows you to go into its actual settings, which is kind of like Mulvad browser, which is better than Firefox and more secure, uses a Firefox base. Tor uses a Firefox base. So, it is what it is. Also, Tor is getting much worse as we go as well. But I need you to stop recycling your passwords. This is why I've given you this tool, KeePassXC. If you want to get it later, if you're watching this on a video, this will be in the video description below. And you need to stop recycling them. Every single login should have its own password. Ideally, every single login should have its own email. Now, you can do this, by the way, by using throwaway emails, using services like temp mail. Is there a Discord? I can't find it. That's the link. Oh, a Discord to something else? Or what? Temp mail is good to know? Yeah, exactly. Something like that. There's a few different services that you can use. But, like, let's say you're making something for an account that you're not going to regularly use. Just make it with temp mail. Throw it away afterward. Doesn't matter. Don't give them your bullshit like email address. If you're being asked at like a store to give them an email address and you don't want to give them yours so you don't get all the ads and shit, just give them one of those. But also you have to like understand that a password alone is not going to protect you. Now, a good password will protect you far more than a bad password, but you should have two-factor authentication on. Add mandatory second lock to all of your important accounts. Yeah, no, none of your data is the problem here. This is broader than the government spying on you. This is everything. This is the ability for them to preempt you. Like, don't give them everything they want. You can deny a little bit of information, and that is better than not denying them at all. You understand what I mean here, Boku? Like, sure, you might think that you're fine. Do as much of this as you can anyway, because why not? You might be fine, you could be doing great. Ideally, two-factor authentication would be like with Authenticator or YubiKey or something other than SMS, but SMS is better than nothing. Exactly. I was going to give Atlas as one that you can use, but you know, YubiKey works as well. Two-factor authentication does not require a phone number. That's true. Biz, can you possibly explain what I mean by cyber liberal? By cyber liberal, you mean somebody who is putting their head in the sand because they think that they are okay and they don't need to do the work. So that's what I think you mean by cyber liberal. But to be fair, I am not entirely reading chat. I'm teaching this class right now. Are there also ways to poison their data supply? Well, absolutely. You can make accounts that are yours and then do things that you don't actually do. You could visit sites that you don't give a shit about. You can set up a bot to do it from your IP. You can give your phone to somebody and have them go somewhere where you're going without them. So like you can do a lot of things. Lying on the internet is great for that in general. But again, stop using the same passwords, stop using the same emails, and stop giving your real email address to anything that's not like like if you're going to ID verify, give them your real email address. If you're going to give them your phone number, then give them your real email address. But do not do this for like an online store or something. That being said, it depends on the company. I think Twitch may have an authenticator option as well. It does. Twitch does have an authenticator option. Most platforms have that option now. A phone number is like an emergency contact. Yeah, I use authenticator for everything. Another thing you could do is that you could treat your phone like your house. You can clean your phone. Your device, like, keeps everything. You can delete apps that you don't use. You can set software to update automatically. You can delete files that you don't need. You can clear cache. You can just have your phone export all of the important shit you want onto a drive and then reset your phone and then reset it again and then reset it again and then put that stuff back on there. You can do a lot. Now, the other part of this is you're gonna see an increase in AI scams. Again, in the first half of 2025, $6.5 billion were stolen by scammers using AI. So it's getting faster, it's getting harder to spot. Your voice can be stolen, so can your face. Criminals can and do clone your loved one's voice using several seconds of audio. A thing that I've often told, and one of the things that we're going to practice today, is coming up with a code word for your family, especially if you have, like, your parents are still alive. You need to set a word with them that you or them can ask to make sure that they're not AI. Because your parents are more than likely the exact demographic that's being targeted the most. And it's also just good to have. It's a double check, just in general. Keep your identity hidden as much as you can, but like, you can't always, and so you have to have backup plans for when it's not. You also have to protect your physical data. Digital privacy means protecting physical information. It means don't carry a whole bunch of electronic shit with you that you don't need. It means if you're going somewhere and you don't want, I don't know, everything on surveilling you, like obviously they're going to be able to surveil you through satellite, through your like license plate, whatever the fuck, that's still happening. But you can put your phone in a Faraday bag. You can, you know what, hold on, I'll actually go get a Faraday bag. I forgot I have to show these because I'm going to put them on the video. 2 seconds. Get a Faraday bag like this. They look like this. Magnetic seal. Inside's built of a mesh material. Locks with a magnet. Turn your phone off, put it on, or put it on airplane mode, turn it off, put it in here. This is meant to block anything getting out, any signal, anything getting in or out. It's a good strat with older people you care about. It's also a good strat with anyone who's politically active. It's a good strat to have with your friends. I think everyone should be doing this. And again, this is one of the things that we're going to be practicing later today. My voice has been stolen and used on a family member. Note when an unknown number calls you, look up the number before you pick it up. That too. But like, yeah, this is why it's good. Because if you say, hello, who is this? They got you. Yeah, Exactly. Now, I don't worry about that because my voice is online. There's hundreds of hours of my voice. But I have a word with my parents on that. Never say yes or no to a sus scam call. I mean, generally, I just don't pick them up. But I've had my social security number stolen and had my identity faked. And this was before I was even an adult. I was still a minor. This was before AI, where I had to go to the IRS and explain that I am not a 36-year-old man with a wife and kids in Pennsylvania and another family somewhere else. Like, it doesn't matter. They will still rob you. I'm 30 and I'm a she, but you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't particularly care. I don't believe in gender. It's a social construct that's in your head that only matters when you're engaging with somebody that cares about it and you care about it in that instance. Don't recognize the number, don't answer it. I answer it. Like, I like to live on the wild side. But if you're going to do that, be aware of what can happen. By the way, destroy old records. Like, once things are used, destroy old bills, receipts, shred them, burn them, that show your name and address before you throw them away. If you're throwing them away, destroy them before you throw them away. Public Wi-Fi networks also track you. Your home Wi-Fi can literally see your physical body, like at any given time, where it is, by the signals that it's sending out and your physical body being in the way. Eat the receipt if you must. I mean, you won't have to, but like if you're throwing shit away, destroy it. No, I'm not an idiot. I said you can call me whatever the fuck you want. I don't give a shit. I don't believe in gender. Also, pay the fuck attention. If you distract me again, I will mute you. We're teaching a class here. If you want to engage in the classwork, cool. Otherwise, please be quiet. You are distracting the other students. Now, when you're going out in public, and you're gonna have your phone on you, right? Like, let's say sometimes you don't want to put it in a Faraday bag. Another thing that you could do is you can turn your phone's MAC number to randomization so that it's harder, and you can make it private Wi-Fi address in your phone's network settings so that it can't really connect as well. It doesn't work perfectly, but it's better than nothing. This makes your phone kind of like a fake ID-ish, but it doesn't mean that they can't track you. But anything that you can do is good. Anything that you can do. Every single action you take is better than not taking any action. Faraday is also quite good for protecting from car theft. That's like the most common use that I know of. Yep, that works too. Put your car keys in there. Put your credit card in there. Put your wallet in there. Put your earpods in there. Your fucking smartwatch in there. Or just don't have all of these. Did Viz just yell at me? No. I yelled at a Twitch chatter. Well, I didn't really yell at a Twitch chatter. I told a Twitch chatter to pay attention. But if you weren't paying attention, well, then, you know, pay attention. The other thing is, like, it's your Wi-Fi network, it's your phone, it's the street cameras, it's the street cameras being able to track you with your gait and your height and your weight and your tattoos and your face and all of that. Like, can you possibly cover yourself from all of these things at once? No. No. It's not feasible, nor is it comfortable, nor is it realistic. But you can do what you can do. You can do one step at a time, little by little. It gets easier the more that you do it, because all of these are habits that you need to get into. And the more that you get into these habits, the easier then it'll be to continue doing the habits. And giving less of your data to these demonic baby-eating company owners to do whatever the fuck they want with. Again, I had to look into the law because I'm going to be I've created the Matrix server, well, not fully, but like, it's gonna be up and running within a day or two for my community and this space's community. And to do that, I had to look into the legal obligations of what data I have to keep. What am I legally obligated to keep in case of, let's say, a subpoena? And I'm legally obligated to keep as little user data as possible. That is the law. That's the actual law. And I don't have to ID verify you to join Matrix, unless, like, you know, it's not safe for work stuff. But like, it's gonna get worse. I need you to understand this, because right now we're fine. In a couple years, AI algorithms are going to be analyzing the data, your body language, predicting whether you're doing thought crimes. Some grandmother just recently got arrested because AI had a false positive, and those are going to get better. Those are going to get stronger. Those are going to get more accurate. You'll like a video on TikTok, and they'll know. They'll know, and then they'll follow you throughout your day, and then they'll fuck with you. They'll have fucking autonomous, like, you think that in a couple years, if we had, like, an actual rebellion, the government would be sending soldiers after us? No, they're gonna send robots and drones. It's robots and drones. So the better way to go about it is to hide, to build an enclave. They will fall apart themselves eventually. The contradictions must. It is a fact. There's no other outcome for them. We need to survive until then. This is a cool subject. Digital hygiene has been on my to-do list since like November last year, but it's kind of actually daunting. You sit down for like hours and set all your stuff up. Well, again, you can do these bit by bit by bit, and once I'm done, like we're about to start practicing some of these together. I have 9 exercises that I've laid out that I want to do with chat, and I want all of you to engage with it. All of you to interact with it, like, to the best of your ability. Some of these are obviously not as easy to do in person, but like the alternative is your data goes into this pipeline. That's it. It's this pipeline, or save your data, save yourself, hide your shit. The last thing about the 4 years, I'm finally upgrading from a 7. I don't know what that. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're talking about Motorola's. I do know that Motorola recently made a partnership with Graphene OS, and they might be coming out with a phone that's going to be graphene capable. Now, I don't really trust Motorola, but that would be cool. So many old accounts, RuneScape or whatever. Oh, you played RuneScape too? Hell yes. Old school or RS3? Because I still play RS3 sometimes. I'm maxed. Those are all nodes of security risk IMO. Oh yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. All of them. Google Pixels. I would love a new Google Pixel, but fuck them, and they're making graphene incompatible anyway, and also I don't have the money for that. Also, you could donate if you want to give me money so that I can buy a secure phone. For example, the company that is the one that I use to create the VPS that we will be running the server on sells a phone. They have their own, and it comes with graphene built in. And I'm thinking about that one maybe. Like, I don't know. I like their service. It's pretty secure, and it's in a country that has real privacy laws outside of the 14 Eyes. And like, I'm already hosting the Matrix server from it, so we must undermine these fucking peepers. Oh, absolutely. Speaking of games, I highly recommend checking out where Winds Meet West. I don't really play games too much anymore, really. I was lying when I said I still play RuneScape. That was like 3 years ago when I had a life outside of this. Okay, let's do an exercise together. Let's do a, remember the password I explained. I want you to make a password. All of you just come up with a difficult password. Your idea of what one is. And we're going to vote on who has the best password. Together. Yeah, I deleted all of those, like, email accounts a long time ago, except for the one that runs RuneScape Hybrid Heathen. But, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you lose. You are at the bottom. Eric Prince came out with that new OP system that can't be hacked. When you see he worked with Israel, I mean, obviously, that's where all the tech stuff is built. Remembering the flock cams are publicly accessible and are everywhere, constantly tracking your movements alongside with AI recognition. Yep, and also don't forget that they have powerful microphones built into them that can hear small conversations in big cities. I like that one, Shufa Poofer. That's a good one. Come on, guys. Give us a good password. You did forget special characters. Hybrid Heathen is currently in the lead in my vote, but, you know. Silas, that's not a bad one. I would throw some numbers or symbols in there, but, you know. They auto zoom on phone screens too? Yeah, of course they do. Come on, guys, participate. Sylvie, give me a password. Come on. Boku, stop fucking around. Pay attention in class. Do you want detention? John Davis. That's a good one. Same with Mr. The Same. Thank you guys. Now, what do you guys think? Who has the best password out of, like, everyone here? My vote, really, is between Jet and Hybrid Heathen. I'm gonna go with Jet is my vote, honestly. Ghost Pepper, you need numbers in there. You need special characters in there. You need maybe ASCII in there. So, like, the idea of this password, the one I just put in chat, Jet's password, the pin in YouTube. The reason that this is a better password is because it has a bunch of, actually, you could probably do better and add a couple other symbols into there. But, yeah, actually, there we go. Sylvie, that's a good one. These are the type of passwords that you can auto-generate with KeePassXC, like I sent you guys. Even better ones. Like, for example, the one I gave you that I generated as a passphrase looked like this. Tiny, thinly 7, spiny 7, blast 7, cruncher 7, fraternal. One of those is in caps lock. Like, yeah. Have different protocols for passwords based on what they're for. All passwords are different. Yes, exactly. For example, I use different types of passwords for different things. These word type passwords are for some things, and these more advanced passwords, like this one, are for other things. I can't even remember how to type that. That one has to be written down. That one has to be in a password manager or in my little notebook for me to be able to understand it. But that's okay, because again, KeePassXC is one you can keep on a flash drive with encryption. Like, not just a password. I mean a KeePass file, like a key file, that you can keep on a separate drive. So that even if they get the drive, they still can't get in because they don't have the KeePass file, which is on a different drive. There's a video going around made in Australia about a commercial building outside, but inside has a Olgi? I don't know what that is. Everyone is a mod in chat that's not actively a right-winger, but yeah, Boku, gotta say, you're not doing well in my class. You're kind of at a D right now. So, like, go and change your passwords. Download something like KeePass. It doesn't have to be exactly that. There's multiple different ones. I just prefer that one. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. But it's worth doing. Now, moving on. I want you all, I'm going to do this with you. I want you to pick up your phone, and I want you to find one single app that you have not used in the last 6 months and delete it. If you can't actually, then just pretend to. Go along with it, alright? I'm going to do the same thing with you. Let's set a 60-second timer. 60 seconds, and we're going to go and delete one app on our phone that we aren't using, or like haven't used in months. Just one. There we go. That'll work. All I'm doing too. Uninstall. Now again, if you don't have one, just go along with it. Would be cool if you could use BitLocker, but I think Windows doesn't even allow consumers for to use it. I think you can. But, like, I use BitLocker for other things. Done? Sick? Well done. Now, let's wait for that timer to go off. 24 seconds left. But it's important to do this because old forgotten apps are still secretly tracking your location, gathering your data in the background. They're milking you. Having a hard time doing the actual uninstall, but, like, you're trying, so, Old wallet app, perfect, that works. All of these apps that you aren't using anymore that are sitting on your phone are still monitoring you, or still gathering your data. I just deleted a game that came with my phone. Perfect, well done, A+, gold star, everybody. Now that's up. That's time up for that one. These are all little things. Again, like, you don't have to do everything at once. You don't have to change. Do you know how daunting it is to go through every single password you have and change it? Or make a new account with a new email on every service you have? No. Do not try and do that. Like, do not attempt in your head to prepare to sit down and do it all at once. Do it one by one. Because once you have that mentality, it'll be impossible and you just won't do it. So many useless apps I have from traveling a lot. There you go. Think I found this one out the hard way? Yeah. Now, another thing that could happen. This is less likely for someone like, us, but I don't know. Let's go with YouTube. All right. Spotting fake links. Someone in chat, let's say, maybe in chat, links a YouTube video, but the YouTube link looks just a little bit off. Let's say it looks like... Wait. The link looks like this. You need to look at the link fully to know that that's an actual link and not something else redirecting you, like u.tube. A lot of this stuff is very minor. If a link isn't clean when I see it, I clean it before I use it. That's the other thing. Now, another thing that you need to understand is if you're sharing something. So I'm going to share the current live stream for this space, which again, you should go follow. Now, if I share that live stream off of YouTube, like I literally click share, it will give me this link, right? Everything from the question mark onward is a tracker in this link. So the clean version of this link actually looks like this. Everything that comes after, like question mark SI and everything after it is a tracker that you can just delete off your link so that YouTube doesn't know where the person got it linked from, got it, clicked on it, and all of that. Like, who sent it? That's data that you can just deny them. Another one I personally like doing. Let's say I want to... Well, I'm sorry, I was going to say just opening Twitter to the homepage live without checking what's on there is a dangerous game to play. But let's say I wanted to link a Twitter file, right? Me talking about ICE robbing people. Now, normally, that link looks like this. You can, instead of using, x.com, you can write fxtwitter.com. And now that's not directly linked to, it'll still open to the same page. However, you're not you're not giving them as much data. Note, Instagram has a terrible version of this where they give the person who sent you a link that says their legal name because it says X shared this video with you. Yeah, I know. That's why I fucking hate Instagram links. I don't touch them at all. I don't even have my Instagram logged in. You have to get in a habit of leave and remove trackers, like an intentional choreographed game of jump rope. It took me a couple times of getting reminded. So here's the other thing. Like, you just gotta remind people, and then they will start doing it. Every time. Like, every time you see one of your friends forget, just be like, oh, don't forget to do that. And then in a couple times, they'll remember. Video going around Australia about a commercial building outside, but inside it that has a hole going straight down like a missile silo near the Pentagon antenna arrays. Called it a portal. I don't know what the fuck that is, but you mean Pine Gap? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But, again, not related to the class, guys. Now, sorry, get a drink of water. You can also, what we did with, I can't do this practice with you because I don't have any browser extensions that I can delete at the moment. Like, I literally, I think I have one. No, I have, here. Actually, I can do this with you. So, the next, I want you to go into your browser settings and to clean some stuff up. For example, extensions. Now, mobile dyslexic doesn't work anymore, so I'm going to delete this. But clear URLs is one I'm going to keep. Wayback Machine is one I'm going to keep. Here's the KeyPass XC browser extension, and Dark Reader I'm going to keep. I'm going to delete mobile dyslexic. I don't want it to show anything that might... Oh, never mind. Don't even have to. Easy. Remove extension. Now, I wish that worked, but it is what it is. You're a good teacher? Thank you. I am trying here. It's not exactly a nice format. Like, I would rather be teaching in person, but I only have uBlock Origins. I prefer Ad Nauseam to uBlock Origins, which works significantly better. And I would highly recommend switching over to that. I don't have it running because it will break stream if I tried to have it running at the moment. Especially because you swear, good teacher. I mean, this is like a college level class, so my browsers have very few extensions because I have a habit of wiping my entire PC every so often. That's a good habit to have. This doesn't have many extensions because I actually have multiple different profiles of Firefox. I have a more secure version that has everything locked down in the where is it on? How do I get into the... I can't remember type here. Oh, I didn't write it down. Hold on, I got it. They really, really are trying to hide this one. Is it the /about? No. /something. Anyone who uses Firefox, how do you get into the / settings again? What is the words I'm typing in there? God damn it! I did this yesterday. Oh, come on. You're already halfway there. Ah, thank you. It's about, not /. That's what I was getting wrong. Thank you. Okay, so you can do this. This is a little bit more advanced. You can go into about preferences in your URL, and you can change a lot in there, but about build config, about config. Proceed with caution. This will show you up. Now, let me make sure that's not gonna directly dox me or anything. Perfect. You will see things like this. These are settings that are built into Firefox in your about config. And you can turn some on and off. Some of these are trackers. If you turn some of these off, you might break your ability for your mic to work or your camera to work. Let's say you don't want any camera to work. You can turn it off in the browser settings, period. Now, like, you can turn that off in other places as well, but, like, it's worth doing regardless. Okay, sorry, I had to speed through there because I was like, is it going to show something that's, like, actually important? And it almost did, but not quite. That's unimportant. But if you're going to go into about config, like, know what you're doing, watch a YouTube video on the subject. I'm not going to guide you on that one. But you can do a lot with your browser. You can have several different browsers. Again, like, I have 3 different Firefox profiles, which have different about configs. This is the lightest one because I can stream through it. And then I have one that's heavier encryption and, like, security that I use for, like, normal stuff. And then I have my secure one that blocks basically everything, including JavaScript. Simplest solution, unplug peripherals when not in use. That's also a good solution. Morning in Australia, it is indeed Texas film. My laptop is one of those privacy sliders. That's good too. I mean, personally, like, I don't use my laptop, but if I was going to, I would actually have to open it and take the camera and microphone, the speakers out, because the speakers are a microphone. if you have any speakers, that is a microphone. Even if they're not technically on, but there's only so much you can do. You don't need to put, I don't know, tarps around the windows of your house so that someone can't fucking UV laser your window and hear your conversation. So you don't have to go that far. We're talking about little things that you can do, small changes you can make one at a time, not all at once. We went over the YouTube tracker links. What else do we got? Okay, here's another exercise we're going to do together. Now, this is something that I'm going to require for people that I trust to have access to the higher clearance rooms in Matrix. And this is going to be a handshake. Now, ideally, I think all of you should do this. I think that this is kind of like the code word that you have to find out if someone's AI or not, that I told you to set up with your parents, but this is a bit more advanced version of it. Now, you create, let's say, a code word for your friends, or ideally, let's say you meet with somebody in person. Then you are talking to them online later to ensure that you're talking to the same person. If the things that you said in that conversation were not put online, you can say, what was the last thing that we talked about? Or a very specific question about the last thing that you talked about. And then they answer. And that is part of that verification. The other thing you could do is ask personal questions that nobody else knows. You can create these code words that you never put online, write them down or remember them, and then use that. And when you are talking to this person, if they don't have the right answer, then that's not the right person. That could be AI, that could be a hacker, that could be a federal agent. It doesn't matter. Have a handshake. This is going to be required. So as a test, let's say Orange Panda Silver. That's a code word, right? Orange Panda Silver. Who wants to demonstrate this with me? Do I have a volunteer? Because I'm gonna display what this looks like. Ocean Beacon, I like that one too. I already forgot what mine was, so let's do Ocean Beacon. All right, you can be my volunteer, Mr. Thane. So, I would be talking to you in real life. Let's say we're out in public, and let's say we're talking about how New Yorkers say coffee. Then you get home, I go home, and we talk the next day on a video call. And I ask you, what was the last thing that we talked about? Now, you would come up with that answer, but here's the other part of it. Both sides need to do this. You need to have a question to ask me. So let's say you then ask me, what was your response to how New Yorkers pronounce coffee? And then I have to answer that, which would be, that's the right word to say. Caffey? No, that's New Jersey and Long Island. Coffee. But, so you understand it. And then, let's say we get through handshake one. We got through that. I asked you the question, and you answered it. You answered the question and then asked me the question, and then I answered it. What's the code word? I want 2 handshakes. Let's say this is a, important conversation. So then you have to give me the handshake code. You're the chat whisperer? Am I really? No, it's just because the people that are in chat are all lovely and actually don't want to die and don't want to be milked by Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison for the rest of their lives. And so again, you would answer Ocean Beacon, and then I would then be like, okay, you're verified. Now, if this was done over a written conversation, that needs to change. The words need to change. That one can't be reused. But if you do it over a call, it's a little bit different. I resent being called lovely. Why? Peter Thiel thinks he can milk me just because I have nipples. He is actively milking you right now. So is Jeffrey Bezos and Larry Ellison. Little on the outside of the topic, but my engineering skills and creative nature to reverse and build directional microwave devices to stop a drone from attacking, loitering, and eavesdropping. I like that. That would be useful. Because you have the ultimate handshake on me. Well, again, it does it's situational. It's individual wise, and it changes because you have to you can't reuse things. Everything is monitored. Now, breadcrumbs are the things that you're trying to get rid of here. You can't get rid of your entire presence. You're not going to become a ghost. Unless you want to go live in the woods and off the grid, and you have the money and ability to do that, which I'm going to assume none of you do. Your goal here is to minimize your footprint, is to be as small as possible, to hide as much as possible. Every photo you take, for example, on your phone, has GPS location of that photo on your phone. So what can you do? Let's say you want to post a photo online. Well, if you do, and then someone downloads that photo and then looks into EXIF, they can see where that image was taken. So what you can do is you can use sites like this, EXIF Data, where you, and by the way, there are phone apps for this too, you can edit EXIF data or remove it completely. So you should be doing this for every single photo that you're going to post online. That is insane that they can extract the GPS data. Have you ever seen Google Photos where they have like the map and it shows you where each photo was taken? Google Photos literally, like it's a service. You have a timeline, so it shows your whole travel history. They make it sound like, you know, it's fun to have. Remove metadata from phone in settings. That's also some good thing to do. But again, if you're going to post any photo, you want to remove all of the EXIF data. I have some shit to delete. Yeah, you probably do. It works. It works. It's free. You can get a free tool for this on your phone. Just EXIF. That's all you want. To search EXIF remover. You will find one. So all of you, just do one now. That is like, go and find an EXIF app or on your computer and just remove the data from one. Because if you have some trouble, I want you to ask me questions. Like, this is one that I want you all to do. And if you need help, I will help you. Oh shit, Viz knows where I live. I know where all of you live. I know everything. It's bad enough that some states have had to pass laws to ban geo-warrants because police departments could just request like 1,000 people's GPS data. They just buy it, hybrid heathen. They just buy it. All this data gets sold. Everything like that gets, like your phone, whether you have Google or Apple, whatever, your photos collect your GPS data, then they sell it for people who want to give you ads. And then those people who want to give you like ads, or sometimes just the police. They're trying to get AI to be able to geolocate anything like Rainbolt style, even interior pictures, and it's getting better at it. So, again, please try one now. Has any of you finished or had an issue with trying to do this? Keep in mind, every app you install is another potential privacy breach. Review TNCs before installing. That is true. EXIF remover on Android store is generally, I think, a decent one. It is better to do everything on PC. Your phone is a spy machine. This is all it exists for, is to spy on you. That's all this is. The existential doom rectangle as well, like, you know. I'm gonna wait until someone says they're done. Or needs help. Okay, I tried it. Thankfully, the phone took the picture did not attach GPS details to the picture, but it had everything else. That's good. Good. Done? Awesome. If anyone needs help with something like this, let me know. I'm happy to help. Again, if you're not already in the Discord, join the Discord. I will be launching the Matrix server, and everything will be moving over to Matrix. Like, Discord is going to be the home space for people that, like, are new, so that they can get into Matrix. You can't get into Matrix. You can't get in even if you know the domain. And the new Matrix server doesn't have the same domain as the video that I just posted on YouTube, which is, the part 1 of the how to switch to Matrix guide. This being part 2, because using Matrix doesn't mean shit if you're not practicing at least some of these like habits. Can we auto set our phones not to attach any data to your pics? You can auto set your phone to attach less data to your pictures, but not any. It will still attach some data. There is no metadata on the photo I use. Lucky you. Is YouTube command not working? Oh, it does. It just works late. Now, speaking of your phone, go into your phone settings and go into privacy and app permission on your phone. Look at location access, just location access. Open your phone settings, wherever you are, whichever phone you have. Privacy and security is what it says on Android. I don't know what it says on Apple. Open that. Go into your permissions, settings for your apps, and go and look at location access. Ask them, cookies and site data, that's how used other than populating your emails with other things you viewed. Well, of course, like that's part of...
Hello, folks. I am a little tiny bit laggy. That's fine. That's my computer. Dude, yesterday I tried to play Borderlands with my friend of mine. Borderlands could barely load. It's crazy. I don't know. He says I got to get a new computer, but we'll figure it out. Anyways, folks, I am Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, and politics over here on this space. Let the chat. Let the people know. Let the people know we're live and we're going long today. It's a Devil's Advocate takeover of this space. I just got home from work. We don't know if Trump is going to do some shit to Iran later. We're going to find out after Carlos's show, Difficult Truth, at 7. I'll be back here at 8. We'll have some guests. We'll watch some clips. We'll try to have fun. We'll see what the fuck is going on. But right now, I want to talk to y'all about something so serious, something so gravitational, that we just have to have a conversation about it. And I'm dead serious. You know, when I say I'm dead serious, I'm joking. Folks, I went and saw on Saturday, had a date with my lovely wife to go see the Mario Galaxy movie. And I made a review of it. It's on my channel, 14 minutes. It's got 43 views. That's not bad for one of my movie reviews. Look at my trailer reaction for Supergirl, 9 views. I don't know. People don't care about Supergirl, I guess. But Mario Galaxy, it was fun. Watch my review for a breakdown. But it has become the latest in a culture war. And I want to play this clip. This is from the press tour of Mario. I think this is Italy. Yeah, they're in Italy. It's Charlie Day who plays Luigi, right? Anya Taylor, I almost said Taylor Green. Taylor Joy, who plays Princess Peach. Keegan-Michael Key, who plays Toad. and this dude who I don't know if I don't know who he is. But anyways, let me play you this clip.
I have a question for you, Charlie. You play Luigi, a great Italian guy. Who's your favorite Luigi in recent American history?
Recent American history. Well, me, first of all, number one. Luigi Mangione.
Luigi Mangione.
Number two.
That's perfect. That's only one.
That's one we want to thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you
This
so
is going
much.
to be great for time to me. Luigi Mangione, and I just said groom.
All right, so this is another interviewer. So yeah, he was asked, who's your favorite Luigi? Who's your favorite most recent American Luigi? And there's only one that we all know. And I think that's hilarious that happened on the press tour for a children's movie. Now, you know, you don't think that this clip is going to go viral because, you know, when you're doing press tours, it is very old school Hollywood. You're going to different locations. You're talking to local outlets. That's why they're in Italy. That's why I'm sure, you know, the entire crew isn't there. Some of the crew is somewhere else doing a different press thing. But the clips go viral. And so this clip has gone viral. And Laura Ingraham talked about it on her show. No problem. But Laura Ingraham talked about it on her show, being like, oh my God, this is decadent evil. They're celebrating this guy who assassinated a evil, you know, a poor, helpless healthcare CEO. So they're freaking out. But I bet you didn't know that the right wing has two angles on this. Because the other angle is that they're saying this movie is anti-woke, folks. The Mario movie is anti-woke. They're saying this because there's no black people. They're saying this because the main relationship is heterosexual. And they're saying this because a man is the protagonist. And what was the other one? I talked about this in my review. But and there's no gay people, right? And I ran down the list. I said, all right, there's no gay people anywhere in any Nintendo anything because there's no explicit relationships even in any Nintendo anything. We've been waiting a million years for fucking Zelda and Link to kiss. Peach and Mario don't kiss. Maybe they get a peck on the cheek and that's it. They didn't even get married. In what was it? Mario Odyssey. That was the whole thing. Bowser kidnaps Peach to get married. Mario saves Peach, and at the end, both Mario and Bowser are left by Peach as she goes on vacation. And is like, I'm tired of the both of you. There is no sex at all. Just like any like Disney movie, really. It's asexual because it's for fucking children. There's no black people because there's no people in Mario. Now, in this movie, yes, there is. Because right here you can see Keegan-Michael Key, who plays Toad. Toad is black, all right? Who else is in this movie? Yoshi's in this movie. And guess who voices Yoshi? Donald Glover. Is it weird that you get someone like Donald Glover to basically just go repeat the word Yoshi over and over and over throughout a movie? Yes, it is. You absolutely could have gotten the actual voice actress who does Yoshi to do that character. But you got Donald Glover for whatever reason. The main relationship is heterosexual. In this movie, Mario, it declares his love for Peach. That's it. They don't get together. There's no resolution to that. This is one of my criticisms. There's kind of no point to this other, and it doesn't even build tension. Spoilers, Nintendo spoiled it before the movie came out, but Star Fox is in this movie. And there was a moment where you think, oh, maybe Peach is going to think Star Fox is super cool because he's got his spaceship and they need his help to get across the galaxy. And you think there might be some tension. Mario was like, oh, he's sizing up Luigi or Star Fox. He's like, maybe I'm going to have to compete with this guy for Peach's affection. Nope. That just doesn't happen. So there isn't even any tension that comes from him declaring his love for Peach. And what was the other thing they said? Oh, it's a male protagonist. Kind of. It's called the Mario Galaxy movie, but this movie is really propelled by Peach. It's her movie. Mario and Luigi are kind of just there with Yoshi and doing stuff. I just wanted to get that out of the way. One, to tell you all to go watch my review, of course. I also made a reaction to Jay-Z's first album because I've never sat down and listened to Jay-Z before, so that's there too. Plus all the other stuff that's on my page. But yeah, it was just burning in my fucking brain all weekend that the right wing is freaking out about Mario. And again, in two different ways. One says, hey, we're claiming this. And you know why they're claiming it? Because it got bad reviews. It's got bad reviews. So when that happens, the conservatives take a look at it and go, okay, this is getting bad reviews. Why? And, you know, whatever, story reasons. The reasons I gave it like mid reviews. Like, it's fine. It's just, it's not as good as the first one. They are for kids, for sure. But that doesn't mean it can't have a little bit of depth and characterization. But they go, well, why is it getting bad reviews? Oh, everyone's saying it's bad. Ergo, if I say it's good, I'm the smart one. I have the minority opinion. Therefore, it's intelligent, right? That's how they act with so much stuff. That's why you get to where we are, frankly. And how do I know this? Because I, myself, was a contrarian growing up. And boy, oh boy, did I have no fucking idea what I was talking about most of the time. But whatever the teacher was arguing for, whatever my parents were arguing for, whatever my class, my group of friends, whatever their opinion, I have to say, but wait, what about the opposite? And that is why I call myself the devil's advocate. Because I'm an asshole. But you know who else is an asshole? Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is just destroying the Democratic Party. And I wanted to start this segment that I know, you know, everybody kind of knows what's going on here. But this is a clip. I literally just saw it before we went live here of a Republican talking about Hassan Piker. And I find it interesting. I wanted to see what this is about. So this is a clip from, I think this is Will Cain's show. Yeah, Will Cain's show. Look, Fox is already 10 steps ahead of CNN. CNN is podcast-defying their networks. Fox already been done that. And here's Chip Roy on with Will Cain talking about why are Dems appearing with Hassan Piker.
Chip Roy. Congressman, it's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Glad to have you here in Dallas. So after the 2024 election, I think one of the things that Democrats told themselves is we got to get out there. We got to be on more podcasts. And they're using that excuse to explain their association with people like Hassan Piker.
Well, look, I think what we're seeing with Piker is just an indication of where the Democratic Party is today, where they are currently. I will give at least a little credit to Haley Stevens, who seemed to at least partially distance herself. She's a colleague of mine. But, you know, El Sayed, who you just talked about, was openly embracing it. And this is, I think, a pretty equal race. I mean, he's certainly polling somewhere around 30% and has a real shot at being, I think, the first Muslim United States senator. This is something we're seeing in the significant march of Islam across the United States. Something that's been concerning to me and a lot of my colleagues is we've created the Sharia Free America Caucus. My friend Keith Self, local congressman from Collin County, just north of here, dealing with Epic City. But also what we've been seeing, obviously, with Mamdani, who you just showed the clip, where Mamdani is sitting there saddling up with Piker. There's no...
That's crazy. I didn't know that he went that route. This is the part of the Islamification of America. You know, you could have, again, I don't know, man. I'm trying to give them tips. You could have gone a little less xenophobic with it, right? I mean, that's what they did with AOC. That's what they did with AOC in 2018. Hey, we're going to highlight this primary challenger to a Democratic establishment candidate in New York. We're going to say, oh, my God, you got to watch out, folks. This is where the Democratic Party really is. Every time you hear Joe Biden speak or Nancy Pelosi speak, you should really be thinking about AOC. And then AOC wins, and they go, oh, even better. Now we can really threaten, any Democrat across the country, no matter what state, no matter what they say, they are AOC. They are puppets of the mastermind of AOC. And what did that do? Made her a national fucking celebrity, made her fucking famous, and she has used that power to stop Amazon from coming into New York and building a fucking fulfillment center, which actually ended up moving to Virginia and sucked out a bunch of jobs. Didn't work out so well. So she was fucking right to do that. And it made it so now she is a contender for president. They did that. They made her fucking famous. So that's what they're doing with Hassan. Okay, now the Dems, I like the way he framed it too. Let me go back and play that again. Because he's like, why they're using the fact that they should have gone on more podcasts for the explanation of why they lost the election. By the way, you can see in the corner here, hang out with Sean Hannity. Please don't threaten me, sir. But that's yet another podcasty type show. What Fox is doing, has done, and what CNN is doing now is that same thing. Let's hear it again.
Congressman, it's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Will.
Glad to have you here in Dallas. So after the 2024 election, I think one of the things that Democrats told themselves is we got to get out there.
Democrats told themselves, and that is true. I'll give him that. Because really what happened was the support for Gaza. The support for Gaza, trotting out fucking Liz Cheney, backing off on the, hey, Republicans are fucking weird talk. That's what lost them the election. But they told themselves it was because we didn't go on Joe Rogan, right? So that was a story Democrats told themselves.
We got to be on more podcasts. And they're using that excuse to explain their association with people like Hassan Piker.
Right. So Abdul El Sayed and a couple, Ro Khanna has said, like, yeah, I would go on Joe Rogan's show, just like I would go on Hassan's show, just like I would go on, I'm going to play the clip of Cory Booker next. But, like, dude, you've talked to Newt Gingrich. You've talked to people who've said way worse shit than Hassan. Why are you so afraid to go on his show? And this is the thing. They wanted a Joe Rogan of the left, right? First of all, not really, because they don't want him of the left. But they want a Joe Rogan they can control. That's where they're turning CNN into a podcast network. And how Jake Tapper has the sign. They want a podcast where the points are given to them ahead of time. I was just watching before at work the I've Had It podcast, and they were talking about this same issue and saying when we had Cory Booker on, they're used to legacy media. We got like a list of talking points or pre-approved like topics that we could talk to them about, but we opened the show by saying, what have you had it with? That's our thing that we do. And he said corporate money. So of course, I'm not just going to let that slide. I'm going to start talking about AIPAC and like, what do you mean corporate money? You take corporate money. What do you mean you've had it with that? And then they're getting texts from the producers who are getting texts from Cory Booker's aides who are like, hey, we didn't say you could talk about this. What are you doing? What are you doing? And it's like, he brought it up. And this is the problem. You want to come off as authentic, but you can't come off as authentic with talking points. You can have the aesthetic. You can have the fucking wood paneling and the posters everywhere, but people are going to be able to tell the goddamn difference. And that's the thing. Hassan is authentic. Wanda says here, I don't even watch Hassan, and now I'm subscribing to him because of these attacks. Yeah, man. Dude, I barely watch him either. Okay? He streams for hours and hours every day, which, like, God bless you, man. It fucking takes a lot to do that, especially early on. But then again, early on on Twitch, I had 0 people watching me. Hassan at least had some kind of built-in audience because of coming from TYT. So I'm assuming it makes it a little easier knowing that you have people watching instead of just like hoping that people eventually find you. But regardless, this kind of all started from this lady. Let me see if I can find it. I have a lot of tabs open again. Forgive me if my computer's a little slow here. This lady on the Bulwark podcast network, and the Bulwark, I don't know what that is. It's some kind of outlet. I think created by former Republicans who are like, we're never Trumpers. And so we're going to help the Democrats win and whatever. Right? But that's been my problem with the Never Trumpers since 2016. They say, well, I'm a Never Trumper, so fuck him, and maybe I'll leave the Republican Party. But now they come over to the Democrats like they're experts, like they know how to win, like they know how Democrats work, and they don't. They're just trying to make the Democratic Party into their version of the Republican Party that they want. Look, Rune, I'm trying to talk to the people, and you're talking to me, so I'm gonna come get you. I'm gonna come get you, and you're in jail now. You're in air jail. You're in lap jail. He's over here. Yes, you're on camera now, Mr. Pune. I know. You can stand right here. You can stand right here. Oh, God. All right. Okay. I can't pull up that clip. Let's see if this works though. All right, so this is the woman who said it. She's replying to Film the Police LA, which is a great account. They're combating police brutality, have been for years. Maybe Sarah Longwell should be the one rejected by the Democratic Party. And she said, I got a lot of, you're not a Democrat. You don't get to tell Democrats what to do this weekend. Fact check, true. I'm not a Democrat. I guess at this point, I'm a political independent. She's politically homeless, like our good friend Anna Kasparian. But that's besides the point. I'm an American who cares about liberal democracy in America. Okay. Well, if you care about that, then why are you so anti talking to constituents? By the way, this was a week before the 2024 election, and this is her on the Bulwark podcast. This is Tim Miller. I don't know who this is. Whenever I hear the name Tim Miller, I think of the director of Deadpool, because his name is also Tim Miller. But he was also a former Republican, also like a Never Trumper. I left the right, and now I'm politically homeless or independent. But he's been leaning a little bit more and more, kind of getting the message. You know what I mean? What up, Chuck? Feeling quite at home with your fellow leftists? Indeed, indeed. We're here again. Tweet it out, blue sky it out, Instagram it out, Reddit it out, go in other people's chats who are live and tweet it out that we're fucking live over here. And we're going live because we got to see what Trump is going to do tonight at 8:00. So yeah, this is a clip from the week before the election in 2024. Okay, and listen to what she says.
But here was the thing about the cheering that I loved. Speaking of Stonewall, but also I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse, and she's like, "We're gonna have the most lethal fighting force," and people are like, "Yeah," and she's like, "And we're gonna secure the border," and people are like, "Yeah," and I was just like, this is, and she's, we are gonna be leaders in the world, and we're not gonna let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say it. But I will say she is, look, man, she's leaning into, I'm going mainstream. And whenever she does, there's a couple, price gouging or whatever, I'm like, boo. But like
right. She doesn't care about the price gouging from companies. She loves we're going after the border. We're going to have the strongest military in the world, coming out with Liz Cheney. They said it. They said it out loud. The neocons took over the Democratic Party. And it's been happening for a long time. Nicole Wallace is on MSNBC. She has a show on MSNBC. She wrote speeches for George W. fucking Bush going into Iraq. She lied for George Bush. Okay? Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, my dad watches him every fucking morning. He was a Republican congressman in the 90s under Newt Gingrich's Congress, which was already extreme. That was like the beginning of the Tea Party, that Congress, that Republican Congress. She's another, she is the person trying to throw Hassan on the bus. I mean, I guess not just her, because we did talk about this last week, her Hassan derangement syndrome. The Wall Street Journal came out with Third Way Politics, which is like a Clinton think tank or some bullshit. I don't know. Some bullshit establishment Democrat think tank coming out saying you should distance yourself from Hassan. Don't go on Hassan. You got, who was it last week too? Oh, the New York, upstate New York, Democratic chairs of like different towns coming together, writing a thing saying, hey, the candidate Effie Phillips Staley, who went on Hassan's show, she should be ostracized. Nobody should ever go on Hassan. He said these bad things. It's fucking, Tim Miller was the campaign manager for Jeb Bush. Oh, that's hilarious. Of course you left the right. What were you? You were backing Jeb Bush, you fucking loser. But yeah, they are trying to desperately claw back any possible collaboration that happens with Hassan, which again, you would beg to go on Joe Rogan's show. You were begged to go on Theo Vaughn's show, but Hassan would invite you on, maybe, because he doesn't fucking need you. I mean, he said this in a thing, like, they think it's like, they think this is old style media. They still look at the internet like the internet's lucky to get any attention from mainstream like zeitgeist, right? If politicians go on your show, that's legitimizing your show. It's like, nah, motherfucker, you're late. You're late to the party. It's over for you. It's just mainstream is taking a long time to die. And just like, and this is what it kind of reminded me of, in the 90s when they went after Mortal Kombat, or the early 2000s when they went after Grand Theft Auto, it was already like multiple games down the line. Like, it's already done. We already like Mortal Kombat and GTA. You're not going to stop the production of these things. One, it makes too much money, so capitalism, the thing that you're worshiping, already has decided that this is a good thing for the market. And two, it's too late. If you did cancel Mortal Kombat, if you did cancel GTA, if you got Jeff Bezos to like ban Hassan from Twitch, one, everybody would be talking about fucking Asmongold and be like, he's next then, right? But no, of course he wouldn't be. Okay, Mr. Poon, your sentence is over. You may be free. You may be free. But if Bezos banned Hassan, he would just go to YouTube. If YouTube banned Hassan, he would go to Facebook or Instagram or make his own website and host it on cloud services. If they banned his website, okay, now he's just posting. I mean, first of all, the amount of other people who would just post his videos or whatever he puts out into the world. Like, what are you going to ban him off the entire internet? He would go on Kick. He'd go on Rumble. He'd go on OnlyFans or whatever. Whatever would fucking let him go on there and keep doing his show, he would do that. And that would see a massive influx of users. It's too fucking late. You're about 10 years too late to make this guy toxic. Okay? I just want to keep going down this road of Sarah Longwell's insanity and just some of this Hassan derangement syndrome. So here's after Waleed Shahid, who great reporter. I follow him. I think he's on Zateo now. Yeah. Described how Muslim and Arab voters have felt betrayed by Biden's apathy toward Palestinian suffering. Sarah Longwell responded by summing up their feelings as a temper tantrum. And this is from January of 2024. Okay. Watch this. You want to get mad? Watch this, boy.
Blunders, particularly in October, that are viral in the Muslim community on WhatsApp, like questioning the death toll, like refusing to call the family of the 6-year-old boy out in Illinois for a week who was stabbed multiple times in a hate crime. These things are like known as like core. When people feel these kinds of things on an identity level, it's hard to shake their distrust of the president that he cares about people like them. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying I'm being descriptive.
But I just think like there's literally every demographic that could make the case that they feel unseen in some way by the president. Like I hear Black people in the focus groups talk about how they don't feel like enough has been done on policing. Every Republican who voted for Biden feels betrayed by the fact that he's been too accommodating to progressives. I mean, I just like literally everybody has a reason to be mad at him. And the question is are you going to have a temper tantrum in the face of is every group going to just like be like, I'm not voting for this guy because of Trump? Because I think that's what they did in 2016. And that's how you got him. And the thing is everybody knows now you can get him and what it's like when you do. And if anybody is going to let their anger over any given policy issue, no matter how frustrated they are by it, put Trump back in the White House, that's it is both, I think, an action against self-interest as well as like a deeply selfish thing to do in the face of the threat.
It's selfish. It's selfish to not want better for your own country and for the people around the world. It's selfish, he says. Dude, that's fucking brutal. It's selfish. Let Biden do his genocide. Come on. He's been friends with Netanyahu since the fucking Stone Age because they're both old as shit. Let him do his genocide. Come on, don't throw a tantrum. Don't throw a tantrum like you're all doing right now. Here's another one. This is kind of in the same mold. This is just Neera Tanding retweeting Sneeko. Sneeko's been crashing out, dude. A lot of the MAGA influence has been like, I don't know what to do. I don't know my identity. We'll get to them a little later in the show. But yeah, like you're going to retweet Sneeko, but Hassan is toxic? They have no principles. And no, they don't. They don't believe in anything other than getting money for themselves, right? I mean, Sarah, she was just in that clip being like, yeah, when Kamala talks about price gouging, I go like, none of that. It's like, what do you mean none of that? You want companies to be able to price gouge? You, Sarah Longwell, would love to go to a gas station and they say, oh, I know who you are. It's $100 a gallon for gas because you can afford it. And she would be totally okay with that, right? Fuck that shit. Or I know you're stranded, so now it's $300 a gallon for gas because I know you're stranded. And this is the marketplace, right? The marketplace means you need this and you need this so badly. If I don't give it to you, you'll probably like die out here in the middle of the woods. I'm thinking a horror movie scenario. You'll probably die. Jason Voorhees is going to come get you. So I could be nice. I could be collectivist and think about the community and give you gas, or, give you a fair price on gas. Or I could say, fuck off, $300 for gas, or you're walking. You're walking through the woods at night. This is the clip that popped off over the weekend that began the whole shit thing. The reason I know this fucking person's name. Again, here's Tim Miller, who, according to Wanda, was the campaign manager for Jeb Bush, which is fucking hilarious. And kind of honestly makes sense to why he is where he is now, where he's just kind of like, maybe I didn't know what anything was and where to go, and I'm just following this way. But here he is questioning, like, here, just watch this clip.
It's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hassan
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hassan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like, you know, doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And I'll tell you why Hassan is so dangerous, is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an out group to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning.
And again,
condemning the fucking war.
Yes. That's why. Dude, like, this dude, again, fuck him. He was a Jeb Bush guy. But, like, at least he sees what's happening. He's like, yo, Democrats are talking about Hassan because they don't want to talk about Iran. Because that would mean, oh, shit, there's something you could do about this? Maybe you could go back to Congress. Maybe you could force Johnson to reconvene. They're fucking on vacation now, by the way. I didn't know that till today. They're not even there. They're not even doing anything. They could all make statements. They could show back up to the Capitol and try to get in to pass a war powers resolution or an impeachment thing symbolically. Fuck the actual fucking solution of, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let me fix my hat right here. But, like, what the politicians can do, they can fucking make a big stink, make a show. We're not doing any business until he pulls out of Iran. We're not doing anything. You're not getting a fucking SAVE Act. You're not getting a fucking pay raise. You're not getting stamps. You're not getting bullshit. I mean, the shit they did with ICE, you know, they actually stuck to it. They're not funding DHS. They're forcing them to try and split apart a bill. Republicans are going nuts. We don't want to vote for a separate bill for ICE and whatever because they're not gonna vote for it. And they know that. That's why they wrap it into the DHS and the reconciliation bullshit. Anyways.
And condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we all get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo or whoever to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what that's happened.
Exactly. And the way she frames it, and she goes like, oh, well, this is what Nick Fuentes does and Trump does and Tucker Carlson does. And, like, you put it on an enemy. Instead of saying Jews, you say Zionists. It's like, well, Hassan's the only person at that, like, big a megaphone level to actually constantly make the effort to separate the fact that there's Jewish people and there's Zionists. There are two different ideologies. One is a religion, but a religion is just an ideology. They're two different ideologies, and they mean two different things. Because you can be Christian and Zionist. You cannot be, well, I can be Christian and Jewish. I am Christian and Jewish. Anybody can be anything, right? You can be atheist and Zionist. You can't really be atheist and Jewish or Christian, right? I guess that's the line. But they're two completely different ideologies. And what Israel is doing is fucking anti-Semitic. Israel's perpetuating anti-Semitism. Tucker's perpetuating anti-Semitism. All of these fucking right-wing people who I can't stand the fucking credit they keep getting from even people like I respect, like Mehdi Hassan and shit, who retweets Tucker and is like, yeah, listen to what he says in this thing. Dude, Maybe not. Maybe don't do that. Maybe use someone else as an example. Okay. I don't give a fuck what Tucker Carlson says anymore. Nobody should. It should be as irrelevant as fucking Bill O'Reilly. As irrelevant. Bill O'Reilly's on Newsmax. He has a show. Do you ever fucking hear about it? Do you even know that until I just said that? No, you thought Bill O'Reilly was just gone. He just left. He's erased because he's not on mainstream fucking Fox anymore. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I'm getting into it. I'm going to keep going. We're going to keep going. I got a lot of clips. Okay. And the Difficult Truth is up next at 7, but I'll be back at 8 to keep going. This is the Cory Booker clip. And this is on Crooked Media with John Lovett, who, again, this is a different John Lovett than the Saturday Night Live comedian, who I guess was Lovitz, right? So, okay. But this is Cory Booker on here. And again, this is what I've had it was reacting to when I mentioned that they were like, yeah, when we had Cory Booker on, we got a list from his aides telling us, here's the approved topics to talk about.
Said, and it's just one person, but it's part of a large group of, I think, people that have this point of view that you wouldn't say go on like Hassan Piker's stream because he's said some heinous and stupid shit in the past. But to me,
Latino Mufuno is right, okay? Because Israel literally just today bombed a synagogue in Iran. So they do not care about Jews at all. They care about their project, okay, which is a greater Israel. I've been saying this. They were trying to divvy up the earth. Him, Netanyahu, Trump, and Putin, at least, if not more other players. Divvy up the earth. Trump's been talking about, or at least Steve Bannon or someone, been talking about the Greater America Project, where we're going to absorb Greenland and maybe take over Canada and make Canada the 51st. I mean, that was a thing. Right? That's why Canadian. Yeah, that's why Canada fucking hates us right now, because we've been talking about making them the 51st state or some shit. Did I just freeze? Am I okay? Okay, I'm okay. It's iffy. My computer's being iffy. All right, let me play this clip. Sorry, guys. Uh-oh. Is this okay? Is my shit gonna crash? Please don't crash. Fuck, dude. All right. Sorry if my thing crashed. If you can still hear me, I'm still going. I am going to text Nick.
I would expect you'd be like chomping at the bit to say, you know what? Of course I'm going to go there because I want to represent this point of view in a place that doesn't normally hear it. And I want to talk about the ways in which I think some of the things he said are offensive.
I don't. Okay, folks. Look, I was getting a little heated. Clearly, that heat transferred to the computer. Okay, that's what happened. The Cory Booker rage got to me. Folks, I'm sorry. My computer is not that old, but you know what? It doesn't like this. It doesn't like it at all. All right. So here we are. I got this Cory Booker thing. Let's keep going with it. Here we go. So speaking of the devil, did I rage quit? No, I didn't. But my rage made my computer quit. That's what happened there. But yeah, so here, let's keep going with Cory. So he's asking like, hey, why don't you go on Hassan's show?
At the bit to say, you know what, of course I'm going to go there because I want to represent this point of view in a place that doesn't normally hear it. And I want to talk about the ways in which I think some of the things he said are offensive. The same way you might want to go confront somebody on Fox News, or you've met with, talk to Newt Gingrich and he said crazy shit in the past too. So maybe part of the way out of this is for someone like you to go to those spaces, even if there have been things that are offensive to people.
Yeah. So first of all, somehow we're having a much more deeper and personal conversation than I thought. So I'm going to be very candid with you.
Gotcha.
Got me, but in a very good way.
I always want to talk to you about deep things.
No, I appreciate that.
Again, when he says like, I didn't know you were going to get this deep and personal, that's because he didn't know. He knows what was on the list that he gave him to say. And this was not on that list.
And that's why I appreciate you, Frank.
And this is not like some crazy like left. This is not me. This is not I've had a podcast and he's not been on since. He's not asked to be on since. This is John Lovett from Pod Save America. Yes. Who is, what I understand, pretty middle of the road, like centrist Libby.
So here's the candor. I had no idea who this person was until a few days ago. I never heard their name.
That's going around, I think, yeah.
And I still haven't heard him speak even. I haven't heard anything he's done. The man sitting over there is my comms director.
It's almost as if there's a bunch of focus on one random streamer and it's not really the right way to have a big debate. Yeah.
That's my point. Like, so my comms director said to me,
again, throwing his comms director under the fucking bus. Comms director is looking for a new job tomorrow. Because comms director did not tweet it out. Right. The reason what they're talking about is that he tweeted out, he signed a letter saying, like, I will not go on Hassan Piker show with a bunch of other people. And he said, why'd you do that? He's like, well, I didn't even know who he was. Oh, this guy, this idiot over here, this comms director piece of shit just showed me 4 clips that were like wildly out of context and the most extreme things he's ever said. And so, of course, I sent the letter and I said, whatever, because I'm not paying attention to my job, which is communication. For the motherfucker who bragged the other day, it's been 1 year anniversary since I did the longest filibuster on the House floor. You're not very good at talking, are you? You say a lot of words and you don't say anything at all. Anyways, I know y'all are sick of this Hassan bullshit, but this is the actual issue here. Okay, this is Hassan, the man himself. Trump just threatened to do terrorism to Iran again in a war that the American people didn't want, but Israel did. Its costs are well over $50 billion so far, and the right-wing dams are too busy to counter-message because they're slandering Twitch streamers who are anti-Zionist and anti-war. This is Meet the Press. As Dieter points out, the longest-running television show in American history, and where tastemakers still go on to talk politics.
Who's been quite outspoken.
And again, as soon as he said it in, the primary debate? As soon as Andrew Cuomo said the name Hassan Piker, I was like, oh, it's over. It's over. We win because this is your last-ditch effort. And you're also going to make Hassan famous. More famous than he already is, but like famous with normies who get their news from this shit, who watch debates.
You have made several appearances.
Look at her with her fucking Israeli fucking ribbon. There's yellow spray paint in my neighborhood of this fucking yellow ribbon, this genocide ribbon. I'm gonna go. I don't want to say what I'm gonna do because it's probably not legal, but like, I want to get rid of that spray paint, dude.
On a show hosted by socialist commentator Hassan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hassan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state." Now, Hassan Piker says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean,
Exactly, Wanda. If it was comms director under the bus, I don't believe he never heard of him. Hassan was at the DNC. Plus, obviously, they know who he is to be an enemy of him. They know to be afraid of him. Okay? Just like Rogan and the entire Rogan sphere and the right-wing people who are part of that sphere know exactly who Sam Seder is. And that's why they never mention his name. They never invite him on. They're scared of him because he gets one whiff that they are actually like, they mention him. Oh, here comes Sam. It's the same thing. It's just Gen Z Sam Seder instead of Gen X Sam Seder. Make them both famous.
I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hassan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run?
He's right. Now, I'm not the biggest Ro Khanna fan. I feel he's wishy-washy on a lot of shit. And he, like, every time he does something good, he does something bad. I'm like, God damn it, dude. But he's right. Now, again, I don't, you know, I condemn the things that he says. We got to condemn Hassan. Just like, that was a joke 2 years ago. That was a fucking joke 2 years ago, and now it's for real. Got to condemn Hassan because he's Hamas and blah, 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 blah. Everything he said was fucking true. Yes, he uses hyperbole, just like I do, just like everybody who has a real podcast does. That's why they don't want a Joe Rogan of the left. They want their fucking they want Jake fucking Tapper. They want Jim Acosta. They want someone they know is already going to toe the line, just sitting on a couch with wood paneling, just to make it feel like it's an authentic conversation. They want to trick the masses because they think the masses are fucking stupid. But guess what? We're fucking not. Well, I'll caveat that by saying, yes, a lot of people are fucking stupid. But even stupid people can tell when they're being lied to, can tell when someone's being inauthentic. Fuck.
The risk of legitimizing some of those views by appearing on his show. How do you answer that?
He's got millions of followers. He'll have millions of followers whether Ro Khanna goes on his show or not.
Exactly.
The point is that we should go on and have tough conversations. You know, actually, I respect Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel says he'll go on, and if he makes a comment that I disagree with, then I will push back. Right?
I mean, Rahm Emanuel is a fucking piece of shit. And some of these Democrats, no, dude, I watched this clip from Hassan earlier at work. I was like, yeah, man, there's Democrats obviously, you know, doing this whole thing of like trying to cancel me and make me toxic so that they won't come on my show. Again, I don't need them to come on my show. I'm trying to help candidates win. He's going to candidate. Hey, man, you want to come over here? Or candidates are coming to him being like, please let me on. Please, I need fundraising. I want to win this race in Florida, Oliver Larkin, or try in Illinois, Kat Abou-Ghazala, like, or in Michigan, Abdul El Sayed. He doesn't need y'all. He doesn't need y'all, and he will exist whether you acknowledge him or not. Just like Sam Seder.
There. So I think the test should be what you say. If someone is going on these programs.
And well, the reason I brought up his song was like, he goes, and some Democrats are saying, I'll go on there and debate him and I'll dunk on him and I'll win the argument. You know, like Okay. And he's like, bring it. Let's go. I'll have you on, Rahm Emanuel. Let's fucking go. I want to see that. I want to see Rahm Emanuel think he's going to dunk.
And not pushing back against anti-Semitism, fine. But, you know, I haven't done the background check on you, Kristen. I'm sure there are no crazy comments.
I've not said anything like that. I can assure you that. Where do you draw the line, Congressman? Would you...
I can assure you I haven't said anything that would offend Zionists, because I would not be here on this set with this yellow fucking ribbon, with this skin color, if I had said anything against Zionism.
Here on, for example, a right-leaning show, Alex Jones, for example, who has made controversial...
Look at the fucking comparisons they're doing. Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson. It's like Tucker Carlson started on NBC, bitch, and then went to fucking CNN, and then went to Fox after Jon Stewart canceled that show. The fuck you talking about, Tucker Carlson? You built Tucker Carlson. NBC.
Comments that have enraged people, hurt people deeply in some instances.
Look, also, please, when I call somebody a bitch, that is gender neutral, okay? Anybody can be a bitch. Just like anybody can be a cunt. Anybody can be a piece of shit. Like, anybody can be a cock. Please. I am gender neutral with my insults.
There is obviously a line, and I probably wouldn't appear on Alex Jones. But the point is, I don't think that line should be with Hassan Piker, who has millions of followers. And largely what his view has been critical of the blank check that we gave Netanyahu in the war in Gaza. Now, I don't agree with every one of his statements, and it's a judgment call. But here's what I will say, Kristen. The Democratic Party has been too reluctant to get out there, to mix it up, to engage, and we should be on actually be.
I mean, yes, that is where the clip ends, but he's right. Again, two years ago, you're going, oh my God, we need a Joe Rogan of the left. We need to go on more podcasts. That's what was wrong. It wasn't Sarah Longwell's fucking strategy of let's get Liz Cheney out there and let's talk about how we're going to have the strongest military. We're going to fuck up Iran. Or Chuck Schumer's like Taco Trump. He always chickens out on Iran. Is if Trump doesn't bomb Iran tonight, and we're going to be back at 8 o'clock. We got Difficult Truth coming up next, but I'll be back at 8 o'clock, maybe with the Difficult Truth as well, and some other folks. If he doesn't bomb Iran, I guarantee you Chuck Schumer is going to be like, Taco Trump, I told you, Taco fucking Trump, he doesn't fucking follow through, he always chickens out. This fucking motherfucker. Chuck Schumer, perfect example of a cunt. An old fucking silent generation cunt? I don't know. Folks, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties in the middle of the show. I have a lot more, but that took it up a lot of that time. You know what? Let's end with something kind of funny, because we're going to play these clips during... Again, at 8 o'clock, we'll be back. And again, tweet it out, blue sky it out, get it out there. Get in Hassan's chat. I know that motherfucker's live right now. Get in Vanguard. I don't know, Francesca. Be like, yo, we're over here live. Invite them on. Say, you should go on this space. They're going to say, what's this space? You send them a fucking link. That's what you do. But I just wanted to kind of laugh about something with y'all right here at the end, because I know I've been raging. And I want to read you this article. Okay. I have 3 minutes left. And I want to read you this article that I found. Jonathan Majors was a rising star. And then he was on videotape chasing his girlfriend down the street in New York City. So he was fired from Marvel and Disney. And now he's working with Ben Shapiro's. And this article in Deadline illustrates, first of all, Jonathan Majors fell through a window on a Daily Wire action flick, leading to crew to walk off set. Producers say they don't negotiate with communists. Okay? So what happened was just over a week after several crew members walked off the South Carolina set of Jonathan Majors' upcoming action film from the Daily Wire. More details about the safety concerns that led to a strike have emerged. So as we previously reported, IATSE, that's the production assistant and crew union for movies, called a strike against the production on March 26th over a series of labor issues. Initially, the union attempted to sign a contract with the production in order to secure payment for the union's health and pension. However, things got more serious as safety concerns grew. Deadline spoke with when reached out by Deadline for comment about their negotiation with IATSE, the Daily Caller people said we don't, or Daily Wire, whatever, same thing. We don't negotiate with communists, right? Oh, it's a play on we don't negotiate with terrorists. We're so fucking clever. And what happened? This happened. It's loading. It's loading an ad. Doesn't matter. Oh, here we go. So this is the video. They're shooting a scene. Here, I'll put the sound on. There's no sound for this. They're shooting a scene, right? Action's about to be called. And what happened was they're supposed to go backwards, right? They're doing multiple takes. So one take, it's going to be solid. They'll call cut. The other take, they'll actually do the stunt and have breakable glass. The people who are not union put the breakable glass just set it there in the windowsill. So it's not firm. There's nothing to lean up against. And it's purposefully breakable glass. And this is what happened. They go back and then they fall out the window 6 feet to the ground. The other actor in that shot actually lacerated his hands, went to the hospital. They're worried about Jonathan Majors because this is their big star that they got to be in this Daily Wire movie. Now, notably, I'm not going to read the entire article to y'all because we got Carlos coming up next. But they actually did negotiate with the union, the SAG-AFTRA union, because that's what Jonathan Majors is a part of. So they have to get him because that's their whole thing. Oh, you just got canceled by Disney? We're going to bring you over here. We'll deal with whatever to get you over here. So they dealt with the union of SAG, the actors union, but they don't want to deal with the crew union because they don't believe that the crew has any rights because they're not as rich as the actor or famous as the actor. They also have a stunt coordinator. No, I'm sorry. A firearms coordinator who had multiple instances where he got let go from other productions for being unsafe, but that's just wokeness. That's just wokeness. He knows what he's doing. So we're going to hire him to this production. And he says, you couldn't find anybody. You didn't know who they were. They said, adding that the crew eventually began search. Oh, so the crew was so disorganized. They didn't even know where line producers were or the director of cinematography or who to go to. So they had to make a list themselves. It said, so they got this guy, Chris Bailey, the special effects supervisor, previously pled guilty to illegal possession of explosives on a movie set. He was prohibited from handling explosive materials because of a prior criminal conviction in 2021 from the Department of Justice press release. Special effects supervisor on a movie set is responsible for designing things, right? Blah, blah, blah. When reached for comment, Bailey called that incident a paperwork infraction and said no pyro was mishandled. They call it a paperwork infraction. This is what they mean when they say hey, why do we need a union or any kind of license to teach math or fix potholes? I know how to fix a pothole. I'll just go on the road and do it. But what if you did it wrong? What if you're not correct? What if you think of yourself as very smart, the Dunning-Kruger effect, but you're actually a fucking idiot who doesn't know what the fuck you're doing? Then you put other people's safety at risk. That's why there's unions. That's why there's contracts. That's why there's fucking licenses to handle shit. That's why if you get fired and have a conviction for explosives, a movie studio should not hire you again to be a special effects supervisor. But it's the Daily Wire. I keep saying Daily Caller, Daily Wire. It's the Daily Wire. It's Ben Shapiro. He doesn't care. They don't negotiate with communists. Anyways, that's my funny little thing at the end. I still got mad. Who cares? But you know what? We got Carlos coming up next with A Difficult Truth. And then I'll be back here at 8 o'clock with whoever else wants to join me to see if the world ends, I guess. Folks, take care. And thank you for dealing with the technical difficulties.
In a world where we get so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another. Complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult truth.
Welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. All things considered, thank you, Alex, for that wonderful show. Appreciate a round of applause. Hey, folks, please go check out Devil's Advocate Productions. And as the top of the hour, folks, if you haven't done so, hit all the buttons and all the things and all the doodads. Like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the little emoji button. It really does help with any interaction on the channel. Spread the word far and wide. We are here Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. Mondays is News Day, and Tuesday through Thursday we have live and syndicated content. There is definitely something here for everyone on this space, so I'm sure if you know somebody, they'll find something that they like here. Welcome, everybody. Wanda, Johnny, Too Late, Barbara, welcome. I hope everyone's doing okay. Latino, Majat, welcome, everybody. The Reference Frame, welcome. Howdy. Oh boy. The things and stuff happened all in the span of almost 12 hours, okay? It has been quite the roller coaster ride here. Literally just as Alex was finishing, stuff started happening. Apparently Trump has decided to back down. Literally, this is breaking just happened. So we're gonna go over through through some of this stuff as best we can here. Because it's just been the only way I can describe it. It's just been an insane roller coaster. These past literally these past 12 hours. So just to be clear, like, let me preface this entire kind of scenario. Republicans here are bloodthirsty, and they want to destroy essentially Iran. That's been their thing. And here we have Lindsey Graham essentially talking about this just a few days ago.
He's going to blow up everything they got. So well done, Mr. President. Well done.
These are war crimes, just to be clear.
To our military. I'm very happy tonight.
Okay, and it is wrapping up. But the president did highlight that this was really a far more imminent threat than people perhaps knew.
He's going to blow up everything they...
Yeah, so that is just literally just insane. Insane. So earlier today, this morning, at exactly 8:06 in the morning, okay, we get this, okay? After all this warmongering and threats, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back. We've already seen the tweets, right? We've seen this. This has probably been around the news cycle the entire day. Essentially, what he's threatening here is complete is genocide, right? And complete extermination. That's essentially what he's threatening here. Complete and total extermination. And he's expecting a deal, by the way. Emily Swamp, welcome. And he's expecting the same people that he's threatening with extermination to take deals and just to accept whatever terms the United States puts forward. After all of this, okay, fast forward to about literally just now. Pakistan managed to somehow get Donald Trump to agree, to get Donald Trump and Iran to agree to a ceasefire, essentially. For now, it's unclear if any of this is actually going to happen. It's unclear how trustworthy the United States is. The one thing that we can all kind of count on is that things are uncertain. It's hard to say what this deranged lunatic, this deranged demented lunatic is going to actually do. It's really unclear. But again, fast forward 12 hours from now, and this just happened. This just happened, or at least this is now being reported on widely, based on conversations with prime minister, because this is how we do foreign policy. Now we just truth them out. We just truth them out. Ladybug, welcome. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks. Okay. Another pump and dump, huh? This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. So, okay, so wait a minute. We're done? So, I mean, if we're done, if we've met and exceeded the military objectives, then I guess we need to go, right? Why do we need another? Okay, whatever. None of this makes sense. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, as president and also representing the countries in the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay. Yeah, Drunken Master and Drunken Master 2. So yeah, apparently, just breaking news here. It's seriously unclear if he's actually meaning this, because like earlier today we also bombed Karg Island. There is still a massive amount of forces, of military force there. There seems to be no sign, no like physical sign that this, no physical sign that this campaign is actually done. So all of this, and the only thing I can say is that things are uncertain. That is the only thing I can say, that things are uncertain, and this constant, we just need 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks, 2 more weeks. Incidentally, like every time he does this, it acts as a pump and dump for the stock market. So yeah, I'm sure that is just a happy coincidence for a couple of people. I'm sure. Another bluff from the Orange Felon. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, because like this Trump probably meant it. This Trump was ready to do that, but this Trump seems to have backed off. Like again, this is just a demented, soup-brained president going around making these decisions and these statements. This is unhinged. Okay, this is unhinged. That is the only way I can describe this. This is all just unhinged. Going from threatening total annihilation of a civilization to, oh well, actually, it can just wow, 12 hours later, just magically now there's like a peace plan or a ceasefire or whatever. I should say dementia-ridden Orange Felon. But that's where we're at. I genuinely don't know if anything is going to happen or if everything is going to happen. But I guess I guess we're gonna find out. I guess we're gonna find out, and if not, then we'll revisit this conversation in 2 weeks. I guess. This is absurd. All right, folks, shifting gears really quickly here. There has been, despite all this stuff that's been happening, there has been yet another ICE shooting, and first of all, shame on CNBC and other outlets too for character for putting, like, for front loading the DHS statement when ICE has been proven to be lying constantly. It is a disservice every time they do this, okay? Because what DHS says means squat, okay? And as a journalist, you would ideally make sure that said statement is true, okay, before front-loading it into a headline. Because, people barely read past headlines. Bruno, welcome. Your favorite taco president is back again. Iran has totally surrendered. U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement Gestapo goons shot a man in California after he, quote, allegedly weaponized his vehicle and tried to run over an officer. Look, I'm just going to come out and say it like front and center. I don't believe a single thing that any ICE agent or DHS statement says. I just don't believe their side of the story. They've been proven to lie constantly, including lying under oath about these shootings. So no, I don't believe them at all. I don't believe their account of events, recounting of events at all. ICE was conducting a targeted vehicle stop on the town of Patterson to arrest Carlos Ivan Mendoza Hernandez, an alleged member of the 18th Street Gang wanted in El Salvador for questioning in connection with a murder. The shooting comes amid a partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security that began in February when Democrats in Congress balked at voting for continued funding of the department if included money for ICE and parts of CBP. Gestapo goons shot a man in California after he allegedly weaponized his vehicle and tried to run over an officer. The ICE agents were conducting a targeted vehicle stop, yada, yada, yada. The gang is based in Los Angeles and has more than 100,000 members, according to federal authorities. Wow, 100,000 members. As officers approached the car, the wanted gang member weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run an officer over, said Todd Lyons, the acting director of ICE. Following their training, officers fired defensive shots. I mean, this is the exact same story. This is the exact same story that they've said over and over again that has been proven to be bullshit over and over again. And like, if this ends up being true, like this will be like a boy crying wolf kind of scenario, right? Because they have not been honest at all. So it is reasonable to immediately dispute any of their accounts, honestly. It's not even clear if this guy actually is a gang member, or if he's actually wanted. It's unclear because I just simply don't trust their accounts of the stories. The FBI is on scene. This is a developing situation and will update the public when more information is available. Following their training, the illegal alien was taken to a local hospital. The shooting comes amid a partial shutdown of DHS that began in February, and Democrats balked at voting continued funding for the department if included money for ICE and parts of CBP. DHS has faced strong criticism since January when federal agents engaged. Just to be clear, they're not engaging in immigration enforcement. So agents, Gestapo agents engaged in like ethnic cleansing plan or ethnic cleansing operations in Minneapolis, shot and murdered 2 citizens. An ICE officer murdered Renee Nicole Good, who's driving her car in his direction. That's also not entirely true, because you can clearly see in the videos that she wasn't actually trying to go in his direction. She was actually trying to go away from his direction. But yeah. On January 24th, a Border Patrol officer shot... and just to be clear, just to, again, to make sure we're clear about this. It wasn't just like one officer happened to shoot ICU nurse Alex Preddy. He was grabbed, slammed, and beaten. I believe he was also pepper sprayed before just being summarily executed in broad daylight. So just so we're clear, okay? Just so we're clear. After he had been restrained by other officers and he was on the ground, yes. After he was pepper sprayed, slammed, and beaten, and disarmed. Then he was executed in broad daylight. Yes. Video of both of these shootings contradicted initial claims about the incidents by Trump administration officials. Obviously, so I think they should have. I think this would have been nice up here before he started talking about these stories. Then DHS Secretary Kristi Noem originally claimed that Peretti had committed an act of domestic terrorism and that he was brandishing a gun, neither of which was true, borne out by any evidence. Noem also had initially given an account of Good's shooting that was contradicted by video from the scene, and she also claimed that Good proceeded to weaponize her vehicle as she attempted to run over a law enforcement officer, which again is the same BS line that we're being told for this latest ICE shooting. On Monday, the New York Times reported of a third shooting by an immigration agent in Minneapolis. A Venezuelan immigrant contradicted that agent's claim that he had been beaten by 3 assailants with a shovel and broom for about 3 minutes before he fired his gun. Yeah, so again, all of this should be like front loaded. Like if you want to make a headline like this, maybe start with like DHS, despite multiple lies, despite consistently lying, DHS says a man weaponized his vehicle and was shot. Like that could you probably shorten it however you want to, but like the point being is that like you need to front load the fact, okay, the fact that DHS has lied pretty much on all accounts of these incidents so far. Instead, the confrontation depicted in the video lasts about 12 seconds, not 3 minutes, and shows 2 men struggling with the agent. It shows no sustained attack with the shovel, because, yeah, I mean, obviously. Piker Broadcasting Service. The Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office, in a post on Facebook on Tuesday, said it was assisting with an officer-involved shooting in our jurisdiction involving agents from U.S. Immigration Customs in Patterson. At this time, it can confirm that no local law enforcement was involved in the incident. So we'll keep an eye out on this this another shooting. I believe it's now the 15th. I can't keep track of how many of these incidents there have been. Probably more, to be honest. It's really hard to keep track. All right, folks, shifting gears to Texas. The Texas Board of Education to consider requiring Bible passage reading for public schools. Yeah. That's a thing. Texas has considered changes to its required reading list for public school classrooms that include addition of passages and stories from the Bible. In the proposed list of upcoming Texas State Board of Education meeting obtained by the New York Times, 7th grade students would read the biblical story of Jonah and the whale and chapter 23 from the book of Psalms. Okay, yeah, omega violation of the First Amendment. Other Bible readings under consideration include the story of David and Goliath, chapter 3 of the book Lamentations, and the story of the Tower of Babel. The Republican-dominated Education Board will meet this week for a preliminary vote on the proposed list, with the final vote coming in June. Any approved changes will not be implemented until 2030. Yeah, so no doubt about it that this is probably going to pass. It is a list of the list is the latest efforts in Texas to get the Bible in public school classrooms, with hundreds of schools adopting optional English curriculum that includes Bible lessons in its teaching this past year. This should be straight up illegal. Like, they shouldn't even be able to have this ability at all. They shouldn't have this ability. This is why you need like a more federalized standard for public education. And none of this should be allowed at all. None of this should be allowed. Texas, along with several other states, has also pushed to hang the 10 Commandments in public school classrooms, an effort that has met with mixed results and legal challenges and are making their way through the system. Yeah, I mean, like, by that, by this standard, then I guess we should also have a curriculum including Islamic passages from like the Quran, passages from the Torah. We should also have passages from or I guess reading stories from Native American and animist religions and animist spirituality. We should also require passages from the sagas. That's right, from the Nordic sagas, and of course passages from the Satanic Church, the Satanic Church or whatever. But no, it's just Christian religion. This is what Christian nationalism looks like. This is plain and simple. This should be outlawed outright. This should never be even up for consideration. No state should have this option at all. At all. But here we are. Hold on, folks. I think we're getting another update. Okay, so this is a statement from Iran's National Security Council. Apparently they have accepted the temporary ceasefire. In its statement, it said it would negotiate with the United States and Islamabad beginning Friday. It has emphasized that this does not signify the termination of the war. Our hands remain upon the trigger, and should the slightest error be committed by the enemy, it shall be met with full force. Again, like Iran is the one that's going to dictate when this war ends. Quite frankly, that's no doubt about it. This up and down is just too much, folks. This is exactly how things are going. There you go. Yeah, from We Need the Vedas too. From my favorite taco president, the people implementing this should go to jail. I agree. Welcome, Hans. I agree. You can't. This is not. You can't do that. With education, especially this. Like to me, it looks like a gross violation of the First Amendment against the Constitution. This is exactly how I feel. just to be clear, just to be clear, like, this doesn't mean that nothing is gonna happen, because the United States has bombed Iran while doing negotiations. So, like, this doesn't, like, Trump's word doesn't mean anything as far as anybody's concerned. All right, folks, shifting gears to this one here. Here we are. I was looking for this story. Okay, I found the story. There we go. Lawsuit challenges Justice Department memo that declared presidential records law unconstitutional. A pair of organizations filed a lawsuit Monday challenging the Justice Department's determination that a federal law requiring the preservation of certain presidential records is unconstitutional. The lawsuit was filed in federal court in Washington, D.C. by the American Historical Association, the largest membership association of historians in the world, and American Oversight, a nonprofit government watchdog group. The legal fight involves a memorandum opinion from the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel that declared the Presidential Records Act unconstitutional. So, in other words, the president doesn't actually have to give back anything or keep any records here, because that would be unconstitutional. The Justice Department said as a result of its determination about the constitutionality of the law, because sure, why not? The executive branch making the determination of whether or not a law is constitutional? Yeah, okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I might have my civics twisted about, but I presume that who determines whether or not a law is constitutional is the judicial branch, if I remember correctly. And of course, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but it appears to me that it is the judicial branch that makes that determination, not the Justice Department, which is a part of the executive. But that's just me, you know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a constitutional attorney or anything like that. But it appears to me that the executive branch does not make the determination of whether or not a law that was passed by Congress is constitutional or not. But I'm just a guy on the internet, okay? And the president, Trump, does not need to comply with it. Sure. This case is about preservation of records that document our nation's history and whether the American people are able to access and learn from that history. The complaint from the two nonprofit groups says, yet the stakes of this case are even greater. The executive branch has declared the power to override the legal determination of the U.S. Supreme Court in order to override the laws passed by Congress to preserve and provide public access to official records of the president's activities. So, yeah. I mean, screw it, right? Like, laws don't matter, right? Laws don't matter. The judicial branch does not matter. The legislative branch does not matter. Only the executive. Only the executive branch matters. Jet, welcome. Congress literally sets the law. That claim is absurd. Yep. The groups are seeking a court order upholding the Presidential Records Act and requiring Mr. Trump and the senior White House officials to comply with their duties under the law. U.S. District Judge Barry Howell has been assigned to the case. The Presidential Records Act was enacted in 1978 in the wake of the Watergate scandal. It established, oh, this makes so much sense why he's doing this. It established that presidential records belong to the U.S. government, not the president personally, and must be preserved. The law requires certain White House records to be turned over to the National Archives and Record Administration at the end of a presidential administration. The measure governs the records of the president, vice president, and certain parts of the executive office of the president, like the National Security Council. It sets out the requirements for the maintenance, access, and preservation of information during and after a presidency. The law has been in place for more than 4 decades, but last week, Assistant Attorney General T. Elliott Geiser, who leads the Office of Legal Counsel, wrote in an opinion that the Presidential Records Act exceeds Congress's enumerated and implied powers, and it aggrandizes the legislative branch at the expense of the constitutional independence and autonomy of the executive. Okay. Wow. Wow. The statute, he wrote, serves no identifiable and valid legislative purpose. Okay, well, then you would have to have Congress change that. Because that's not up to the executive to determine whether or not a statute, or i.e. a law, that Congress made is valid. If there's a problem with the law that Congress passed, then you have to take it up with the courts. That's exactly how the 3 branches of government are divided, presumably. Congress makes the laws. The executive branch executes said laws. And the judiciary serves as a mediator if there is a problem with the law, as an interpreter of the law. Geiser wrote that the law is not a valid exercise of Congress's authority and intrudes on the president's independence and autonomy. This is absurd. Opinions from the Office of Legal Counsel bind the executive branch, but if a court reaches a different interpretation of a legal question, that determination prevails. In their lawsuit, the American Historical Association and American Oversight argued that the Justice Department's decision violates the separation of powers that defies Supreme Court precedent, which ruled against former President Nixon in upholding a similar law regarding the presidential preservation of presidential papers. The group said that since the Presidential Records Act took effect 45 years ago, no administration has questioned its constitutionality or argued it unduly interferes with the president's ability to discharge his duties under the Constitution, because it doesn't. The lawsuit noted that in Mr. Trump's first administration, the White House Counsel Office reminded staff of their responsibility to preserve and maintain records as required by law, which is something that is very, very inconvenient right now, and Trump needs that to go. The executive's duty is to put the signature, not to make laws. Exactly. Even in his current administration, the government has also indicated it would work to comply with the records law. In the administration's view, the records of the official activities of the president and nearly 1,000 White House employees generated using taxpayer funds on government property regarding official government business belongs to the president personally and not to the American people, they wrote in a complaint. Government for the people, by the people, and of the people, this is not. The group warns there's a strong reason to believe Mr. Trump will keep presidential records for himself at the end of the term in January of 2029, and pointed his decision to hold on to a slew of documents when his first administration ended in 2021. After Mr. Trump left the White House the first time, the National Archives ultimately collected 15 boxes of material from his South Florida residence at Mar-a-Lago after months of wrangling. The boxes contained thousands of documents, some of which were marked classified. The president claimed that the presidential allowed him to keep the documents because they were personal. He was indicted on more than 36 charges stemming from his alleged mishandling of sensitive documents, but the case ended after he was elected to a second term in November of 24. Can we just stop for a second to appreciate the insanity of this paragraph? Can we just stop to appreciate the insanity of this paragraph here? So, in other words, a former president breaks the law, gets indicted. Okay. So he breaks the law. There's enough evidence for a grand jury to indict him, right? And then because he won the presidency a second time, the case just went away. So in other words, laws don't apply to presidents. You just gotta win your election. And you can commit whatever crime, I guess. Just make sure to win your election. I mean, how different is this from just straight up having a king, right? If this is how if this is how things go, then we don't really have presidents, right? We don't have presidents, we have rotating kings, essentially. We have a rotating monarchy, not based on lineage or whatever, but it's just a rotating monarchy where one powerful person gets to sit on the throne for 4 years, and then they get rotated out because the laws don't apply to them. Never has ever been the way things work. Yep. Spokesperson for the Justice Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment on the new lawsuit. Fantastic. We got one more story. We've talked about this before, but I feel like this also needs to be re-highlighted. Again, I know that the news cycle tends to go pretty quickly, but in Kansas, there is a new law targeting trans people. And this is something that trans folks that are there, if you know somebody that is trans in Kansas, this is something that is definitely something to pay attention to. Almost as soon as Kansas lawmakers passed this new law targeting trans people in late February, the state officials have started invalidating some people's driver's license without warning. The law, which makes it illegal for people to use restrooms, public restrooms that don't match their assigned sex at birth, also prohibits people from changing the gender marker on their licenses and retroactively cancels the licenses of about 1,700 trans people. That's right, 1,700 people. Apparently warrants the state of Kentucky to make these laws. 1,700 people just living their lives. Some 1,700 trans Kansas who has already made the change following a long legal fight to obtain state IDs that match their identity. Nearly overnight, the law became a new threat for trans Kansans in public spaces, while also nullifying their freedom to drive and thus their ability to legally participate in many aspects of daily life, just like the conservative wanted. It also threatens to impede or even outright block their access to another key aspect of democratic society, elections. Kansas has one of the narrowest voter ID laws in the U.S., requiring those voting in person or by mail to prove their identity under a limited list of accepted documents. The state's swift implementation of Senate Bill 244, which Republican lawmakers hastily passed with a provision to take effect almost immediately, unlike most bills, left a large number of trans people suddenly without a valid ID to use at the polls. That functionally leaves affected people with two options: either obtain a state ID with inaccurate gender markers and submit to the state's definition of gender as a biological sex at birth, or refuse and sit out of elections, not to mention other parts of life that may require a state ID. So yeah, that's not a choice, right? Like that's not a choice. That's an ultimatum, right? Trans Kansans and allied advocates say that voting could be difficult, still be difficult even for people who are willing to comply with the new law. For one, they have to pay $16 for a replacement license, a kind of poll tax on people whose licenses are being canceled and who do not possess any other form of voter ID accepted by the state, such as tribal membership cards or a U.S. passport. Plus, requiring people to identify themselves inaccurately at the polls can make trans people vulnerable to awkward and even dangerous encounters. True, they may be forced to explain themselves during interactions that require them to present an ID, particularly if the person examining the ID perceives any discrepancy between a voter's appearance and information on their ID, such as their gender marker. Especially in some of these rural communities where voter fraud narratives are so ingrained, what if a vigilant poll worker questions you? Said Melissa Styler, an advocacy director at Kansas civil rights organization Loud Light. Anytime you out yourself, it can be very risky. Yep. The dramatic escalation against trans people in Kansas comes amid a nationwide escalation by Republicans to restrict freedom of expression and movement by trans and non-binary people. A single week, some would say that this is unconstitutional, and anybody engaging in this behavior is should be arrested. But anyways, impeding freedom of expression and movement is explicitly against the Constitution, if I recall. A single week last month alone saw a new law in Idaho felonizing bathroom use by trans people, a proposed anti-trans omnibus law in Ohio, and 5 anti-LGBTQ bills that would have become law in Wisconsin if not for the Democratic governor's votes. By creating significant obstacles to daily life for trans Kansans, especially anyone who needs to drive in this rural state with very limited public transit, it is making it unsafe for trans people to be in Kansas. I agree. Said Joy Moyer, who's non-binary and chairs the LGBTQ caucus of the Kansas Democratic Party. The Republicans who passed the Kansas bill focused their messaging on bathroom bans in particular, with proponents of SB 244 making unfounded warnings about predatory behavior by trans people. This is so gross. Even though data consistently shows that trans people are at a much greater risk of violence than the rest of the population, which is true, including hugely elevated rates of assault and rape. The bill protects girls and women. State Representative Carolyn K.R. said as GOP supermajorities in the state house overrode the Democratic governor's Laura Kelly's veto. Applauding the override, Republican U.S. Senator Roger Marshall tweeted that the law delivers common sense protection for Kansas girls. I wonder how many of those Republicans have been found with questionable child-related stuff. Because it's always these people, it's always these Republicans who end up being the predators or predator defenders themselves. And exactly how are you protecting quote-unquote girls by implementing a bathroom bill? This is just strictly hate and bigotry. That's all this is. Styler told Bolts that the genocidal rhetoric of trans erasure that has taken hold in Kansas and beyond has already presented real risk at the polls before SB 244. Now, Styler said several trans Kansas voters said this new law has escalated the risk of displaying an accurate ID so much that it might dissuade some trans Kansans from trying to vote. Think about all the anxiety before the moment of voting. Every part of your life, you have to do a level of risk analysis. Is the risk worth voting? That fear, that gamble is already something you had to make a conscious decision to take. Will you be safe now? The voting obstacle presented by SB 244 also comes as the state lawmakers look to limit voter access in general across Kansas, including restricting voting by mail ahead of the November elections, when voters will pick members of Congress, the state house, and state Supreme Court. And more crucially, this year, the state will also elect a new governor, since Kelly, a rare red Democratic governor, is term limited. The crowded primary to replace her, taking place on August 4th, features a slew of anti-trans Republican candidates. Matthew Newman, a trans man who directs the LGBTQ Foundation of Kansas, says he refused to be sidelined during this and future elections, but that he will not surrender his license that matches his gender. He said he will hope not to get pulled over while driving with a now invalid license, and that he intends to vote this year with a U.S. passport, which will cost him $165 to obtain. That is absurd. That is insane. Insane. The passport that will misgender him after Trump returned to office. The State Department under Secretary Marco Rubio adopted a policy similar to that written in SB 244. We only issue a passport with MRF sex markers that match the customer's biological sex at birth, said the department. Customer. Okay. The U.S. Supreme Court affirmed this policy in a decision last November. Still, Newman said he'd rather vote with an inaccurate password than concede to this new Kansas law. I have to be able to get to vote to get my rights back. Even if I have to get something that misgenders me so I can legally vote them out, I'm going to have to do that now. That's so freaking sad, man. That's so freaking sad. But Newman predicted there are many trans people in Kansas, transgender people in Kansas who won't do that and won't vote at all. They'll just abstain from voting. Some trans people that have already decided to abstain from voting in Kansas as a result of SB 244. Iridescent Ronnie, an example, was born and raised in Kansas and now lives just across the border in Missouri, said that she has canceled plans to move back to Kansas before Election Day. I know people, plenty of people like that, or who are moving out of state. Ronnie said, Kansas has been our home since we were born, and it's no longer safe. This is a common situation for trans people across the country, particularly in Republican-governed areas that are increasingly hostile to their very existence. In the 2022 transgender survey produced by a coalition of trans advocacy groups found that roughly half of trans respondents said they'd consider moving to a different state because of discrimination they experience where they currently live. That that 10% have already gone through with the move. Jody Herman, a senior scholar at USC Williams Institute, who helped conduct that survey, told Bolts she expect those 2022 figures to have risen since then. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Herman has closely studied barriers for voting for trans people. In 2024, she and colleagues at UCLA found that almost 100,000 trans Americans could be disenfranchised in that year's election. In states with strict voter ID laws, her report found that twice as many trans Americans could at least find it difficult to vote because they lack ID documents that display their accurate name or gender, or both. But even amidst this national landscape, Herman said that SB 244 is kind of an unprecedented escalation in state laws targeting trans people. She said it represents a new wave of very targeted efforts to put into statute that trans people either do not or should not exist. 100%. And let it and make no mistake about it. This will spread to ruby red states if this catches. It's amazing that we're seeing help and attention, care brought to the community. When he said, adding that some LGBTQ advocacy groups have set new fundraising records since SB 244 passed. But Ronnie said, I really wish we'd seen an outpouring of attention and care before we reached this crisis point. True. I'm hoping that Kansas is in a wake-up moment for other communities across the country before they reach a point like Kansas. The ACLU of Kansas has sued to block SB 244 though a district court judge denied a temporary restraining order, and the case is not set for another court date until late September. By then, Kansas' August 4th primary will have already passed, and Kansas election officials will already printed ballots for November, with actual voting soon to get underway. It's not clear that any good voting options will exist for those targeted by SB 244. There's kind of binary, and there's really no in-between. We either won't be able to vote or participate in public life, or we change our documents. Yeah, and again, that's not really a choice. That's an ultimatum. That's an ultimatum. And again, make no mistake about it, folks. This most likely will spread if this is found successful and they're able to keep this law. Make no mistake about it. This will be implemented elsewhere. All right, folks. It is 8 o'clock. Devil's Advocate Productions will be coming up next. Folks, if you haven't done so, do all the things, hit all the buttons. Thank you for being here. You guys are what makes this channel go. I appreciate the support. Check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to check out my social media, it's at A Difficult Truth. Check it out on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you all for being here. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya!
Well, hello, folks. We are back. It is me, Alex, the Devil's Advocate, with Carly Wynn and Carlos on The Difficult Truth. Carlos, are you sticking around, or are you heading out and come back?
I'm just gonna step out just for a moment. Just for a moment. Like I can even just kind of
We'll get a snack.
hide myself. Yeah.
We'll get a snack, get something to eat. I got you. Okay. Carly, how is your day?
Ran dinner.
Yeah. How is your day going? I see you've got the fit, of course, as always.
Yeah, just put something simple on.
Well, it's Taco Tuesday, and
yeah,
once again, Donald Trump chickened out, as I'm sure Chuck Schumer is preparing a statement right now to to lambaste Trump for not doing anything insane today. So anyone who doesn't know, who's just watching, Trump threatened this morning or yesterday, on somewhere near Easter, that the end is coming for Iran if they don't make a deal by 8 o'clock tonight. And Iran is saying they haven't made a deal, they haven't done anything, and Trump is declaring victory, and I got what I wanted and we're fine. So, first of all, what is your take, Carly, about what's going on here?
Can you hear me all right? I just moved my mic. I noticed my laptop is also playing the sound, even though I'm wearing the headphones to not play the.
No, you sound fine. You're probably not the best mic quality, but like it's not like there's an echo or we can't hear you. You're good.
Hey, I think I did something better there. Oh no, no.
There you go. You do sound a little bit better.
Headphones. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah.
So my take on it, we have a bunch of feckless idiots in Washington doing nothing. Like, how dare they just sit back and be like, he just threatened to like nuke and like just destroy a country, just kill millions of people. Yeah. Whatever. I guess he's a little off his rockers, a little.
And they're not even
just gonna let him get away with that. Like that's
just
nothing.
Like, you shouldn't. This is bad. I guess. We want to talk about Hassan Piker. That's what we want to talk about right now.
I've been seeing like on Facebook all day, like just all.
Carly? Did you freeze or did I freeze again?
I just everything went down and now it's back up.
Oh, you're back.
Was I frozen?
Yeah, you were frozen for a sec. What were you saying there? Oh, you're frozen again. That's all right. Well, I wanted to just I wanted to
I can't
start
tell
out.
if I'm freezing too or if it's just you.
You're freezing. You're freezing. And also chat, let us know who's freezing. Is it me or is it her? Let's find out.
I'm gonna need to
as we go.
Open this on.
But Israel, I didn't bring up the thing. I have tons of clips. We're gonna go for as long as we feel like going. It's a devil's advocate takeover of this space, folks. I just want. I was like, I know movie night extravaganza is on a break. That's why we're doing this. And I was just like, I know you're just gonna play syndicated content. Let me just, hey, who wants to come on? Let's, here's a big deadline that Trump just set out. So let's find out. And we're not the only ones trying to make money, or not money, but watching this countdown live. Because earlier today on Israeli TV, on Channel 13, they had a countdown clock.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I can't understand anything they're saying. But this is like, they are waiting, basically like a kid who's like, oh, my big brother's going to come and beat you up. They're waiting for like bombs to go off in Iran or whatever. It is a disgusting display of just savagery and anticipation of watching more innocent people get bombed to death. It's insane.
Like, did they not see any? Did they not see any videos of like what happens to a person, to people, to an entire like city when a bomb goes off? Did they not see the like?
Oh, I'm sure they
children
see those
melting,
videos.
the skin like peeled
I'm
off.
sure
like,
they love
the
it.
skeletal, like.
I'm sure they love it, dude. Some people are this fucked up where they'll watch that and like viscerally as a human being, like when Charlie Kirk got kirked. As much as I felt about the guy, I see a human being and that happen on camera. It's like visceral. You're just like,
Yeah,
you feel
I won't even watch it. I'm not
some
gonna
level
watch
of like sympathy just as an animal, as a human animal that we are. Some people will consciously try to override that because they feel it. Now, arguments are made of like, soldiers or people who commit, or maybe who are mentally different, how they process that kind of information, or it gets twisted. But there are people who are like perfectly sane, who just consciously subdue that urge to like feel sympathy when they know that it's a person they hate. It's a black person or it's a Palestinian or whatever. And those are the people that really scare the shit out of me. Like, where you can't even feel a general, and you might want it, but I have some clips here about this.
A
about
parade of like horrible people, like
this threat.
non-empathy towards other human beings. Is that what
Yes.
Ah!
It's a parade of horrible people. But I do have some positive clips here. I've got a lot of clips, Carly.
Okay. We can
and-
watch some silly things,
Yeah,
some kittens
absolutely.
or something in between. There's still joy in this world. There's still
Absolutely.
goodness.
But let's start with the United Nations.
Yeah.
Let's start with the most serious thing in the world. Where our ambassador, I guess, who is this? Mike Waltz. Ambassador to the UN, booed. This is deserved. This is kind of funny. This is a kind of funny clip. He is an awful
And
person.
why haven't they sanctioned us, threatening to kill
Yeah.
so many people, threatening to
And
nuclear
regardless
fallout
of,
on
you
another
know-
country? Sanction us.
Yes. Please sanction us. We need to be sanctioned, dude. We need Trump to someone. Like again, we're the desperate.
Be
This
the
is like
grown-ups. Where are the grown-ups?
this is like God's irony, where we said it in Iraq, we're liberators. They want us to come liberate them from the evil dictator, and now here we are as Americans going, other countries come liberate us from our fucking dictator. But here's Mike Waltz at the UN, our ambassador.
War, chaos, violence, and more unsafe world comes to mind. But if we're being honest, that's also the world that we're living in now with the UN. So my friends across the street worry that with President Trump's peacemaking,
Good. War criminal. Call it out. Call it out, but then do something.
yeah, please.
It's been 7 minutes. Look, this is going on for like 13 minutes.
Did you hear that? That was my favorite. That's my favorite. Is the Dow still up 50,000?
Praise be to Allah.
Just humor me for a
In
second.
the words of our president.
Humor me for a second. And everyone laughed.
Tomorrow.
Oh my God. Look, I mean, it's perfect. You're Harley Quinn. I got my green Luigi hat. It's Joker and Harley. It's the end of the fucking world. We're getting laughed at the world stage. I mean, of course, because in 2016 to 2020, hell, for most of our history, we were probably the fucking butt of the joke, and we just didn't know it. But in 2016 and on, we know it now for sure. And then just reiterating in 2024, be like, no, we meant it. We meant it that time when we voted this lunatic in. Again, I'm weirdly hopeful because I'm a crazy person. And so this to me signals this is the end. This is the end of neoliberalism. This, my whole show basically today, I talked about Hassan Piker and the Democrats freak out about that.
Yeah.
And thank you very much.
And they freak out about it. It's ridiculous.
And
I'm sitting here. I'm a Jewish person.
Yeah, me too.
I have never once found him to be anti-Semitic. So they're really stretching.
Let me
every
ask you
time.
as a Jewish person, because I'm Jewish, I'm half Jewish, half Christian, half white, half black. And I felt myself, because in high school I was offered birthright to go to Israel and I rejected it.
Yeah, same.
I didn't know. Right.
My whole life, my family, it's like Israel. No, that's where the crazy people are.
Right. Mine too. My mom too.
And that's like the 90s. You know, they knew that they were the crazy people there. So
Parents who my mom's ancient, so her parents are even old. So she heard, but that was a thing passed down from her father. It was like, no, Israel, no.
Yeah.
And I didn't know why. I didn't really have any reason. My reason for not going in high school was I know there's war in Afghanistan and Iraq. it's the Middle East. I'm not good at geography. I don't know how close they are to each other. I'm just like, I don't want to go to a war zone. And my buddy's trying to reassure me, being like, don't worry, we're going to have the army with us, and we have an Iron Dome to block out missiles. I'm like, if there's missiles and you need the army to escort you around.
The same thing. And it was like, oh no, sometimes a bus gets blown up, or
right?
Like sometimes, no, thank you. Why would I do this?
I think I'll skip this trip. But I remember even earlier, but like around this time, questioning like my mom, like, are we Israeli? Like, is that the same thing as being Jewish? Because the words are used so
really?
In place of each other, Israeli, Zionism, Judaism, that I started to question, like, is that where we're from? Like, is that no? The answer is no, folks. And I was just wondering if that happened to you growing up, where you started to like question
that
yourself.
I was Israeli? No.
Okay.
No, like it's always been like, our ancestors came from Hungary to,
right.
And people are escaping Hitler to get here. And
Yeah. So it's just a weird, again, seeing what is like a internal identity thing being played out on the world stage, like everyone learning that Judaism and Zionism are different things, and that just because you're Jewish doesn't mean you're Israeli or have any affiliation or allegiance to Israel. But yeah, here's
there's something that I think maybe isn't spoken about a lot. Like, I feel like people of my parents' generation, so their parents are people who fought in World War II and then were directly affected by the Holocaust, right?
Right.
So those children coming out of that, for them to understand that Israel is doing a genocide right now, it's been so difficult to get them to, because it's like trying to convince people that Saruman is now with like Mordor, right. It's like a wizard wouldn't do that. Yeah, it's that level of like, no, how could they? Like, how could the children of genocide, like they escaped it, they've overcome, how could they possibly do something like that? So there's this like, they won't use the word, they don't like it. There's it's guttural with it, It's so it's taken a lot to get people of that generation to just take that word, to be like, it's okay, you can use the genocide word, that is what is happening. They like, there's a lot of apprehension about using it. So I think like trying to get that through like just the media and get that just populated into American, just what would you say? Like, people, I mean, just like, there's this guttural reaction against it, and I think that's stopped a lot of the discussion on this, and that's led to a lot of this. Oh, you can't say Israel's doing a genocide. That's anti-Semitic. Like, I think that comes from that guttural reaction of no, they couldn't possibly. They must know. Their parents. Like,
it's a curse word. It's a cursed word. It literally, it's like, and it's tied intrinsically to a lot of people and people's perceptions, specifically to the Jews in the Holocaust. Now, we know the Holocaust encompassed gay people, Romani people, black, anybody they didn't like, political dissenters of whatever stripes or creeds. Just, it's a Holocaust. It's many people dying on purpose for a political reason or whatever. Like, that's the definition. And since the boomers and the silent generation have been alive, it's only tied to that. And it is that, I mean, dude, you see how it's so fucked up how they weaponize
that have happened, like,
yes,
in other countries,
but they call them ethnic cleansings, or they call them whatever, some other word,
so
because I think it's in the Geneva Convention, if there is a genocide happening, all the countries have to be like, fuck you, stop. And that's why they don't want to use it, because it's,
there's that too. Yeah, a political reason to not
just
use
like Hitler, when they say like, oh, if you call somebody Hitler in a debate, then you lost the debate, because then it's an automatic.
I'm going to turn into
right?
Like, I feel
exactly
it's got to be later. Like, I can't see how history will look back on this and see anything else.
But it's also a way of being like, well, you can't compare. You can't compare to what happened there because that was like so uniquely and extremely evil that we can kind of separate it out from the rest of human history and be like, no, but everything else was kind of okay. I mean, slavery, not great, right? The black people are still mad about that one. They won't let it go. But, you know, they want this clean view of history that we get taught in school growing up. And it's uncomfortable if it's like, well, yeah, no, that thing that we say is like the worst evil ever. No, it happened multiple times after that, and nobody fucking lifted a finger. Matter of fact, we helped do a lot of that.
Actually, quite often again.
Right, quite often. Actually, too many times. And, you know, speaking of that, we got another parade of actually a horrible person. And this is Megyn Kelly and what she had to say about Trump threatening to do a genocide and just like nuke Iran. That again, John McCain is dancing in hell, and Lindsey Graham is trying to get this done for John. He's trying to get this last one in for John. But this is Megyn Kelly and her reaction. Talking to Emily Jasinski, who I'm like, you've got to hang around breaking points enough where you're starting to unwind this like programming, but I guess not enough to not be a co-host of the Megyn Kelly show.
Honestly, Trump could drop a nuke and I'd still vote Republican over those people because they want to
Avenue voter.
In some ways, I really am. But honestly, what they want to do is nuke our own country. You know, it's like the open border, what they're doing to children, all that stuff is still they would do it all if put back in power. And I think most Republicans know that, which is
like she's a Fifth Avenue voter.
That's
a good term.
She has no understanding of what a nuke is or what it
she's
does
saying
or
the
what
Democrats would nuke our own country because of what we're doing to children, which is the code word for transgender people existing, right? And what was the other thing? They would the open borders. So the brown people and the gay people are just going to slaughter everyone in the country if the Democrats get in. So I'd rather vote for Trump even if he nukes an entire people, because I don't care about those people because they're brown. They're brown. They're over there and they worship a different God, even though it's the same God, it's just a different version of it. It's his second reboot of that God.
People have such like a movie understanding of science so many times. And I feel like
about me because correct.
No, but I feel like that with this nuking another country, like as if that, you know, it's the same thing as bombing, as if people can just go into shelters and just wait it out or something.
Yeah.
Like,
or that radiation is not going to spread around
get all over the place.
Wind patterns.
You know, other people might start then nuking, and that like the chain reaction that could cause. But like the bombs that we have now too, versus what we had in World War II, are so much stronger and cause so much more damage and so much more nuclear fallout. And
I mean, Trump in his first term, early dropped the mother of all bombs, the Moab. Remember that trending on Twitter all the time? MOAB, just because he was like, I want to feel big and important, and I'm getting bad press, so let me do this. And that was the biggest thing he could drop that wasn't a nuke. And that should be everyone knew. I remember people talking.
He's dying to drop a nuke.
He's dying to. There's only one.
Like,
I can hear
him. Like his horrible sons when they go out hunting. Like one of them is like a huge hunter.
Oh yeah, Don
You know, it just, you know, I have a big gun and let me just kill a bunch of things. Look how big of a man I am. And Trump's trying to, look, I might be the old man, but look at me. I can drop a nuke and look about it, you know.
Yeah, I can still get
Disgusting.
it up. That's what he wants.
Disgusting.
And I can hear him in the White House being like, there's only one president who ever did that. I want to be the other one. I'm going to be the only other president who drops nukes. And it's going to be more than 2 nukes, and it's going to be the biggest nukes ever.
Definitely. It's definitely he just wants
to drop bombs, dude. It's crazy. Again, they're old, they're dying.
How many
it's
people,
over.
the
This is the death
environment,
throes.
the animals, like, God.
I know. Oh, dude.
Because
I can't even think
that's
about animals.
when I think about like what they've already bombed, like the and all the like cancer fallout from that. There are so many like I feel like you gotta acknowledge, yes, all these people, they have cancer. This is way too many people to have got, and that's extremely sad. But then I also think about, they have a lot of rare animals in Iran, a lot of mountain, different big cats that are there's.
I mean, thinking about the ecological impact of all of this, like there could be species that go extinct.
Yes.
I mean,
and like
it's
the Red
horrible.
Sea is,
Poisoning
all the
of
seas in there, and the coral
of-
reefs and things like that.
Yeah,
and it'll
yeah.
It's into the ocean system. It spreads everywhere.
Yeah, I know
again,
Sandy
rare
is
animals,
praising you.
Yeah.
No, I know Sandy is somewhere going, yes, Carly, talk about
Yeah.
this. And yes, because this is often overlooked because it's like, well, what the fuck are you going to do about the planet? But it's
like,
important.
It's like obviously like the people more important that we have to acknowledge, like, all these people,
But,
babies,
like,
children.
the planet is
dying.
we're just
but the
heating it up
planet's still there
faster.
too, and they're all dying too, and it's just
Yeah,
more
we're just
tragedy.
mourning it
It's just, I guess,
faster.
it's just checklist of tragedies.
But I got you. I promised it's not going to be just a parade of bad people.
Yeah.
We're gonna end this little segment here. We're gonna keep track, of course, throughout the night of coverage of what's going on. Matter of fact, I got a live thing up. Let me see what we got here. I've seen Pep Talks watch this channel, and I think it's just a dude on YouTube who's just like watching C-SPAN, I guess. I don't know. But this is just live. What's going on here? Trump announces 2-week ceasefire. Well, that's the update. That's what's happening. That's the official line from our government. This is Tel Aviv. Sirens are going off.
Does that give you chills? That always gives me like, ugh.
Yeah.
When I hear the air raid sirens, I don't know if it's because I grew up like in a tornado prone area, so then like sirens.
Oh yeah, that definitely would probably give you. I could see that give you trauma, definitely. But yeah, let me throw Carlos back up on stage. Boom. And I promised you, it's not going to be just a parade of bad people. Here we got Graham Plattner, who it was in war, and he's talking about this war and what the commander-in-chief should say and not say.
Graham Plattner here. I just wanted to address the tweet the president sent out this morning in which he is threatening to wipe out a civilization in Iran. We are getting into unhinged territory. The president is not fit to be in the role that he is in. And the fact that we have a political apparatus that is unwilling to hold him accountable, unwilling to stand up against him, it is an absolute travesty and is going to go down in history as an immense failure of the American political system. Senators like Susan Collins need to step in, need to be full-throated in their resistance to this nation getting further involved into an illegal war, in a war in which we are going out of our way to murder civilians and commit war crimes. Targeting civilian infrastructure, this is against the law. Threatening to wipe out a civilization, this is genocidal language. This is the language of someone who is not in this for some kind of real political reason. This is someone who is absolutely unhinged and is now enjoying war for war's sake. War is not a joke. It is not a game. There's a human cost to it, which I know all too well. We need to bring this to an end. And the only way it's going to happen is if we have political leadership that actually shows some kind of spine and stands up for the American people to end this horror show.
I think that's a pretty good statement. I mean, the dude sounds like fucking Nick Offerman from Parks and Rec. He looks like him. He looks like a more jacked version of Ron Swanson. You know, optics isn't everything. Policy, right? But like, goddamn, and like, he could be fucking president. He could be president before even becoming senator. I don't know, man. Like, it's fucked up. It's crazy. But
Like,
again,
I just don't
Trump
understand what
treated
they're
Joe.
waiting for. Like with the 25th Amendment, what are they waiting for?
I mean, they're
You know?
on fucking vacation right now.
I
Like,
keep seeing these Facebook notifications like they're doing something about it. Like, oh, this senator said they're for it. This, you know,
They're
it's like,
saying
well, when's it gonna? materialize.
Mike
do something.
Johnson, when Mike Johnson decides to bring them back, he's the one who's like, I guess, right, Carlos?
Why do they have to wait for that? Is that really?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't think for the 25th Amendment, I don't think they need Congress for that. What they do need Congress would be if they have to like impeach him. But yeah, like at the end of the day, the people that are around Trump, they are sycophants and they are not going to invoke that. The cabinet around Trump, this time around are just sycophants. You know, I mean, Marco Rubio, none of those people, JD Vance, none of those people are going to invoke the 25th. I mean, there was like, I think it was one article I saw a while ago where like JD Vance would have to be the guy to invoke the 25th Amendment. That guy is not going to invoke the 25th Amendment unless Peter Thiel says so. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only way that's happening.
They remember the gallows that were put outside the White House on January 6th.
Yeah.
They remember. He knows.
I saw
I was like, I'm not going to be Mike Pence.
I saw that there was going to be some sort of protest outside of Washington, D.C., like starting at 7 p.m. because,
Yep, like, right.
the announcement.
Oh, really?
Yep, right now.
Where? I'll go to
It's like a no war with Iran protest or something like that.
Let's see. Protest live. Let's see if I can snag it. I do not see it.
They might have ended by now. I mean, it's half an hour. Like, if they started at 7, that's like an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. And they might have even been dispersed.
Let me see. So they don't need Congress to do the 25th Amendment.
No.
But they need Congress to do the War Powers Act.
Yes, if they
So
wanted
then they
to, they
should do
can
that.
convene that. Yeah, if
Right.
Congress has levers that they can pull if they wanted to. At any given point, Congress can say, you know what, we're going to stop this right now. We're going to put, either resolutions or start impeachment proceedings. At any given point, they can just, do their job.
Yeah, but like you said, Mike Johnson is there. So this was
no way.
Mike Johnson was there. It got in because they voted out McCarthy because McCarthy had a little bit of like, I'm not gonna just do whatever Trump says, and they were like, well, then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
I'm Matt Gaetz, and I'm trying to jockey for my position to be AG, and then oops, I didn't get it. Like they're all trying to get something out of us, and may some of them do, and some of them don't. Some of them end up Rudy Giuliani running around trying to get people to pay for his fucking legal fees from the first administration. So next segment, we're gonna take a little break from Iran and Israel and USA coverage. We'll tap back in. But I've been waiting. I've been waiting since like last week to talk about this shit. And I couldn't find a spot for it. But here we go. My favorite thing in the world happened. CPAC.
Oh,
I love this. It's such a banger.
this is like, I can't hear.
I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. It's behind the toilet in grandma's basement. I wanna ask him to be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino.
All right. So I'm sorry, Carly. I
No, I love it. I can't
CPAC
hear
happened.
that other guy who's got a name that's like Bongino. It's like Bovino.
Oh yeah.
Anytime his
know.
name is said too, I'm like, Dan
That's-
Bongino.
Exactly, dude. Every time, man. So yes, any reason to play that video, I'll take it. And CPAC happened. CPAC happened a week ago or so, and I just wanted to play some silly fucking right-wing clips from CPAC. And just right-wing lunatics in general. In the, starting out with this one, in the same vein as this whole Trump tweet and threatening to genocide, here's an average Trump supporting person. Not this dude, the woman who's about to speak.
People are crying at ICE for doing their jobs. They're intervening with ICE doing their jobs. That's why they're getting shot and killed, rightfully so. Both of those deaths of whatever their names were could have been completely avoidable. Probably better off without them, regardless. And
Jesus.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and focus in on one of the 3 citizens who has been murdered by ICE, and that will be Alex Preddy. So first, you made a very bold claim. A man lost his life, and I think the world lost a good man. And your takeaway is we're better off without them, and that the shooting's justified. So Emily, tell me, what is the legal standard that authorizes an LEO and engaging in the use of lethal force ending the life of an American?
I don't know. Go ahead and tell me.
If you don't know the legal standard that justifies a shooting, then why the hell are you sitting here saying the shooting was justified?
I think it was justified because of his actions.
All right. So first of all, his actions were like trying to save somebody's life. They have a speed chess, and they have a little clock in between them where they move the time. That's what they're doing. That's the format of whatever the fuck that is. The dude, Dean Withers, I think his name is, he does these debates. He's like a Gen Z guy. And congratulations, dude. You can out-logic a lunatic. What good is that? You know what I mean? Like, it's like 2004 Jon Stewart. You're out-logicking them. You're winning at the debate. Congratulations. They don't fucking care. They don't care. They're just like, I want these people to die because they're different from me. What? And what? And that's just their average. They're just letting it out now. They've just
She's
been
such a
letting
dumb
it out.
Karen too, because like,
wait
till it happens to you, honey. You think that they would, you get stuck in a traffic stop, you get the wrong guy. It'll happen to you.
She's
You don't
looking.
think it'll
She's,
happen to you as your little blonde
she's
thing?
top wife material right there for sure.
Yeah.
She's trad wifing it up. She's got the polka dots. She's
Cop
she's trying
wife
to go for.
who is like, what is it, like 60% of cops like beat their wives or something? There's something
Exactly. That's why I said
insane,
she's a
like-
perfect cop wife. Because she'll say, "Oh, he was just having a bad night. Oh, his partner, he didn't show. He showed up late. It's okay. I burnt the roast. It was my fault." That's the mentality of the GOP. Period. And specifically, like what's coming out, what's being revealed to everyone nakedly, and again, I remember Jimmy, what's his name, Jimmy Dore, talking to Sam Cedar in 2016, being like, maybe if Trump wins and Hillary loses, and there's 8 years of Trump, then we get like a revolution.
Oh yeah.
And Sam was like, you should want to just like maybe, but I wouldn't bet on it, and I wouldn't bet the lives of all the people that are going to get hurt under a Trump administration on that either. I'd rather keep fighting the neoliberal blob with Hillary. And you know what? Maybe after 10 years, after separated terms, that's a long time since a president has lost an election, ran again, and won 4 years later.
Yep.
That's very rare. And so the fact that happened for him shows how fucked everything was before that, including Obama. Hopefully, I mean, people are starting to kind of like wake up and be like, well,
also,
he was
like-
right before Trump.
Like, not for nothing, just like the way voting is in this country, just as far as like, voter suppression and gerrymandering, and then disenfranchising the like millions of voters that happened this past election too. Like all of that, like nothing. Biden could have put the SAVE Act, or not the SAVE. What's it called? The act that was gonna
the PRO
say it?
Act.
The PRO Act, I think, is what.
Yeah.
The act that would have like done something to like protect elections, to stop like all this stuff. No,
You're right.
Biden was do nothing. So I mean, this is just as
The do nothing
Oh, no.
Dems.
Yeah, I apologize. The PRO Act was a pro-union and labor act.
Oh, right. That was the one that they
Yeah,
killed.
no. What's the one that the voting right was it just voter rights?
I think it might have been just the voting rights.
Yeah,
like,
the Voting
people
Rights
voting.
Act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is more right-wing stupidity. This is Dave Smith, comedian from Legion of Skanks, just left Legion of Skanks. Yes, there was a show called Legion of Skanks, a podcast that, yes, I did listen to for quite a few years. Not that often, but man, one of the comedians on there I love, Big J, and I will withstand the other two just to get his comedy. But he's on here with Rogan, and they're talking about Israel and Iran and whatnot.
The phrase "Make America Great Again." I don't care. Then
But
fine.
that phrase sucks. Here's the thing. Like, first of all, America is great. Make
Yeah.
America greater, I'm down. But make America great again, and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks, because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of them, these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something they cling to, and there's a lot of people that are just real, genuine patriots, and they're all lumped into this one group, and you got to accept the dorks too. Fuck that.
Yeah. Who made the dorks?
How long
famous?
ago was that?
This was like last week.
Zero self-awareness.
This was last week.
Yeah, seriously.
My brother in Christ, you are the dork.
Phrase
You
"Make
are
America."
the dork.
Yeah.
You are the one who interviewed and gave life and breathed life into the dorks. Jordan Peterson was what? A professor at a school in Canada. And then what he wrote, he made a public stink about them using like they them on official government documents or some shit, something like that, or using it on campus, something small and innocuous. And he was like punished somehow by the school a little bit, like, hey man, we're trying to be inclusive, don't be an asshole. And his reaction was to become this monster of just takes and Kermit voice and weird two-faced suits,
And like getting himself severely ill by eating nothing but meat.
Yeah,
going
Joker-fied himself. Literally.
Rogan was the one who fucking made this guy a name. And it's pretty fun not having him around recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, I forgot about Jordan Peterson, honestly.
But people like Gavin McInnes, Ben Shapiro.
Yep.
Ben Shapiro was like, he had the Daily Wire, and he had a show on Fox years ago. And I think he realized, like, if I go on Rogan enough and get Daily Wire numbers up, I don't need to have my show on Fox. I can do whatever I want and run shit my way and have my own network. And that's what he did. Candace Owens. The Proud Boys. Yeah, I glazed over again. Gavin McInnes. He was the founder of the Proud Boys.
Yep.
He had him on after that happened, after it was designated a gang. And bad organization, a criminal organization, and helped try to like convince people, no, it's not. It's just guys hanging out and doing weird shit, and there's initiation and tears, and yes, we beat each other up.
I especially hate Rogan because he had on this guy named Owen Benjamin, who is this insane flat earther.
He's a comedian, stand-up comedian.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And,
comedian.
I don't know if you know. Spill some tea here.
Please.
So Owen, so the Massachusetts Renaissance Fair, which I used to be a part of, the people who are running the there was a LARP camp, and it would feed into the Ren Fair. A lot of that happens a lot in the Northeast, where a LARP will run a Ren Fair because you already have the garb and stuff and the fake weapons and whatever and the volunteer force. So this was Massachusetts Ren Fair. Out of nowhere, they from COVID and stuff, they're listening to Joe Rogan, and the people who are running that camp, and they just fully went into this Owen Benjamin flat earth stuff. And we're like, hey, also Owen Benjamin thinks all women need to be birth units, and trans people don't exist, and Jewish people are parasites. So maybe don't listen to this. And they wouldn't hear it. They were like, oh, you're just not open-minded. They always say open-minded because they're in a cult.
Right.
They always use that word. And oh, it's just about flat earth. No, that's true. Da, da, da. And we're like, it's true. Did we watch it? Look. So Joe Rogan let Owen Benjamin into that. The Ren Fair ended up getting ran by the cultists, and everyone who was all trans and Jewish and every kind of gay, we all quit, and that fair fell apart. So,
Did you guys go start your own fair?
we tried to kind of get something going, but I think everybody kind of just dispersed, and it's like after COVID. So been running other things like steampunk festivals and
Hell
Nice.
but like Massachusetts Ren Fair, it like still kind of happens. They like advertise different acts, and none of those people are performing. All the performers, everybody quit before this happened. You know, they have like past videos. It's all, and people are always like, "Take my stuff down. You don't have permission."
Yeah.
And they don't have permission. They didn't own the rights to any of that, but they'll still play it because they're right wingers and they don't care about homes.
They don't care. I mean, again,
they
at
don't
the
care.
end of my show, I was just talking about Jonathan Majors on Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire movie. There's accidents happening. There's safety issues. They won't unionize. They won't let the crew union IATSE in to help them, have a safe set. Because they say they want to negotiate with communists, even though they're already made deals with SAG-AFTRA to get Jonathan Majors in the production in the first place. They're idiots. They will shoot themselves in their own foot. Owen Benjamin, I remember being like, I literally remember his like Comedy Central stand-up bit. That's why when I saw Rogan, I'm like, oh, he's around still? Okay, whatever. And this was like years and years ago. And then more and more, I was like, oh, he's on Alex Jones now. Like, what the fuck? Like, and then he got even more extreme than them. And it's just on his own. And yet another person. This clip is actually from more recently than the one with Dave Smith. This is Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn talking about Iran and what's going on there.
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so.
Dude, the way he said that, I'm sorry to pause so quick. He's looking down. He looks like a little kid with his older brother who's like legit scared. Like, are we going to be okay?
What do you think is going to happen? You think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop. Like, what do you need?
Well, they're trying to supposedly they're trying to stop the terrorists.
Yeah, that's crazy though. If you're the fucking terrorist, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to stop them, fucking stand in front of the fucking mirror and start there. What do you think is gonna
like? And you see the way Joe kind of, let's not talk about it. Let's not go too deep into that. Let me not comment. Like, he knows where his bread is buttered. He might be scared. I don't know if Joe Rogan gets scared of attempts, Mossad attempts. I don't know. Charlie Kirk attempts. But Theo Vaughn is terrified and doesn't know what to fucking do, because one day he'll say some shit like this where he's like, this, Trump and them are like terrorists, Israel is terrorists, and then the next day he'll be like, here's me and Candace Owens hanging out.
Yep. Like that's why I think it's like disingenuous, man. Like, dude, if you cannot be bothered to do this amount of research and you are a grown adult person, what are you doing, bro? Like, why are you surprised Pikachu facing that the chickens are coming home to roost? The very same chickens you called like months ago. You called them home, dude.
You literally had Trump on your show.
Yeah.
You could have asked all, and this is the most frustrating part for me. I know but like, he's Donald Trump, man. He's known publicly. His entire public-facing existence has been, I swindle people, I have a lot of money, I cheat on my wives.
Yeah.
The end. And
Like
people
a
are like,
giant
yeah, man,
con
he's
job.
awesome.
It's just one con after con after con until he like conned his way into the
And sexual
presidency
assault.
somehow.
And yes.
That's
And
literally
this
all
is
he's
what
known for.
He is known for. And America is like, yes, this 1,000 times this. We actually love this. This is our favorite.
Yeah, and
This
Joe
is actually
Rogan's
the
out
most
here.
representative of America.
Well, unironically, I
like-
mean,
Like Ted Bundy, like there were people just like obsessed with him.
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, I mean, he is
And
really
he's-
like the carnival barker from like the old West. He is the snake oil salesman. He is the archetypal tricksy American. It is just so fucking frustrating.
Yeah,
But
Joe Rogan
again-
here saying like, "Oh, I thought I don't know if this was real, man. I can't believe this happened."
Yeah, I can't
What do you-
believe this
what do you-
happened. I
what do you
can't
mean,
believe we're
bro?
at war. Like, dude, what do you mean you can't believe it? You just you know this guy
Did
just
he
wants
just
to look
like
tough.
take a bunch of like ketamine and then take a bunch of money from like whatever RNC? Like, yeah, I'll have
God
more.
knows. I don't know. Like
I don't
crazy
know.
dangerous man does crazy dangerous things. I don't know what to tell you, man.
And like as Joe Rogan, like you're in this fighting league, right? You're UFC. You've been there since the beginning of the UFC. You like and even before that, you just like going to the gym and doing that shit. Don't you know? I remember him talking to Gavin McGinnis actually, and Gavin McGinnis was like, I hated seeing all these videos of like the lefties and people with purple hair getting in the faces of like patriots and whatever. And I would see them and think, those guys just punch that person in the face. Just punch him in the face. It's
I
over.
remember.
Like, fuck off. And Joe was like, well, you can't do that, Gab. Now, maybe he's just thinking of like, I can't have this said on my podcast and blah, blah, blah. Or he's like, you can't do that because I'm around a lot of fighters. If you punch someone in the face, that is not the end of the fight. That is the beginning of a new standard in the fight. Oh, now we're hitting? Okay, then we're going to hit each other. Oh, hitting isn't solving? What about knives? What about guns? It always escalates. And I'm like, don't you know when you're talking to Donald Trump, when you're hanging out with Donald Trump, can't you tell there's a guy who likes to talk himself up? Like, I could beat anybody in a fight. I could fight a bear. I could fight a dinosaur. I'd win. Blah, blah, blah.
He'd literally say he would literally talk like that.
And
yes.
Don't you think, like, sure, that's a fun person to have on your radio show, podcast. If you're Howard Stern in the 90s and the 80s, yeah, he's fun to talk to, whatever. I don't want to hang out with him after that. I don't want to elect him as president. He's a fun sideshow. You don't elect the sideshow. But like, speaking of sideshows, as I said, CPAC happened. I'm good at this, aren't I?
Let's go on with the circus.
Let's go on with the circus. And there's no one better to do that than Erica Kirk herself, the ringleader.
Hey! On your feet, boy!
I got to mute it because there's music.
Is that Drewski?
That is Drewski.
Yeah!
Oh my God.
Erica Kirk with the fireworks. This happened a week
There's a
ago.
real drag queen doing Erica Kirk too.
I mean, why would she be
I don't
offended
know
by
the
this? This is exactly what happened.
This looks exactly like Erica Kirk.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
How about all the
kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
Like, it's just the right wing have been freaking out about this video for the last week or so. I mean, I'm not familiar with Drewski's, like what he does really. I just remember like a couple weeks ago or months ago, he did something about like a mega church pastor where he's like flying out on like wires in a big stadium and shit. And the eyes. But like, I'm seeing this and I'm like, oh, this is white chicks. It's funny to do this to Erica Kirk because she's so insane. And also, he strikes me as kind of like dude, I've seen him in commercials with real celebrities. I'm like, he's one of those YouTubers who's like, I show up on time, I say my lines, I'm non-controversial, really. And this is a barometer puppy. This tells me this is the barometer of what like agencies and management is okay with. The industry, the movie industry is okay with, because again, they're acting weird. Like Tim Waltz said in 2024, they're fucking weird.
Yep.
The Pilates. Oh my God, this is so funny.
I see like zero notes here, like no difference between the actual occurring of events. to be offended, like the fact that Erica Kirk was pretending to be offended over this, just tells me that this was pretty spot on.
And it's not even the fact that like he didn't even say it was Erica Kirk.
Yeah.
That was also very clever. Just like, this is a new sketch. Here you go.
Yeah.
And you know, someone has pointed out, like, it doesn't need to be. It doesn't have to be, because this is actual footage from CPAC.
Oh wow.
Sorry, again, copyrighted music. She's singing and dancing. But like, this could be, you know, the person.
It's the same parody.
This is actually at the Young Republicans convention. Not gonna lie, I thought this was another Drewski skit. This is Rep Kat Kamak in Florida at the Young Republicans convention in Dallas, Texas. This goes to show you why he didn't directly attack or even name Erica Kirk. He said conservative women, and his depiction was spot on. Right? They want to be
They all
Lady
have the
Gaga.
same hair, same makeup, same like
Yep.
same.
Dude, it's maddening. It is suburban people. I'm just suburban people, because this is international. It's just like upper middle class people who have no fucking talent, who want to make movies and be pop stars and shit. Who's the fucking guy in Argentina, the president of Argentina, who like
Milei.
put on a concert? Yeah, Malay put on a concert for himself because he's like, I always wanted to be Bruce Springsteen, but I'm not. But I'm the president of this country, so I'm gonna make everybody come. That's what they do. They're all failed creatives. This is also funny. This is posted by Political Punk. This is how you know where CPAC is. Grinder crashes. User reports show possible problems with Grinder, and that's exactly where CPAC is in Grapevine, Texas. That's how you know. That's how you know where
course.
CPAC is. If you're having bad Grinder
That's an
service,
annual occurrence.
yeah,
Yeah. Yep. And every time.
Every
without
time.
fail.
Grinder crashes.
The Young Republicans. Hey, wasn't those the people that got caught doing the whole Nazi thing? The Nazi text leaks?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, they're just kids.
They're still
Come
there.
on. Don't go in the future. It was one mistake.
The Young Republicans.
Try to excuse future rapists or current rapists or past rapists, because that's what they're all going to be at the end of the day. Or if this page will load, you could be like Valentina Gomez, who is in Congress, I think, or is perpetually running.
Yeah,
for Congress?
she's a perpetual like runner, and she always loses because she's completely unhinged.
Well,
and brown and a woman, so
right,
that's a
yes,
that's a problem.
the Republican Party. But she seems to be expanding what she can do other than be a perpetual candidate. She can make pizza.
We're making pizza Valentina style. Don't be dirty and wash your hands.
I got music.
Did she wash her hands?
Question. There was a cut. We don't know. It's a mystery if she washed her hands. But she is making pizza content. I think she's going.
Whoa,
I think
whoa.
Wait, what? What? Was that
Oh, the
ketchup?
ketchup? Yes. She is going for
She's
the
insulting
classic-
Italians too.
She's going for the classic genre of
McDonald's pizza.
of McDonald's of purposefully making like bad food or doing something poorly so it rage baits people
Yeah,
into like
this is
correcting you
100%
and
rage
getting
bait.
engagement. You know that video of like it goes in this square hole.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
That
yeah,
thing?
yeah.
Making
It's like
Nazi
that.
rage bait.
Did you see the thing about how those 5-minute crafts was actually some kind of like Russian psyop?
Really?
Oh, I don't doubt that, because like every time I would watch
Yeah.
those videos, I'd be like, wait a minute.
Dude.
Yeah, there's a
watch-
YouTuber that did like a part 1 deep dive into it.
Word. There's
Link it
so
in the-
there's so many that are like Mormons that are like doing Mormon content. My wife was following a Orthodox Jewish woman on Instagram for like years, being like, "Oh, this is cool," just to seeing like how life is like, and just differences, and she seems very progressive and whatever. But then over time, started to notice little weird things like promoting this or that, or like getting messages in there. Me and her would watch travel content. Very rare that I give a shit about any kind of travel content, but there's like someone was like, I stayed in like the underwater hotel, I stayed in the most remote hotel in the world, stuff like that. It's like, okay, that's interesting enough to watch for 10-15 minutes and pass my time. And then every now and then when he would go to eat something, he'd be like, and we praise Jesus for this food. And what I'm like, okay, all right, look, man, that's your culture. I'm not religious. I didn't grow up with that. It seems a little odd to me, but whatever. And then I'm just like, let me Google this guy. And it turns out he was a youth pastor in some church. I'm like, they're just trying to like and also, how do you only have started posting like 6 months ago, already
like
have like 1 million followers?
There's a dance cult too.
Yeah,
that was
dude.
like that. That was like got really big. That it was like
That's
a
what
youth
this
pastor.
party
It was
is.
dance videos, and then it was a cult.
Absolutely, dude. That's crazy, man. The GOP is the party of cults, conspiracies. I mean, can we play the OG?
It's a fascist party, so yeah, it kind of goes with
And the Democrats are now just the party of like consultants and
they're just neolibs. I mean,
because they're trying to just like hedge the conspiracy party and be like, all right, we're not gonna like fuck up the markets too much. We're gonna try and like manage it, I guess. It's the middle manager party. That's what the Democrats are. And then you again over here at CPAC, you get my man, the Pillow Man.
Is he still
Mike
around?
Lindell.
Oh my god.
One of my favorites.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Introducing Matt Schlapp. Matt Schlapp is the guy who founded CPAC. It's often been accused of being the reason that Grindr crashes wherever it goes. And here's him.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings?
Yeah.
That was the wrong answer. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Wrong.
No, I know. We've got to keep this House majority. How many of you agree with that?
Like, that's so funny. That's so funny. Now, I think I'll even play devil's advocate here. I think the audience thought when he said impeachment hearings that it was going to be like Hillary Clinton or some Democrat, just nameless Democrat, vague Democrat.
Maybe because like these people are that dumb, probably
Because they're
I don't
fascists
know.
and they love hearings. They love Benghazi. But dude, Benghazi was like lightning in a bottle. It was like the Super Bowl. I was just getting into politics around that time. I watched most of that shit. Trey Gowdy and fucking Eric, I want to say Eric Garner, but it's not. Eric Holder, I think. Dude, it was fucking crazy. And they just want to humiliate Hillary Clinton and ruin any chance she had of becoming president, which they succeeded in. Now, it was only until 30 years before that of criticism towards her. But again, just that they're idiots. The impeachment, like, and again, the dance cult, I don't know if this is part of it, but this is Laura Ingraham doing a TikTok dance. And unfortunately, I can't play the music.
The people that were part of that dance cult were like real dancers. Like they were singing in real dancers. This is just
Laura doing something.
Boy.
Some
They're playing
attempt
hopscotch.
at just being relevant. I don't know.
Oh Lord.
But you know, I love collecting these clips of right wingers being cringe,
That was
trying
rough to watch.
to relate to the youths, and just be because they can't. They'll never, ever be cool. And they desperately want it, and that they will wage war and genocide to convince you they're cool.
Oh yeah, like wasn't like there was like a big movement like of the Daily Wire types were like, oh, conservatism is like the new punk rock. Like
Yes. Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Because
No.
because it was counterculture, right? They saw the main culture
The
as
cringe.
just accepting gay people, have, like Joe Biden said, times have really changed. We got interracial couples in commercials now.
Thanks, Pops.
Oh, so in commercials, that means that the world's fixed. We have no racism because there's interracial couples in commercials. But they can't accept change because it's scary to them. That's it. And then they have no creativity to deal with that. So then they just try to appropriate other people's cultures, claim shit. Talked about how in my review that's on my channel, you can watch right now, of the Mario Galaxy movie, that Republicans are trying to claim that it's getting bad reviews because it's a conservative movie. And this is how Hollywood treats conservative movies.
Jesus.
Are you looking
perpetual
confused, Carly?
victim,
I
man.
don't blame you.
Yeah.
Because there's no black people in the movie, which there's no black people in Mario at all.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a problem. Maybe Mario should have more representation in it. But
it's hard to tell Japan that, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
True.
That's a whole
Yeah.
messiness.
Because we also don't want fucking Mr. Popo's showing up either.
True.
Dragon Ball. The protagonist is male, so that means it's conservative. Even though, if you watch the movie, the protagonist of the movie is actually Peach. She's actually moving the plot forward.
I'm going to see it on Friday.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to spoil
Don't
anything.
get too into it.
But hey, Peach, good Peach. And there's no gay people. That was the other one. So the only criteria for something to be considered
There also isn't
anti-woke
much
or Republican,
romance in general, right? Like, I
there's
mean, I guess
barely any romance in any Nintendo property.
Yeah,
that
I was
could-
about to say it's freaking Mario.
Even
Like, what do
in
we-
Zelda, where it's like, have Zelda and Link ever kissed in any game?
No.
Or ever
No, but I
implied
thought that she was getting pretty close to Urbosa in Breath of the Wild.
mean-
I was like, yeah.
I mean,
Zelda.
if we're gonna
Find
go
your
into
mommy.
fan theories and stuff, Jesse and
You know, because Link was with what's her name, the fish,
Zora?
the mermaid.
Oh, yeah.
Zora. They were
Zora,
gonna get
yeah.
married. Yeah.
Yep.
and that's very. I mean,
so
that's
so it's definitely not Link and Zelda.
Yeah.
they actually,
Yeah.
Not in Breath of the Wild, anyway.
or Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, or Tears of the King. Well, I mean, and then she becomes a dragon.
Well, I know
so.
the fish princess had a crush on Link, and that's like a reference back to Ocarina of Time. I don't know if they actually confirmed that they were together.
Yeah, it's
I
like
thought
it's
they
kind of
were
like heavily
engaged.
implied.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought in
because
Breath of the Wild they were engaged.
Okay.
yeah, it's implied because the armor that you get only happens, or the
yeah.
women of that society make the armor for their husband. So it's like presumed that she made that armor for Link. So
Right.
that was it's kind of
I
implied.
interpreted that as like, what is it? You know, this might be too old of a reference. You know, Dennis the Menace.
Yes.
And there's like the girl who's obsessed with him and won't stop like kind of pestering and bullying. Or Hey Arnold, that's more recent.
Yeah, I would say like, hey,
You know,
Arnold,
Helga. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I was thinking like that situation where she's convinced that she's engaged to Link and Link is just, silent protagonist. Like, what is
Yeah,
happening?
I got
Trying
a
to get
little
this
bit of a vibe of
possible,
that
yeah.
too, but at some point, I mean, you gotta kind of.
So yeah, next segment here, I got more clips. And we are going to check in to Zateo just to get an update of what's going on actually, because I'm just kind of bullshitting here. Because you know what? That's what this space is about. We watch the fucking news like you guys do.
Yeah.
Are they live?
God,
They
there
were
haven't
live.
been any like new news breaks, have there, in the past like what,
Please
45
God,
minutes?
in the last 12 hours, like
No.
in the last 12 hours, like freaking like years went by.
Yeah, like
Jesus
people in various
Christ.
like groups I'm in, like around town, they were like gonna meet up today to just kind of console each other as like possible nuclear disaster happened.
Yeah.
So like that's the kind of like
Because again, I interpreted the way Trump tweeted that out is just like he's being hyperbolic again, like he always is. But he's the fucking president of the United States, and he has
Yeah, he can't
his
be,
words
like-
have implications.
Yeah, no,
And-
I took him for real. Like I don't think that he was gonna like drop nukes or end the world or anything, but I did think that his intent of extermination, or what is it, the end of that I do think that he was intending on basically wiping out any like life sustaining infrastructure like desalination plants, power plants, oil refineries, stuff like that. Like I do think that he intended to do that. Who knows, because he's like dementia freaking ridden, so who knows like if this is just like another episode that the president of the United States is having where he goes back and forth and back and forth. I don't know if this is market manipulation. I just genuinely don't know, and I think that's where a lot of people's anxieties are coming from. It's like you just literally don't know what this freaking guy's gonna do in the next 5 minutes.
Dude, I was watching Pep Talks before we jumped on here, and he was watching Piers Morgan, and some guy on Piers Morgan was like, well, that's the art of war, is you don't want your enemy to know what you're doing. It's like, well, that's just the art of being clever at all. You don't have to fucking cite the art of war for like common knowledge. And also, you don't have to be chaotic like this either, where it just disrupts everybody's fucking life
chaos.
on Earth.
Chaos.
But yes,
This was
I promise-
COVID too. Everybody seems
Yes.
to forget. This is just chaos every day. We're gonna nuke a tornado and a hurricane. We're gonna put bleach up your butt. Like
Yeah, like,
windmills
I
are
don't
causing
understand
cancer.
how, like-
constant chaos.
Yep, I don't understand how any of that just wasn't like the end of it. Like the moment dude came down in 2015 saying I can shoot anybody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose votes.
Yeah.
Like how is this like
Megyn Kelly is a Fifth Avenue voter. We got to start calling them that. That's a great
Fifth Avenue voters? Oh
Fifth
my god, I
Avenue
love
voter.
that. I love that because like people forget, man. He literally
triple
said that in the
Trumper-
primary.
Triple
He said,
Trumper
yeah.
is good too. Like the I've had it, ladies.
triple
You know,
Trumpers,
but
yeah.
Fifth Avenue voter, it makes people remember that statement.
Yeah,
And
it's
be like,
wild.
yeah, these are the people. Like, and to transition into a more positive section of tonight's
We're gonna always
festivities,
come back, though.
coverage, whatever. I'm good at transition. I'm trying to get good at transition in here now that I'm on a real network with real people and covering real stories. Here's Mankind from the WWA.
Nice.
Talking about like a plea to his audience, and I think we should watch. We'll pause and we'll talk about it. But I think we should watch this whole thing. It's only like
Look at his
almost 5 minutes.
beautiful shirt.
I love
raccoons.
Mankind.
I
I'm not a
love
big
it.
wrestling fan. Look, I love raccoons. I love Hawaiian shirts. I'm in. But I was never a big wrestling fan. My friend was, and Mankind was one of my favorites because he's got the cool mask and he's got the like puppet. And I always like any character of anything who was like the crazy one. And he was one of the crazy ones. But this is his like genuine plea to his audience.
Hello, everybody. This is Mick Foley, the hardcore legend, and this is an earnest and honest attempt to talk to Republicans and independents who are not so far gone that they can still think for themselves. Now, if you're one of those people, like a close relative of mine, who certainly seem to feel like Alex Preddy and Renee Good deserve to die, then I'm not talking to you. Thank you for your support, and you can just watch it and leave a mean comment or get out of the conversation now. What I'm talking about is appealing to good-hearted, sensible people who
I like that he gave a line up top. Like, if you think they deserve to die, if like a person I know, then leave a mean comment because I know you will, whatever. But that's my line. And if you can go beyond this, then keep watching.
Yep.
Not believe that the way immigrants are treated in this country is correct. Now, I was listening to a TV station where they talked about how 65% of Americans think ICE has gone too far, and they thought that was good for America, where I was left thinking, wait, 35% of the American public is for this. I'm sorry, but I cannot believe that. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that 3.5 out of every 10 Americans I meet would be in favor of our fellow human beings, our brothers and sisters, being treated in such an inhumane fashion. I refuse to believe it, because if 3.5 out of 10 people I meet are for that, that means far more than 3.5 out of 10 who are not people of color are for it, and even more males. This is just me in my head doing the math. And that means like, no, we're all better than this. I'm not saying this in a condescending fashion. I'm saying I know because I spent time with you. When I say that, I mean, I spent 15 years riding the roads with a variety of different wrestling friends and travel partners, one of whom I would consider to be very progressive. That would be Jim Cornette. The others, not going to make anybody's list of progressives and definitely going to lean conservative, independent to conservative. I never had any problems with a single one of them. We had discussions, not arguments. I know it because when I was struggling, you were the people who let me stay in your spare room or on your couch because I didn't have money for a motel. You were the people, the guy who may have been wearing a MAGA hat, gladly giving me instructions when my GPS wasn't working.
This appeal. Graham Plattner's been doing a lot of this kind of messaging too. It's appeal to like, dude, you might not want to fucking march in the gay pride parade. You don't have to, but we don't also have to lock up people in concentration camps and treat children like this and fucking make orphans because we murder protesters. You know what I mean? Oh, am I frozen? Did I freeze?
No, you're not frozen.
I thought I
You're
did for a second. I did. My computer.
I'm like nodding along.
But like, more celebrities need to talk like this. I think every fucking celebrity. This is the new standard, the mankind standard. Every celebrity has to. We don't already know, if you're not Mark Ruffalo or like Chappelle Rowan or something, and people we already know, you need to have a fucking like, hey, audience, this, and this. Fucking draw some lines. Because we're not, yes, celebrities is not the fucking most important thing, but our voices fucking matter. And yes, it matters to have those showings at the No Kings protests as organized and not protests as they are. They're parades, but whatever. It shows how many people are fucking against this shit.
Yeah,
and to show the world, like, hey, don't.
It shows the world. So at least there's that.
Yeah.
Because something that we've been doing here in this community, because it's like very blue, like this is like land of the gay, you know. So we don't really need to convince anyone of anything here. Like you're preaching to the choir with the No Kings. So we've been talking to the No Kings with their mutual aid group to be like, hey, like, that's great. You want to come out, you know, do your thing. Can you also bring some canned goods? Can you also bring some clothing to donate? You know, we've got all these people who are also in the same park. And the protesters are pushing the unhoused out of the park.
Right.
That's
how you do
come together, make something.
That's how you build community.
Yeah.
You go, hey, this is what you're fucking marching for. Don't make your march move these people out of the like. That's doing the kente cloth kneeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a lot for a while there. There was a lot of like, you know, the progressives versus the liberals. Like, hey, you're grandstanding and you're pushing out the unhoused. But what if you actually come here and help the unhoused as well?
Yeah.
So we got that to work in the community, you know.
Sean Penn or any liberal celebrity going to Ethiopia and taking a picture with all the people. It's like your jet. You could just sell your jet and like fix these people's whole fucking lives that you use to fly over here. And these are the people we're fighting because they need to be fought. And they need to be defeated and destroyed. Sam Altman, the OpenAI executive, GPT boss, accused of sexually abusing his younger sister.
Oh my gosh.
Sam Altman denies the allegation and is suing his sibling for defamation. The alleged abuse at their family home in Clayton, Missouri began in 1997 when Annie was 3 and he was 12. And went on until 2006, according to amended complaint. Last month, U.S. Altman has denied the claim and is countersuing for defamation. He's saying this is extortion. Last month, U.S. District Attorney Zachary Bluestone said Ann Altman's standalone sexual assault and sexual battery claims expired in 2008, but she could try pursuing her case under Missouri's child sexual abuse statute, which allows some accusers to sue over historic abuses. That's good that they have that. That's why we need fucking Democrats in office and liberal progressives to actually pass things like this. And not just try to like do the thing where they who is it, Lake and Riley, who was like
the Lake and Riley Act.
Oh, we got to get rid of the immigrants because that'll solve all the problems. It's not straight white conservative men who are doing these assaults, except oops, that's who it is every fucking time. So this is one of the fucks that we got to defeat.
This is average Epstein class behavior.
Speaking of the Epstein class, this I don't know who this is, but this is the quote. I'm going to Jesus Christ. This is the World Economic Forum, and I can start to see why Alex Jones would have a problem with this place.
When we talk about capital, we tend to think only about financial capital, about cash, financial assets, but we know that's not the only value on which our economies depend. We know that every aspect of every part of the economy is fundamentally dependent on nature, as you highlighted. The air that we breathe, the water we drink, the soil, the oceans that we need for the food that we need to consume, the minerals that we need as inputs to technology and to infrastructure. And without these forms of value, these forms of natural capital, we won't have economies. They are the fundamental building blocks of our economies. But the ways, as you said, the ways in which we have grown our economies, our models of economic development, have been incredibly successful for global prosperity. But the unintended consequences of current models of growth are simply not sustainable on a finite planet. The amount of resource that we are drawing into our economies, Earth's resources, and the amount of pollution and waste that we're pumping out, whether that's through greenhouse gas emissions, whether that's sewage into our water, whether it's plastics into the
You're not going to see where this goes.
ocean, is beyond the Earth's carrying capacity. And we know that that's leading, as you said, to very significant direct impacts for society, but very significant financial costs for the economy. We can look at that as you have and calculate that at a macro level. But the way that that's showing up as we're breaching these boundaries and breaching these limits and undermining nature is showing up in very practical ways that are showing up for financial risk for institutions. Lack of water is leading to disruption of operations, of supply chain. Water is needed as an essential input for manufacturing or power production. The degradation of soil is leading to reduced agricultural yields. The decline of pollinator species is also having an impact on agriculture. So that's leading to direct financial risks for organizations, for businesses, and ultimately for investors. And as you said, ultimately the reason for this is at the moment, the way that decisions are made on an everyday level within businesses and financial institutions is because we're looking only at financial data, financial metrics that are not factoring in nature. Nature is treated within the economy as though it's unlimited and predominantly as though it's free. And the risks and harms are simply not costed in financial terms. We can cost them at a macro level. They're not costed into day-to-day decision-making. And the result is, as a consequence, we've put all of our economies at fundamental risk. We can't do business on a dead planet. If we're going to protect natural systems, one of the solutions is to bring nature onto the balance sheet, to bring nature into the ways that decisions are made within business, to allocate a value to it and to bring it into accounting and financial mechanisms.
So, this was a long-winded way of saying water, soil, and oxygen should not be infinitely accessible. They're assets that should be included in the global economic balance sheets. They want to own air and water and the ground. Now they already own the ground. Every ground is owned. Every ocean is probably owned and connected to some country, unless it's international waters, I guess, but it's still regulated. They want to own it and profit off of it.
The water is though too. This is like the water tables and stuff, you know, like for the towns. Is like the water's all called for in different.
But I like how the interest is like, well, it's hurting our finances if we treat it like this. It's gonna kill the planet, and like we can't do business on a dead planet. But how do we solve this? We gotta charge people to use water and air and soil, and like this is super villain shit. It's Spaceballs.
It's unhinged.
We're gonna have Mega Maid sucking air out of other planets because we ran out over here.
Yeah, not everything can have a dollar sign next to it. That's just not. That's not how that works.
It's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. But we got some good Democrats, and I want to kind of end tonight, reaching like an hour and a half here of coverage. Now, nothing fucking happened, thank God. Taco Tuesday, Trump chickened out, and I'm sure let me check Chuck Schumer and see if he.
Can we pull up like the very powerful tweet? Did we even get that? Did we even get a powerful tweet, or did he just send a letter, or what? We will win.
I gotta see if Chuck Schumer said anything, because I mean, Taco Tuesday is great. My friends texted that to me, and I said, I'm stealing that. That's perfect. No, he did not say anything. I am shocked. That he did not capitalize on this moment to call him a taco. That he chickened out. He should have obliterated a civilization.
Yeah, that wasn't even worthy of Chuck Schumer even making a freaking comment on it. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, I know, dude. You didn't even reach Chuck Schumer levels of excitement, of arousal.
Bro couldn't even be bothered to put out a tweet. Amazing.
So yeah, let me end. Let's we've been going for quite a while. Kitty Cat is there. I saw the kitty cat.
Yeah,
We addressed Kitty Cat.
Distracted by my cat.
She's running
There
around.
was one on my lap, and then one just went by. I don't know where the other guy went.
I
had
got
butterscotch though. She's 22 years old. I feel like
Wow.
I have to say that every time. She's
Wow.
the old, extremely old cat.
Yes, we love elderly kitties. I had cats growing up, and they lived to be quite old as well. Unless my wiener dog who died 2 years ago was 18, and I'm like, holy shit, like damn, you know. But what's her name? Butterscotch.
Butterscotch. Yeah.
We love Butterscotch.
If she makes it to 25, I'm getting her a plaque.
Yeah.
So the Dems, we are wondering where they are. We've got a couple good ones, but this one is not a good one. And particularly for 2008, Jesus Christ. I'm tired.
Go to a spot. 2008.
In 2008.
I don't even think I had a smartphone then.
We got Newsom, who's the favorite of the establishment. And this article, this NBC News survey found that Newsom was even less popular than Trump, with Trump underwater by 12 points and Newsom by 18. Conversely, AOC pulled ahead of Trump, Newsom, and the Democratic Party itself.
Holy crap.
I think we got our
if
candidate.
They push Newsom. I
think
swear
we
to
got our
God.
They're going to try. They're going to try.
He'll lose to like JD Vance or something if Trump's still alive.
I doubt that
We're
is.
gonna all hope he's not alive for the next
Of
one.
course. I mean, I can feel it soon. It's going to
They
happen.
were thinking it this weekend. I was seeing all these. He was rushed to Walter Reed and stuff, but then that went away.
No, I mean,
was
look,
hoping.
sometimes we just all collectively hope at the same time, and stuff trends.
Cross our fingers.
I feel it. I can feel it. But here's AOC. Here's the woman herself, the
She's
queen.
back.
Oh, Butterscotch. We got Butterscotch.
Hello, Butterscotch. Say hi to everyone.
Yes. Butterscotch, you ready to see AOC put the smack down?
Yeah.
It was just a good quote from her on CNN Town Hall. She's out there. She's been doing the oligarchy rallies. She's been out. She's out front, man. She's doing this shit. And I hope our fucking next president is a Puerto Rican woman from the Bronx. That would be fucking awesome.
Trump believes that if you don't vote for him, he doesn't have to be your leader. That if you didn't vote for him, that you don't deserve good things to happen to you. I don't care if someone voted for me or not. I don't care if someone is a Republican or an independent or a Democrat. I don't care if someone likes me or not. That will never change the fact that I'm going to fight for them to have health care. I want MAGA to have health care. I want MAGA to be paid a living wage. But he doesn't want people who are Democrats, or he doesn't want people based on their political affiliation to benefit. And that is the difference between a strongman and an authoritarian and a leader of a democracy.
Dude, I didn't even see this clip. She said, and a leader of a democracy. Maybe me. Because that's what I want. Dude, come on. She's running. Let's go.
I mean,
Let me get coconut brain for AOC running, please. I need some fucking hope.
As far as the Dems go, I would certainly favor her over Gavin Newsom.
Oh, hell yeah.
1,000%.
And again, we challenge, like I said with Zoran Mamdani. I'm gonna encourage people to vote for him. I'm gonna fucking show all the great clips I can find of him. And as soon as he's elected, he starts fucking up, I'm gonna criticize him.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing though. Like, just because like an election was won doesn't mean like, the job is done, right? Like, we can all go home and eat brunch or whatever because the election finished and it went our way. That's not how that works at all. Like, electoral politics is basically a tool.
No, I think again, in this weird, long game here, I think maybe hopefully people learn that lesson, and like this will end. This is an extinction burst, a death throes of like neoliberalism and neoconservatism. And when we have the slightly better version of Democrats that we want, because it's our party now, we're taking over. It's our party now, and we win the presidency and get elected and whatnot. That people hold them account. That we keep holding them accountable, and keep going. No. We're not just gonna like elect you and move on, because we learned we can't do that. We can't trust y'all. We gotta fucking watch. We gotta watch C-SPAN and fucking CNN and fucking every tweet and move you make. We gotta make sure you're doing the right thing, or you're gonna get fucking primaried.
Exactly, and that's kind of like what you were saying. Like, we need a populace that understands and recognizes this and is engaged. And unfortunately, like, the system kind of makes it so that we don't want to engage. There's a lot of apathetic people who truly believe that like voting doesn't matter, and to an extent, like, there is a reason for that feeling, right? And there's like, well, why am I going to participate? Why do I even want to like do anything? We're all
people
cooked
are so
anyways.
exhausted, like
That too.
being poor is exhausting.
Yep,
yes,
that too.
Yes, it is. And they hope people are too tired to fucking do anything about it. But also, being poor is a little bit liberating in some sense, because then you go, well, I can go out and fight because I gotta, because my circumstances can't. I cannot just go to college and get a degree and all the things. Our generation,
like, what are you gonna do? Sue me? Well,
yeah. Our generation,
my
is the
vast
death knell of
fortune
that.
in comic books. Like, hope you bring a moving
don't
van.
touch my goddamn wall of comics.
I don't want them to. I don't want them to. But like, that's not a lot of money. Good
and
luck.
we got this race here in Michigan. Two candidates here. Haley Stevens is the APAC candidate. McMara, she's losing steam. McMorrow is going to be the next APAC candidate. They're already talking about using it. And Abdul El Sayed is the reason anybody's been talking about Hassan Piker the last few weeks, months. I mean, even in the Cat Abu Ghazal race, they didn't really mention him that much. It's really this race that they're worried about. And I wonder why. I think it's probably because it's the Senate. And so it's a little more like there's less of them. So it's more exclusive. It's also a remnant of Confederacy and Civil War. So they really care about the Senate. But yeah, this is a clip.
It appears to me that the lane you're picking is the far left progressive lane because you believe that is the only chance of winning. Does that sell in Michigan, a battleground state?
Bill, I'll tell you, I don't believe in left and right. I believe in the people who are locked out and the people who are doing the locking out. I'll always be on the side of the people who are locked out. They deserve a politics that's not corrupted by corporations, a politics where we put money back in your pocket, and we finally guarantee healthcare through Medicare for all. That's not a left idea. That is an idea for people against the corporations who've dominated our government for far too long.
It appears.
I mean, I think that's a great way to spin that. I would just, I'm sick of the like, even Ro-Khanna talking about Hassan, like, oh, he said horrible things, blah, blah, blah. Or this, like, well, it's not a left or right idea. It's a common sense. Just say it is fucking left. The left's been saying this forever. It is a left-wing idea. It's the most popular idea. Cite statistics and polls showing it's the most popular fucking thing. And go, okay, like you can call it left and we'll own that for sure. This is a progressive idea. So is having roads. So is having hospitals and fucking fire department. Matter of fact, we should the hospitals should be like the fire department where you don't pay them. You don't pay the firefighters after they put out your house. Oh, let me cut you a check for coming to save my fucking house. You shouldn't have to do that for your own body. You go for a house, but not your body. Why is that?
And you don't go into horrible debt forever for the rest of your life too when your house burns down.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you look like you're in debt for other reasons, but you're not in debt to the fire department. For other reasons. You're in debt to the fire department.
And I think that like I think it's silly to like be so distant away from like this this is a left idea or whatever. Like it is a left-wing idea. Don't be shy about it. It's okay. It's 2026.
It is a left-wing idea, but really it's the most popular idea. Look at any poll. Like you can move away from it, but claim it still. Stand on it. It is left-wing. It is progressive. And this is why it helps people. This is why it would do what it would do for you materially. And I understand if Abdul El Sayed doesn't want to do that. Same reason I understand why Zohar Mamdani would not dwell on being a socialist too much. Whenever he's talking, he always brings it back to, and here's how I want to help New Yorkers. Here's how I want to help New Yorkers. You know, I get it. But someone like Plattner, he can do that. And maybe we'll just end with this clip and talking about this and kind of, you know, if you guys had seen any new news, any new updates, have Trump Truth Socialed anything? Is anybody?
We're still here, aren't we?
We're still here. We're still breathing. I think we're okay. I will also check the live feed, but here's Plattner. Just saying.
I put my phone here. I got the little feed right here.
Oh yeah, nice. You're professional, unlike me.
Not a single taxpayer dollar should be spent on arming and defending a country that commits a genocide. I would absolutely support Senator Sanders' bill to restrict military aid, but I'll be entirely honest, looking down the road, this is a nation that right now is exterminating people. It is going to be very difficult for me to ever be able to look at them again and see someone that we should be working with closely. An immense amount of work is going to have to be done, in my opinion, to fix that relationship, because what I am witnessing now is the height of horror. And the fact that it is being done by bombs that are built in this country and paid for with our tax dollars is utterly unconscionable, and it needs to end.
Yes. I mean, that again, good messaging. Someone who's been there, been to war, doesn't want to see anybody else ever go to war. I couldn't understand John McCain. Someone who was fucking captured, a fucking prisoner of war forever. His arms were fucked up because of what the torture they did to him. And he wanted war more than like many other people in Congress or the Senate, whatever the fuck he was, senator. Like, how do you go to war and you want more of it? It's baffling to me. Baffling. Jake is here. Yes, Platinum's on his trimming the Mennonites tour. It's nice to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, it did kind of look like he was doing some kind of hair cutting thing to the guy.
Yeah, I think he is
that
actually
kind of
doing.
funny. Was he? I thought it was just the interpreter was like below him. But when I first looked at the video, it was like, is he giving this guy a haircut or something? I think it's because his black shirt was.
I think it's either. I think you're right because I've seen people saying like, no, at this event he was doing haircuts, but it might have just been his black shirt and just he happened to be a bald dude and sitting in front doing sign language.
Yeah.
I should know sign language. My aunt taught sign language. I should fucking know sign language, but I didn't listen. Growing up. But folks, we got Jake here right at the buzzer beater. Back to obscurity. Don't go back to obscurity, dude.
Miss you, Jake.
Dude.
Come back on
We
the
miss you.
channel.
Yeah, dude.
Look who's here. It's me. I'm nobody. You should be here.
Well, you're somebody. You're very somebody. You are Carly fucking Wynn. But Jake, you should be here too. I don't know why you're not here. I heard you need to get a new computer.
Miss you so much.
Okay.
Miss you.
We do. We all do. But yeah, I'm gonna check out live NBC. I don't know. Who do we want to see?
Yeah, like what are we gonna be doing? Like, so I guess we didn't drop that nuke today.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Guess we'll show some like kittens. I don't know.
I mean,
Let's do Fox. Why Fox? Here we go.
Testing is progressing. Feel reasonably confident we're going to announce the target launch date this year sometime in the next 2 weeks.
Sometime in the next 2 weeks. Did they freeze? They froze.
Plane portfolio.
Yes.
The first senior level Artemis 3 mission design.
So they're talking about.
Teams are working with vendors on moon-based.
Oh, he's talking about the moon base. Yeah, there is. Again, this is the update. Trump announced a shot of the White House. No one said anything. No press conference. No like quotes to reporters other than there's going to be a 2-week ceasefire.
Yeah, we're doing
and footage of Beirut.
we're doing foreign policy via Truth Social.
Yeah. That's literally what it is, man. That's gonna do it. I suppose I could smell my dinner for the last 45 minutes. So I've really been
that's rough.
been going strong. But thank you so much, Carly and Carlos. Carly and Carlos.
Yeah, thanks for
Come
having
in
me
next
on.
week.
Thanks, guys. Doing a lot of hearts today.
Thank you guys so much for joining me on this weird coverage of if we were all gonna die or not.
I want to plug something.
Please,
This
please
weekend
do.
in New Hampshire is KidsCon. It's for people, children, really. It's for children. So I'm going to be there. A lot of other cosplayers are going to be there. You know, just like we do it as charity. Like, you know, we're with the con. So
That's awesome.
it's called
do you
KidsCon.
do you as a are you a professional cosplayer? Is that what you do for like a living?
No, I make no money. I'm not I have a very
For the
boring
love of the
real life
game.
job. It's just I just do a lot of charity stuff. So
Hell yeah, man. That's
this is
awesome.
One of the things is KidsCon.
You know, to quote Jake, that is something you can do. What you can do is charity. Charity. Help people, bring smiles to people. Be Harley Quinn. Be Superman. Be anybody.
I think I'm gonna be Gwen Stacy this weekend though.
Oh, nice. Be Gwen.
Nice.
Dude, I saw this clip of, speaking of cosplayers, honestly, I saw this clip. Maybe I can find it real quick. Of this woman in Times Square seeing an IDF soldier. And let me see this.
Someone's cosplaying an IDF soldier.
No.
In Times Square. They an ICE agent?
I mean, dude, I wouldn't even be surprised if people went for Halloween. Matter of fact, it's been going on for 2 years. Has there been like viral photos of people dressed as IDF soldiers or like dead Palestinians or some shit?
Oh God.
Because like I can imagine, frats and sororities doing that.
I know people would, when people do spicy cosplays, like, to put it lightly, like, I've seen the two towers, like with a plane in them.
Oh yeah.
I've seen that cosplay.
I have been.
Things like that happen.
I have a friend whose birthday is on 9/11, and he has a twin. And I've been joking since I met him in high school that I was going to get them a cake of the towers and be like, "You're the twins,
the twins,
because you're also very tall."
Oh no!
But again, that's a personal joke between me and him. That's not something I'm putting on display for the world. But yes, this is the clip. This is a woman confronting an IDF soldier in Times Square.
In New York City, there are 3 baby killers sitting right there. Oh my God, their numbers keep multiplying. There's like 4 of them now. There's 4 baby killers. Oh my God. There's 4. Baby killers! Baby killers! These guys killed babies in Palestine. Slaughtered babies. Terrorists. Terrorists! Fuck Israel! Fuck Israel! We don't want you here, terrorists! Disgusting! They're baby killers. They are baby killers.
Spider-Man.
I do. They're fucking Israelis.
You need to quit harassing it. Okay?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the Spider-Man.
Oh my God.
Like that's why I thought of that clip we're talking about cosplay, because I just saw this earlier. Like Spider-Man's in the wrong here. Okay, now they, I remember, I don't remember, I wasn't alive, but I know that soldiers got called baby killers by protesters. That was a thing from the 70s and the 60s. Rambo famously is a story about someone who had PTSD who was like, I got called baby killer. I went over there fighting for your freedom. Blah, 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 blah. Now, is it justified? In this case, fuck yes. But like, I just found it funny that Spider-Man was the one who's like, hey, calm down. Maybe, you don't know that they're baby killers.
I mean, they're IDF soldiers. Like, in this case, it's quite literal.
Shut the fuck up, Spider-Man.
Those Times Square buskers too. That's not the same thing as cosplayer. That's like, you know what I mean? Those people are like a little bit scammers because they go up to people like, hey, a picture, pay me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As a New Yorker, they will take a picture with you and then be like, I took a picture with you. You got to pay me. You got to pay me. You got to pay me.
And also his like cosplay has like he has to do it. I know, like it can't be exactly Spider-Man, so it's not a very good Spider-Man. You know what I mean? Because they can't use the Marvel licensing and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas like we're doing stuff for charity. Like we're not asking for money.
Right.
We're just posing with kids for free, so we can actually like look like the characters.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So if you're like asking for money,
I did like Disney princessing. I couldn't be Elsa. I had to be the Ice Princess.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Like how does Disney know?
You don't mess with the mouse.
You don't know if Disney knows. It's when Disney does know, they find out and then they.
Oh yeah.
And you get a nice little letter.
Yeah,
with
you
the
just
little
kind of have
mouse.
to go assumed. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
you
can't
get a
make
mouse
money-
letterhead.
money
Like
off
you're
of-
getting sued.
Although there are certain cosplayers that are like licensed to Disney, the 501st for the Star Wars for doing the
Oh, yeah?
charity work,
Okay.
they're like Disney approved. Like they have the stamp of approval. So there are some cosplayers that get like approved.
Interesting. All right. Well, KidsCon, and to learn more about cosplay, we got to get you a show on this space, if you want.
Yeah, I think we're making a show sometimes, but I don't know. I'm not good at
Dude,
editing.
do an arts and crafts show, how to make the costumes. It's impressive.
Maybe.
I will plug my my channel. I made a Mario Galaxy review, which I talk about the right-wing hysteria a little bit, but also just a movie review. I listened to Jay-Z and the Jay-Z album for the first time ever. Made a reaction to that, starting with number 1, because he's got some anniversary shows, and I got thoughts on Jay-Z I want to put in. Those are my like fucking trap videos where I'm like, here's a trailer reaction or an album reaction, and I'm like, I'm gonna get off points that I want to fucking make these things that I know are gonna get views over time. And yet, dude, this album, Marlon Craft, The Internet Killed the Neighborhood. I just heard about this dude. He's from Hell's Kitchen. Great rapper. It's my new album that I listen to over and over again because he says some fucking truths in there. It's good, like low-key jazzy rap, fucking chill shit. And Supergirl trailer. Are you excited for Supergirl, Carly? I'm fucking excited. Have you read Woman of Tomorrow?
No, I haven't read it yet.
Are you waiting until after the movie to read it?
No, just I don't know. I've kind of a
Are you a
large
Tom
stack
King?
of things.
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's a big stack as well.
I forget
feel you
the
on that.
Japanese. There's a Japanese word for it too. I always forget it.
for
but, like,
for
of-
books to read.
For your, the stack of books you have that's sitting there that you haven't read yet. There's like a
I need to know
Japanese
that
word
word.
for it.
If you think of it,
Yep.
let me know.
I have to Google it.
Carlos, what do you got going on?
Me, I'm just a difficult truth, man. I'm just vibing.
Difficult
just
Truth
vibing.
on YouTube and you're on Twitch too,
Yeah, YouTube and Twitch is the main ones.
and Twitter and Blue Sky.
Yep, I don't really use Twitter that much. It's still there because like a difficult truth is a difficult username to
Yeah,
get.
sure.
So basically, I was just like, I don't want to
Sit on
nuke
that.
the account. I just kind of like stopped posting there
Yeah.
since like November of 24, November of 20. Yeah, I want to say like November 24 or 25. I just don't really post on there.
Word.
The word is sundoku.
Yes,
Sundoku.
that's what it
Okay.
is.
Thank you. Well, I will. I have a Sundoku as well that is ever growing, and I'm actively trying to make a dent in it because I got more books than I want. There's always more. There's always
I
more.
keep trying. There's this mobile game I'm playing. It's part of Modica. I don't know, Modica. You know, like Modica Magica. I'm deeply into the magical girls, and the game is visual novel. It's just hours of reading. I'm just reading and reading and reading. It gives me no time for other reading. I don't know. This game is
I've been
killing
playing-
me. Years this game's been killing me.
I'm losing my life to Ball Pit still and Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert is so cool.
It's
dude.
good.
Huge open world. There's a million things to do. It's like the best graphics I've ever seen in a game. Even on my base PS5, it works great. Yeah, I'm having a blast with that. And I'll be live on Twitch playing it on Thursday. So
Nice.
check me out over there, folks. And that'll be it for the show. Is Nick back? Are you back, Nick? He told me how to end this, but I don't. You're back.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
good.
there.
It's okay. Nick, thank you so much. Again, our producers behind the scenes, folks. Give it up for him.
Heck yeah.
Give it up for him. And we're not dead, and a bunch of Iranians are not dead either right now. For now, let's hope. Let's pray. Let's keep fingers crossed and knocking wood. We're gonna fucking dominate the fucking midterms, and we're gonna dominate 2028. It's gonna happen. This shit is over. It's the death throes. Like Chuck said, it's gonna be violent, but it's the death throes. It's gonna be over. It's happening. It's happening.
We will win.
We will win. Take care, folks.